Hello, everyone. We are back again. It's been a while, but we have
Just 2 weeks,
returned.
basically a regular goodbye. We'll see when we're back schedule.
Hmm. Yeah. Fun times. But yes, we've been off doing our own things. Ellie's been busy Pokemoning. Apparently, he's been
Basically,
doing a
only
lot of
just
the
today.
Pokemons.
I mean, for the past 2 weeks, I've been on the island. The government still thinks I make too little money, so it's sending me extra. It's topping my salary up with extra unemployment benefits. Don't know why the government says I make too little money, but I'll take the money.
Mm,
No, sure, why not government? 600 euros? I guess so.
mm,
Um,
mm.
and luckily, the war hasn't killed my investment off that terribly. Although, no, so it's a bit of a pattern. The end of February, again, Trump does something and the stock market goes down.
I mean, look, I'm just all I'm gonna say is I'm glad that freedom has arrived to the.
Freedom for America often involves a lot of rockets on.
I mean, hey, look, there are a lot of Iranians celebrating right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know, Naretsu. There are like
I think the perceptions. I think like I think people are kind of not really understanding. Kind of like I've been seeing like there's been a bunch of dumb fuck lefties trying to be like, oh no, they killed the horrible dictator man, and doing like memorial services, and then you have a fuckload of actual Iranian immigrants coming out being like, fuck off. And
No,
then they
Naretsu,
start
I
dancing.
am
It's great.
in my new job in a which is surprisingly international, Naretsu. I cannot even speak my own language there. There's so many
Oh
international
no.
people over there,
Oh
including like
no.
a group of 7 Iranians in a company of like
Oh
200
yeah.
people. So, 5%
Hmm.
or so.
I
That's a
wonder,
lot.
I wonder if there's some commentary to be had on that. But anyway, continue.
Uh,
We're
and
getting shockingly political at the beginning of the stream. This is your
ooh,
fault, by the way. You brought it up.
spicy.
Yeah.
And Naretsu, I'm not getting a vibe from them that are very happy with another with big
Well, I mean,
American
obviously,
rockets.
no, they're not a monolith, right? Like,
Hmm.
obviously, it's not going to be fucking every single Iranian is going to be happy about, you know, a horrible fucking dictator getting killed, right? You know, like it's always, split. Um, that's why I like to stick to the facts, like the fact that a horrible fucking dictator was killed, right? And the only issue is going to be what comes after, right? That's always the main problem, right? Is okay, you've killed the horrible dictator man.
With no plan for the
It's
future.
well, we need to see what the flip of the coin is going to be, right? The flip of the coin of do the Iranians embrace actual freedom and manage to bring their country back to like pre Ayatollah days, pre being under religious subjugation days, right? Where women could walk around the street without beekeeper outfits? Or are they just going to get one dictator replaced with another dictator and the endless cycle will continue
Yeah, but there's a
for
problem that
eternity,
the
right?
parties that are giving the freedom are not really interested in what happens in the future. So,
Well,
of
I
the
mean
country.
that tends to be like the case with most freedom fighter, movement type things, right? They don't.
Well, more like the Americans, they don't care much for what happens after they
Well,
invaded the
yeah.
country.
Well, I mean, I haven't looked too deeply into what the actual situation is. I don't really feel any, sympathy for murderous dictators that love to kill their own people.
I'm feeling more
I'm
for
not.
the people who are now currently living with no idea what's going to happen in the future, and there's no real,
I mean,
so
look,
doesn't seem to be a real plan
we.
from America
Ellie,
and
I thought we were going to
Israel.
talk about fucking Pokemon, and you dropped this shit on me at the start.
Nah, I was talking about the stock markets and how Trump is killing my investments again in
Oh,
the start of March.
that's a your problem. I'm not.
But besides from that, I'm still learning how to learning how to code and stuff.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. You're gonna make your retro 2009 era
Yeah, apparently
synthwave website.
I am now learning how to. I'm now getting into the CSS, the
Ah,
cascading
yes,
style
yes, yes.
sheets.
You're at the point where you can you start with the HTML to make the
hmm
website function, and then you use the CSS to make it look good.
I'm just breezed that subject, so I'm now still learning from. Oh, what's the selector and what's the what is other stuff again? The selectors and the let me pull up the page with the notes that I'm teaching my things. All right, the selector, the attributes, and the value. Those are the three aspects of a CSS.
Mm.
You select for a thing like header 2, then the property is the color, and the value is the hex code of the color.
Yeah, I vaguely remember doing when I did stuff at Polytech. I did CCS website stuff. It was a long time ago though, and we were using Adobe Dreamweaver, whatever it was called, as the software we were using when I was doing it. And like I said, it was fun. It was
No,
fun times.
it's also
Yeah,
kind of
making websites is fun times.
I'm getting that discerning eye for websites now, where from, hey, wait a second,
Oh no, you're getting. I have that with art, right? Where it's like I'll see some art and I'll be like, oh yeah, I know how they did that. Oh, that looks not as good as what you would think it looks like, because actually it's actually not great, because the implementation of that is oh no.
Though I
You
can,
start picking up on things.
For the company, there's an internal ICT thing site form that you can fill in, and there's like 3 text boxes. And see, hey, hold on, wait a minute, this is just the default form for text boxes to fill in your stuff in. If I give me a second, I can give you the HTML thing. With it. Let me see.
It's interesting. Website design is an interesting thing to get into. I do recommend, like, probably should have stuck with it a bit more back in the day when I did it, specifically just because of the fact that it's one of those jobs that's now in high demand because everyone wants a website, right? So probably should have stuck with it a bit more. But yeah, like I said, it's fun times. Learning how all the coding works. You're essentially like learning like the ancient language to to be able to create magic, right? Using your script of creation to do funny funs. So yeah, it's good stuff. But yeah, I haven't been doing too much. I've just been kind of playing the gotcha games, doing the usual. Latest GFL event was really good. Read the story on that. That was really fun. Enfield is kind of in a bit of a lull at the moment until the next patch comes out on the 12th. Get some new stuff, some new content, new region, new places to explore, fun times.
On the gaming front, today I finished off Metroid Prime 4 in 2 hours because I only had like 2 hours of game time go left. I've been, Helldivers 2 was on a bit of a pause for like 1.5 weeks, but well, now I bought Pokemon, so maybe that's on even longer pause. But anyway, I'm playing a little bit more of Helldivers 2, still a fun game. I tried Deadlock, a game of Deadlock against bots, because that's a polite thing to do as a completely new player. And yeah, game is fun, but I don't know what's happening or why should I do for what reason. And I'm doing it even correctly. I don't know because MOBA's complicated.
Yeah, I've heard, like, I've seen a little bit of Deadlock, but it's kind of one of those like periphery games in the background, right? That I see some people talking about it every now and then, and I see some people being into it and doing art for it and other things along those lines, right? But it's not. I wouldn't say popular, right? But it's not kind of in the forefront of people's minds. The one thing I do remember most about it is when Pippa streamed it and she got fucking like tilted because it wasn't like because it was a more MOBA than Overwatch, right? And she was not into it at all. She was not into it at all, right? But that's all I really know about it.
No, I have to admit, when I suppose the game got like a style. It got its style. Deadlock existed, but now suddenly it got a style. And with the style, it got a character called Ram, and Ram looks very cute, like a. It apparently has a voice line, which is "I'm going to kill you," and then I go to bed, which is cute and endearing. So, all right, Valve is having fun with characters. Let me try one out and play a game against bots. And yeah, characters are neat and snazzy, and the setting is interesting. And I'm sure the lore is already massive, even though the game is not out yet. But I kind of see this game as a thing that is still kind of brewing in the background because the game is not out. It's still invites, even though the invites are not limited at all. You can invite as many people as you want, but you still need an invitation. Did you get an invitation, Naratsu? I can send.
No, because I'm not particularly super interested in trying it anyway. So yeah, I'm not.
But anyway, I see this game getting big, but so it's fun to keep an eye on. Maybe if only just for the character designs because they are pretty nice. Other than that, I bought like an ecchi game.
Oh,
an arrow game.
An ecchi game.
It's Skebo Orb.
Ah.
It's a strip game. It's a how do you call it? So the girl is huge in the background and is wearing an outfit, and then you are constantly shooting essentially you're the little spaceship going across the screen, and you hit a particular place of a piece of clothing, and then it's when it's you're depleted, the 12 hits or so, the 20 hits, then a piece gets damaged, and when you hit the entire article of clothing is damaged, then you can shoot it a few more times, and then the article of clothing is destroyed and completely gone. Meanwhile, there's some other stuff that is shooting at you, and you have to avoid it. And at the end of one pass across the whole body of the girl, you get to fight a boss fight, and you have to, destroy the boss. And after that, it's your goal to have the girl completely undressed, destroy all the articles of clothing, and then you get her naked. Yay! But it's the game is how cheap is the game? I got it on sale for €2. It's not so. I'm sorry to tell you, it's now €4.
No.
You have to. It's twice the price. It doubled in price.
No.
I recommend it. It's fun. The pixel art is good. The gameplay is nice.
No.
And I even Retsu, I even tried to get for the maximum scores, even though I already beaten the game once, just for
Mm.
fun. Can you imagine?
Imagine having fun. Oh, so bad.
Also, it's like
Um.
5 minutes for a single stage, so it's easy to do. Look, I'm linking to the Etchy game.
Oh no! Oh no! No! What are you doing? We're going to get banned. You're going to get us banned, Ellie, for linking to itchy games that you have to sign into Steam to be able
Yeah.
We're going to get so banned. Oh no! But it sounds good. So I
Those are
actually
my
have to go grab
games.
my drink because I haven't actually grabbed my drink yet. So I'll be back in a quick second.
Ooh. Other than that, hard to. I sneaked in. I suppose I rewatched Redline again. You know the movie. If we're talking about anime, real quick. I saw a bit of Redline again. Um,
Right, there we go.
I watched the
Um,
OP of Henzemi because memories.
so before we jump to video, I did want to talk about the Evangelion short, because that
Mm.
happened. So I kind of have to give like the whole story to give like the whole context, right? So the 30th anniversary celebration event thingy happened in Japan, right? They had a big IRL event where you go and you big screens, big presentations. Arno comes up on stage and he's talking about stuff, right, and all that kind of fun stuff. Some interesting announcements, such as the fact that we're getting a new Evangelion I don't know if it's directed by Yoko Taro, but he is consulting on like the world building for it.
Oh, not so the
So
short, like 15 seconds or whatever long it is already feels
mm,
very near with the overgrown instruments and the more human
yeah,
Ava than ever. It's so near to do
it's got
that.
tusks and shit going on.
Mm.
Yeah, there's some interesting interesting stuff going on.
Gelmiko understands why I'm playing the same game that already beaten, not even for the naked girls, just for the high scores.
Mm, mm. Playing infield at 4 a.m. just to get trimmed metal on the boss. Good luck, man. You do it. I believe in you. So so basically, yeah, they have this event. That was like the big announcement, right? Was we're getting a new Evangelion. Yoko Taro directly involved in it, which is pretty good. But there was another thing that happened where they showed a Studio Kara original made 14-minute short of Asuka, right? Dude, and I'll describe the short in a minute, but you can watch it on YouTube now that it's on YouTube. But the initial intent, from what I can gather from interviews and from the statements, was it was supposed to be a little short thing that was only going to be shown at this event and then never again. Right? It was
Mhm.
supposed to be just, okay, we're doing this special thing for Japanese fans that come to this event. They get to see the Asuka short, right? And then we're not upload. We have no intention to upload it on the internet. We have no intention to do it. It's going to be an IRL only thing, right? And naturally, because anime fans are just fuckwits, right? Like the Western anime fans, right? Because Western anime fans are some of the most degenerate, disgusting fuckwits. All right, I'm being a bit too hard, but basically, this led to a bunch of people speculating about it, trying to find clips from people like filming it on their cell phones, right? Trying to translate garbled audio from the fucking thing. It led to a whole bunch of people saying a bunch of nonsense, like it's Shinji won the shipping, Asuka won the ship, Asuka won, she won. The whole thing is about how Shinji gets with Asuka, and then you have a bunch of dumb fucks, running with that narrative, right, on the Twitter. And it ends up being a bit of a shit show, essentially, right? Because people can't fucking behave, right? And people have to be retarded about it instead of being like, oh, okay, that was a thing that happened in Japan. Cool, I guess. Guess I just won't be able to see it, at least for now, until someone like leaks it or whatever, right? Because we live in the day and age where, you know, you can't just do what I think they were trying to do, right? Like if you did like the whole, oh, we're gonna do this thing and it's gonna be like IRL only, and it's gonna be like a special thing that only the people in the audience that came to this special event, like you could do that like in the 90s, right? Or in the 80s, right? You could do that because cell phones and the internet didn't really exist, right? In the form that they are now. So you could have that kind of vibe. But because we live in the modern age, naturally people are not going to follow the rules. And there were clips and people leaking stuff all over Twitter.
Screenshots, basically.
Well,
Still
not even that.
images.
Like people just like just get their 4K cell phone footage, right? Of the, you know, from filming it, right? And so what ends up happening is people are posting this on Twitter, and Studio Kara starts issuing DMCA's against people posting it on Twitter because they don't want it to be fucking on the internet, right? And what ends up happening is basically the way that Twitter's DMCA system works. They have to submit the thing that they are claiming to own in the DMCA, and that gets shared with the person that is getting DMCA'd, right? Because
Mhm.
the DMCA is a legal process, right? It is meant as a legal thing. So in doing that, they basically just attach a Google Drive link to the 4K version of the fucking short. So naturally, the people that already were posting clips of it and pirating it just fucking pirated the 4K version from the Google Doc and started reposting that on Twitter in its entirety. So the whole thing got leaked online, and Studio Kara has kind of gone into damage control mode and had basically just given up and are like, yeah, we're going to keep DMCAing people, we're going to keep DMCAing people that uploaded illegally, but go to the YouTube channel and watch like,
The
here,
official one.
here you go. Yeah, here you go, you fuckwits, right? Are you happy?
Now,
Are you happy now? Here
I
you go.
do believe that it was the intention that this would be released at some point. I don't believe
I
it
have
was.
I think there is possibility, right? There is they actually wanted it to be like a event only thing, right? As naive as that is, right? They actually wanted it to be something special, right? For people that went to that event.
Yeah.
Two, what you're suggesting, where it's like they wanted to kind of release it at a later date. Maybe it could have been part of some like Blu-ray exclusive re-release, right, or something, right? Like they were gonna, they had a plan for it to
Yeah.
be kind of like, and this was them driving up hype, right? Marketing, right? Like, oh, it's the super exclusive thing that was only at this event, but now we're releasing the $200 big Blu-ray box, all Evangelion, all in one box,
Yeah.
right?
And option
Type thing,
3?
right? And it comes with, and free. This entire debacle was manufactured. So it leaking was manufactured. It being exclusive was manufactured, and it was all just like some kind of weird marketing thing. I think free is the least likely, right? But this is just what I've been, these are the three that I've kind of come to, and what they seem logical, right? It's logical, but it's kind of silly, right? Number three, because I don't think they would be like really like apologizing for the leaks and issuing like DMCA, like hard DMCA's against people if it was like, oh, they intended it to be
Yeah,
leaked,
but
right? Right?
I still believe. I mean, what's the difference really in the end? I mean, I suppose when it's going to be released, because I do not believe it was never going to be released. It was going to get released at some
Yeah.
point.
Well, I think like the issue for me, right, is I kind of like the idea, like the mythos, right? Because I mean we've seen a lot of stuff around like
No,
lost
Coda is kind of right
media.
though. Sorry.
Let's go to hang on, sorry, I was tabbed out.
Coda says 14
Wow,
minutes
30,
PM
32 minutes. Yeah, we get well, I mean we've been gone for 2 weeks, so you get
extra.
a good preamble. And we got stuff to talk about. Um So yeah, pretty much. Like I like I like we've had a lot of like lost media. Lost media has been a really big thing, right, online lately. People trying to find stuff, trying to save things because DVDs are getting bit rot and VHSs are disintegrating, right?
Mm.
People trying to save
Archives are
lost media.
getting deleted.
Yeah, archives get deleted, websites get taken down, right? I like the idea, like the mythos of having this short, which I did link in the chat, by the way, so people can go watch it themselves if they want, right? So I'm not helping the problem, right? I did like the idea of this is just a thing for the event. It's supposed to be like a special thing for Japanese fans, right? Maybe at like I don't know Anime Expo, right? There would be a screening, right, or something, right? Like you're suggesting, like maybe at
Mm.
some point. But I liked the idea of it being something that was like kind of mythical in a sense. It's something people talked about, right? Because it reminds me of like discussions you could have back in the 90s and the the 2000s of like people would talk about, oh, did you know there was like a secret episode of this show that was only released in Japan and no one, like, in order to get it you're gonna have to find some obscure DVD release from Japan and import it into the thing, and we'll have to figure. I I feel like with modern technology, we've kind of lost that, right? We've lost that kind of vibe of things being finite, right? Of there being things that, hey, you might not be able to actually see this unless you're lucky, right? Because now it's just, oh, it just gets leaked online. It just gets leaked online. Everyone knows it now. Everyone's seen it. Everyone's posting clips and screenshots of it. It's just not special anymore now, right? But that's kind of my feelings, I guess, on the
Yeah,
on that
I
side
already
of it.
said my personal.
I'll let you go because I do want to talk about the actual content of the short, but I'll let you kind of
Oh,
respond.
isn't it going to be a
Yeah, I
little bit
know.
too much?
No, no,
I
no, no.
haven't
It won't
watched
take
it,
long. It won't.
so
All right. Well, it won't take long, but I'll let you respond first.
uh, I don't believe this was never going to be released ever again. It was going to be gone forever. Um, I don't know if it's I don't know if we really lost something by having things be more recorded these days. Um, because most of the things of that are what was ephemeral uh was not really whether or not you could look the thing up again later. It was just the experience of being in that moment. Um, I have, of course, I still have fond memories of Madoka on the 4chan on A. This guy is deciphering the code, the alphabet, and how funny it was that um it was what was it? It was actually what was the thing about Freud? Not Freud. Faust. The Faustian bargain. It was actually the first paragraph of the Faustian bargain that was that was the first line on the witch runes. That those were transliterated into each other. And being in those threads at that moment is far more magical than if the alphabet was lost again, that it was only like a memory of it. Same goes for Sornoboto. Oto. It's written with the very unusually woe, but Sorna Oto. where there was endless speculation on when it is. Is this in the past? Is it in the future? Where is it? Are we actually in Spain? Those spider tanks. What was the big threat that killed humanity? And
Mm.
what's the economy like? And all those questions. I mean, some of those questions were never properly answered. But
Yeah.
being in the threads at that moment, talking about it, were trigger saving anime with Kill la Kill or whatever it was. Those are
Mm.
the experiences that are more valuable than it just being lost. Those are more valuable. The memories of being in the moment is more are more valuable than not being able or being able to see the thing again later. Because I'd rather have to
Mm.
see the thing, be able to see the thing later, and maybe then relive my memories of the moment again. Um,
Mm.
than having like I said, the moon rune, not the moon, the witch rune, Submadoka alphabet being lost again, or the whole show, I
Mm.
suppose, or anything other,
Mm.
something else. The speculation of
Yeah.
Star Driver.
Yeah. I guess, like I said, I feel like there is kind of like a mythos there that's been kind of, I guess, lost. But I think it was naive of them to even attempt to do it in the current time, because it's not really something you can kind of do with modern technology, right? Being a thing, it would have been something they could have done in the 90s or whatever. But yeah, I don't think they can do it now. But to quickly just kind of touch on the short before we do actually get into the video, because yeah, we've been here for like 40 minutes.
Hmm.
Short's kind of cute. It's basically just Asuka going through different scenes and like replacing like different elements with herself. And then there's like a thing at the end where it's like she decides no, she could take the easy Shinji, or she could take the Shinji from her show, because it's the Asuka from the original show and the Asuka from the rebuilds talking to each other and going through just different skits together, right? And the one from the original show is like, no, I want the one from my show. I don't want the easy Shinji, right? And
From what I
people like
understood,
didn't.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Not so, I believe there was something like they were talking to each other in the instrumentality when when all minds are say the same and equal and all that stuff. So it's already kind of a
Well, you have to
dreamscape.
remember, I didn't watch it with subtitles.
Hmm.
just I'm just interpreting it based on vibes a little bit. But it was pretty cute. It was pretty cool. It's fine. Like I said, I linked it in the chat, so if people want to go give it a look, they can go look. But
Or if people want to
it's
play
it's
in a
it's
good
fine.
ecchi game for full euros, sorry, double the
Mm,
price, guys. I wasn't in time to tell you about it. Twice as
mm, mm,
expensive. Terrible.
mm,
It's a
mm,
fun short game. You can beat it. I beat it. All games full clear, I suppose, in half an hour. But I have now 2 hours on the clock, so I played it for 4 times as long uh, than it
mm.
was to beat because it's a fun game.
Yeah. Also, yeah, go to yeah, the Voima steamer. We will be pulling. Good luck. Good luck. But anyway, I guess we can transition into talking about tourists. We're going
Hey,
to talk about the anime tour, the great anime gatekeeping debate. Big tourism
I thought
on
it
the
was
show
about
today.
performativeness.
Well, I guess we're gonna find out. So the story behind this one was it was posted on the Twitter and my radar that likes to pick up people talking about anime videos. Nose ring, yeah. Yep. Here we go. Here it begins. Um, Basically, people were like, "Oh, this video is bad" or whatever, and so I thought, okay. And then, from what I gather, this isn't actually going to be as long as it looks because it is a 30-minute video. But from what I gather, most of it is just her trying to justify herself, which I think we could probably not skip, but it will probably be easy to figure out when we don't have to comment too much.
Hmm.
But I wanted to kind of do it because I do have some things to say on the subject, but I'm interested to kind of see what she says about the subject and like whether or not it kind of, we could back and forth on it. So yeah, but the great gate, we need to gatekeep it. We do need to gatekeep. Gatekeeping is based. People need to not fucking. Oh yeah, our boy in the chat got the medal. Congratulations. Good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah. Anywho, I'm gonna crack open the can of Reno, and we'll get into it.
Yep.
Let me just come over here and go.
I muted it
familiar with the
because it was
TikTokification of certain media and trends. I have watched fashion that I love come into style, become extremely popular with well-known mainstream creators, and then, as all good things do, fall back into the realm of cringe. Everybody
Be cringe and be free, Ellie. Who cares? Who cares?
the
Be yourself.
strawberry breast, the La Cara
Yeah, something. Yeah, they do have a shitload of anime figures. I wonder if that's going to come up. We'll find out. But anyway, let's continue.
originally hated the iconic strawberry dress when it was first
What the okay.
I don't know. I'm
Alright.
lacking all context for
Yeah, I don't know
fashion
either,
dresses.
but I'm not a fashion man. I don't know what fashion stuff. I will say that the dress is not helping her figure. I think the dress is making her look fatter than she is. That's what I will say.
I don't know if it's a
Has
goal to
followed
make her
January
look less fat or
2020
more fat.
Grammys.
Well, usually you want to look less fat, but I mean, if she wants to look more fat, then good. I'm not gonna say that's bad. I'm just pointing out the obvious. It's kind of what I'm saying.
Grammys, with her choice to wear this dress actually landing her on a bunch of worst dressed lists. And yet all of a few months later, many TikTok creators couldn't get enough of this design. They were spending over 300 quid a
Jesus Christ! Imagine, God, ladies, being one of you want to hear about some male privilege, Ellie? I can just go down to, like, I don't know, warehouse, which is like, what would be the American equivalent of the warehouse? Fucking Best Buy or some shit, right? I can just go down to the warehouse and just get an entire outfit for like $60. Just get a whole kit, pants, some t-shirts, get a jacket, right?
I suppose this is no different from your watch. I mean, it's no different from your watches and your sports shoes or.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna be like too dismissive of it, but I do. I mean, even she's agreeing, like 300.
No,
it's
yeah,
a lot of money for a fucking dress, right?
400 quid.
Hell, you could probably buy some strawberry like fabric with the strawberry pattern on it, right? And fucking get a sewing machine and make it yourself for less money than it costs to buy this one on this site. Holy hell.
Pop to be able to wear it on camera and share with other people on TikTok. It was arguably one of the must-have items of 2020, along with these Selkie puff dresses. And yet now, wrapping back around to 2026, it has become an item that many people who did purchase it now consider cringe, something that they regret buying, that they only bought into because it was a trend and now realize actually they still think it's kind of ugly. Left as a remnant of a trend that was once considered cool. And if it's
this is why you don't want to be that guy, right? You don't want to be the trend man, right? You don't following the trend. To use funnily enough, Fire Force terminology, you don't want to be the mob, right? You don't want to be a mob, right? You don't want to be doing that. That's not very, very good. It leads to you buying a lot of shit that you probably don't need. You probably don't really need. It's not good at all.
It's not the vicious or the co-opting of fashion movements online, then it's the misuse of various terminology to diagnose and label strangers. TikTok is always therapizing or saying some shit. They're always yapping on about all of these different terms that they literally just learned all of 24 hours ago.
The boiled egg theory, the slow train theory, the green apple theory. It's gotta be the $12 theory. The soggy bread theory.
And of course, for the start of 20...
See, because I don't do the TikTok, right? I ain't doing no TikToker walking. I don't have this particular type of brain rot in me, so the only thing I can say is just, you know, why don't you just not use TikTok? Why don't you
for
just...
people, this is kind of the problem. The social media dynamic where it gives you attention. Attention is nice, also good and stuff, but it also gives you money. So you want to engage with all that.
Well, that's on the creator side of it. I'm talking about the viewer side of it, which is different. Like, you don't have to watch stuff on TikTok. Like, I mean, I'm not free of sin. I have partaken in some of the YouTube shorts, right? I have partaken in the shorts, right? I have done YouTube short stuff, but even then, I've been trying to kind of move a bit away from it because it is one of those things where you'll sit on the fucking toilet and you'll just fucking, like, oh yeah, I'll just watch some YouTube shorts while I'm taking a shit, and then it's like 2 hours fucking later, right? And it's like, what the fuck happened, right? And I don't think that's good, right? I don't actually think that's very good.
I have my own time wasters, but shorts just annoy me because it's always too little. It's not or maybe one thing that just annoys me endlessly is when they try to loop things, and then I'm all right. If it always is kind of inevitable. There was one short I saw like yesterday or today even, and oh, this looks like information that I want to know something about. Maybe it was even some deadlock thing, some lore of some character or whatever. I'm like, all right, I'm clicking on the character, like, oh, blah 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 blah, and that's it's why deadlock is. All right, and then I'm immediately out because I just wanted to know this information. This short. I wanted this short and this short only for the information contained within it. And you're already annoying me. It's a short, and you're annoying me that you're trying to loop it, and I'm not interested in any other shorts. So that's it. So shorts hasn't caught on to me.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think the problem is that, yeah, people, yeah, I think that shorts are kind of designed, and this when we're talking about shorts, we're talking about TikTok as well, right? I think it is kind of designed to be a little bit addictive and a little bit sucker you in. Oh, it's just one short, and then you go to the next one, and then you go to the next one, and then you end up being there for like 2 fucking hours. And this kind of content format, I think, is not very helpful, very, very healthy. It's I'm trying to move away from it because I'm starting to kind of not become a fan. And I feel like, again, with the TikTok thing, I think that the best thing people could do is just fucking stop using it. Like, yeah, there was a time before TikTok. There was a time before YouTube Shorts. Right? We can go back to. We need to go back, Ellie, to 10-minute videos. Do you remember that? Do you remember that back when the meta? Remember the good old days?
You're only saying that because you're saying that because that is what our brand started on. That's what we need to survive.
Shut up, Ellie.
Alright, tot ziens, Gouda.
Oh, yeah. See you later, man. It's all good. There'll be a VOD as always, so it's all good. But
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
26, we have adopted another piece of internet vernacular from 4chan, this being the term LARP.
LARP did not come from 4chan.
No,
what the
it's
fuck
live
are you
action role
talking?
playing.
Yeah, what are you talking about, woman?
Maybe let's give her some. Maybe it's the definition that 4chan used for LARPing online.
Well, yeah, let's see if it is a different thing. But I feel like I don't even know if like. Well, let's see what she says. But also, I want to respond and say, yeah, Trump not banning TikTok was a crime against humanity. That was bad.
Nah, I
That
just
was-
sold it
if I'm
to
gonna
his
criticize,
son or
if I'm gonna,
something.
if I'm gonna criticize Trump, that's like one of the things that I will criticize Trump. Is he should have he should have gone through with that ban. That should have happened because the damage that shit is doing to people is insane.
Or LARPing. And my god, it has become exhausting watching this spread all over fandom spaces. Because you know the most insufferable, stinky person in your life is using these terms with their whole chest. Regurgitating it into conversations in real life as if it means something. But I guess
Okay, so she doesn't really like talk about I've seen LARP kind of it's ironic, right? Because I haven't seen LARP used in this context, right? Outside of fucking TikTok and because I get all this stuff from Twitter, right?
Mhm.
People talk about things on Twitter. And I have seen the whole like LARP being used in the context of like fandom stuff, right? Let me try and because we have to define wood, right? Let me try and define this in the way that I've seen it being used, right? People using it to define people that are not actually fans of something, but are LARPing as fans of something, right?
Yeah.
So people that it is kind of tied into live action roleplay, where you go out in the field with your dragon swords and you fight
Real
people
life
with
pretend.
armor and real life pretend stuff. It kind of deviates from that to being you are pretending to be a fan of something because it's trending, right? In a sense. And I've only ever seen that being used in like people reposting these TikTok videos on like Twitter to mock people, right? And so it's ironic because she's like, oh, it came from 4chan. I could just as easily say it came from TikTok, right? Because I didn't see it being used even on Twitter until people like kind of started posting videos of TikTok users being mad about being called LARPers or whatever, right? So I kind of find that like interesting in a sense that she's like blaming 4chan for it when I don't know, I'd blame TikTok for it personally. And even then I haven't like it's very, 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 very recent that I've seen it being used in that context at all.
No, I
So-
remember LARPing being a term like a decade ago, and I suppose that a lot of terms, in the main.
Well, it's existed. It's existed for a long time to describe obviously what it originally described and other stuff. But I haven't seen it used in the. This is kind of the problem: is you're not in tuned on the Twitter drama as I
No,
am,
not
right?
at
As
all.
always, so I'm seeing like the actual context in which it's being used, right? I haven't seen it being used in the context of people who claim to be, let's use anime as an example, like people who claim to be anime fans and they have like the costume of an anime fan, right? But they're not actually anime fans. They are LARPing. They're putting on the costume without actually like watching the show or watching the anime or engaging in the medium itself, right? Using LARP to describe those people is actually to me that's relatively new, right? I haven't seen that until very recently, at least on Twitter.
No, but
So-
it's not a surprise that an ancient term from 4chan at some point became mainstream later, because a lot of slang we use today was black culture 20 years ago. So if you're
Yeah, it all kind of like loops around
not even
to
loops
the point.
around, it's like super, it's always the super niche and anti counterculture groups 20 years ago, and 20 years later it's mainstream words later. I mean, although even stuff like vibes, it's not a vibes is not a new world of words. That is even surfer culture. I'm not feeling the
Yeah,
vibes, bro. Like stoner culture.
yeah, bro, yeah. No, it's like I said, things loop around and words, start. Yeah, it's not surprising. I just think it's interesting how she's like, oh no, it's 4chan, and it's like, no, I think it's TikTok. It's like, oh, it's Tumblr. Or whatever, right?
No,
it's like, no, it's like, no, it's just kind of like what's happened. But anyway, let's keep going.
Should actually define what LARPing is compared to how it's now currently being used. So LARP, or LARPing, directly means live.
As always, we jump the gun, right?
Hey.
Anyway, let's go.
But we're not wrong. That's important.
Yeah, we're not wrong.
Action roleplay. This being the practice of going to events such as Ren Fairs or LARP-specific events such as Empire here in the UK, and basically playing a character in real life. Similar to games like D&D, you are responsible for creating your character's backstory, choosing your class and race, and sometimes your heritage, or like your family tree, and then going out into the world on various quests and basically developing your character's story. But instead of this being a purely tabletop roleplay, you are actually going to these events in person and taking on that role yourself. You are basically playing pretend for the weekend. You get to live as your character in a shared play setting, doing battles, trading and selling with other people, and potentially even having your character die during these sessions because of various interactions or quests that you might be going on. And these events can be anything as long as a long weekend, so your kind of Thursday to Monday situation, whilst others can be as long as a week or possibly even more, depending on who's organizing it. But pretty much all of these events require their attendees, new and old, to be read up on the pre-existing lore and history of the world. Many people who attend these things have years and years and years of investment in their character. They are very closely related to that character at that point. And in some cases, LARP can have some crossover with more historically accurate reenactment, as obviously they can have similar.
Okay, I feel the history lessons getting a little bit long-winded.
Yeah,
I think
we could shorten this thing out from it's kind of events that can be one day or up to a month. Not the same as historical reenactment.
I do find it interesting though how she's honing in on the fact that you have to be invested in this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like with LARPing, you are engaging with the medium, right, of LARPing. You're making your character, you're making your costumes, you're going to the event, you're interacting with the organizers are setting the rules, you have to be familiar with the rules, you have to do all the stuff. And so it's interesting then, right, how LARPing, right, there is this idea of needing to be invested in, but then when we talk about anime fandom and stuff, right, suddenly it's all, oh no, you don't actually have to be invested in anything. It's fine if you just you don't actually watch anime and you just do fucking pretend that you do, right? Like that's fine. So, but that's where the what's the term used for like word, like the origins of words? It's epistemology or whatever, or something. I can't even
etymology.
Etymology, or however you say it, right? That kind of makes the it interesting how the word LARP now is being applied to people that don't, and I think this is the point she's going to make, right? Like the word LARP now is being applied to people who don't want to actually engage in the thing that they claim to be a fan of, when in reality, you have to be fucking engaged in doing these LARP events, right? They're very complicated affairs, right? Like they got to organize venues, they got to, you got to figure out the rules, you got to be familiar with the rules, you got to learn stuff, you're going to have to interact with real fucking people, right? Do things, so and so, right? I find that interesting. But we'll see where she goes with this. Hopefully we get to the second part Because yeah, this is going a little bit long.
Similarities in how they, with the dedication to your character and faction being quite essential, but LARP almost always exclusively refers to a more fantasy style of play. However, when you see people saying LARP online, or more specifically in the comment sections of cosplayers and anime enthusiasts, the meaning is a lot different. This new meaning of LARP comes from forums like 4chan. A tale as old as time, all roads lead back to 4chan, and apparently some of the Epstein
True.
I don't.
Cannot deny.
Okay, well that's like a whole other thing about like, oh, everything's a psyop, oh, Epstein created Pole or whatever. That's kind of bullshit if you actually look into it. But it was, oh no, he met with Moot like once at like a party or some shit, and then yeah, it's funny how conspiracy theories are like allowed when it's like one direction, but it's cringe when it's another direction. That's it's kind of interesting. But I don't know why she's trying to put the pin on 4chan. Does she have any actual proof that it like originated from 4chan? Because I'd be interested to know. I mean, a lot of people would actually argue like a lot of the shit stems from something awful back in the day, right? Like that's like the actual origin point of a lot of this dumb fuckery. And 4chan is just kind of like a continuation of something awful's dumb fuckery. So I think playing that game is kind of silly. Like I don't really think it matters, like the origin point specifically in this case. Rather, like what okay, here's what it's being used for now. Let's actually discuss like the here and now of the situation, rather than going through like, oh no, it's all 4chan's fault. Not that I'm defending 4chan, right? But I just feel like it's a bit. I think it's redundant. I don't know. What do you feel?
4chan is a bigger place than most people give it credit for anyway.
Thing, yeah.
I mean, I spent a lot of time on anything with Paul was annoying and stupid. Paul was at it again. I wish they would just
Paul is at it again, yeah.
I wish they would just fuck off to their own board. And I want to talk about animes. Keep the stupid
board, yeah, and all of them
keep that
have, like,
stupid stuff over there. I don't care. I want to talk about how dolphins are scary and will kill you.
Yeah. That's kind of the problem, isn't it? Is that people kind of look at 4chan as like people do this with not just 4chan though, and it could like be another side tangent, so I'm not going to necessarily go down it. But the idea of like homogenizing and I'm going to invent a word here, entitonizing, right? Turning things into entities, right? So 4chan is not a website with separate communities all kind of run by different individuals that all have different cultures and stuff. No, it is just 4chan the entity, right? And people do this with not just like websites, they do it with, anime studios, right? Mappa, the entity of Mappa, not the anime studio of Mappa with different directors and different hired contractors and different people working on different animes, right? No, it is Mappa, the anime studio. I think the most recent case of this before we move on is actually Highguard, right? Highguard, the game that is shutting down, didn't do too well.
Oh yeah, that's the thing that happened.
Concord 2. But people are like, they kind of like, okay, well, why did it fail? Well, Highguard, the studio of Highguard is like bad and evil, whereas it's more probably the higher. Like I think Made on Twitter made a really good point about how there's probably some guy who spent like 30 hours making a reload animation who's like really sad right now, right? Because he worked on this reload animation for this project. Like maybe he got contracted, maybe he didn't. But now he's getting like lumped in with the Highguard, the entity, right? Like the studio, the entity, right? Instead of looking at it from an individualist perspective of, okay, this is a studio made up of separate contractors and separate people and separate whatever. If we're going to try and find who is responsible for something failing, maybe it's not necessarily just one person, but it is probably a collection of decisions from higher ups and people at the creative head, right? That probably led to this.
Not to go up on Highguard too much, right? There was this article from, was it Jason Schreier, one of the people,
one of the game journalists,
that basically said that Highguard was made as a bigger and more complicated games, but they just pared it down and down and down, but kept all these little elements from previous versions and, you know, bigger from the bigger scoped game. And then they had all these, you know, vestigial organs just kind of hanging off like loose limbs, extra useless limbs on the body. And when for the people who were making the game, I suppose it was a very reasonable and, you know, normal looking creature they made. But for everybody else externally, it was like, why does this thing have an extra head? Well, you see, because this system, but it was, you know, pared down, but as part of that. But then, you know, for us, but that extra head is blind and deaf and can't speak. So why is there still a head? Why there's a second head if it cannot see, you know, or whatever? And, you know, one of these elements is fine in the game. Vestiges of bigger systems are not that uncommon, as far as I can tell, at least. But to have like a whole game made out of systems that were once bigger and now are smaller and kind of, you know, vestiges, that doesn't sustain a game. You need some core structure to it, not just a collection of, you know.
But I guess getting back to the point though, right, is I mean, I'm always talking about how people need to stop kind of removing the individuality from artists, right? Start like viewing them as actual human beings, right? And actually, like, because people do that with Japan too, right? They have entity Japan, right? Instead of Japan is a country with individual people. It's almost like what we were talking about with Iran, right? Like, Iran is a country with individual people, with individual opinions on the situation, right? It's not good to necessarily homogenize the entitinize, as I'm going to start calling it if I can figure out my own pronunciation properly, right? There's probably like an actual word for it, but I'm
generalize.
just going to use generalize, I guess, would probably be the way to say it. Yeah, like, I'm not going to generalize it into a entity, right? Into a singular thing. But anyway, let's
too. The internet's new definition of LARP is somebody pretending to be a fan of something, pretending to be somebody else in order to fit in with a niche group or hobby. Essentially, it is used as a sibling term to pre-existing things like poser and tourist. It's just another way of trying to undermine somebody's enjoyment or understanding of a of media or their dedication to a character or series. And I have seen this a lot within the anime and cosplay community recently. Occasionally J-Fashion, but I'd say mostly anime and cosplay. I feel like for as much as the J-Fashion community can be a hellscape, most of the time people are actually quite helpful when it comes to recommending where to go and being encouraging of newbies wanting to join. But with anime and cosplay, it is an entirely different kettle of fish. I see cosplayers doing videos dressed up as popular cute core characters such as Tomoko from Watamote or Kate Angel from Needy Streamer Overload, only to have their comment sections flooded with people calling them a LARP or a LARPer, usually to imply that the creator isn't a real fan, but is instead pretending to like these things because they want to be seen as a fan. And sure, you know what, to play devil's advocate, I sometimes get it. As a long-time figure collector, I have personally bore witness to the increase in popularity, and by proxy pricing, of certain characters, IPs, and figurines.
So
Supersonic price.
Since she's talking about figurines, I'm going to go on a small tangent, right? So, Nerdzu, I have like a niche hobby store nearby, right? 5 minutes bike, main street store, etc. It has some Warhammer paints. It has Pokemon cards,
all the good stuff that you'd want from your
and some weird,
hobby
metal
thing.
plates with parodies of no entry, only beer allowed, or some stupid plate that you put on your door or whatever. But Rensu, it also has an entire wall of Funko Pops. Because that is
I
what you
actually
have.
have something like that too. There's this like there's this like Kiwi place that's like, I think it's called like Pop Shop or something, which is like a fucking like like it's weird how it's like it advertises itself as like a pop vinyl thing, right? For those pop vinyl, whatever they're called. But then it also has like other things, like, you know, those little Labubu knick-knack type things. There's like some model kits you can buy, like Gundam stuff, and they've got manga, right? And I almost feel like it's like they started when the Funko Pop craze was like really big, and now it's just like they have to kind of run with it, even though Funko Pops are starting to kind of like not be, you know, the big thing, right?
Yeah.
And I view that, I find that kind of funny.
But
I'll let you continue.
Yeah, but you know, I've also heard of. I've seen somewhere also the pop store, and it's an actual Funko Pop thing, brand, franchise, something at least, I think. But this is just it's a a private owner having a niche game store, gaming store. But apparently, gaming has too narrow of margins, so they kind of went out of gaming. But they still buy. You can trade in your games, and they sell the games, but they're not buying games in themselves. Whatever. They still have some collector's editions and stuff. But Retsu, slowly, those Funko Pops are being replaced by figurines.
Oh no! Oh, the poor Funko Pop collectors.
No.
What will they do? What will they do?
And Retsu,
Oh, no.
I've told you about the amount of Albedo figurines that I saw in Japan, right? I'm seeing the same figurines I saw in Japan over here.
See, in my mind,
with the same 5 different versions of Albedo, the most of any single character.
As an Overlord man, right? I see this as a good thing.
Albedo is not the best character in Overlord. But
okay,
reason,
that might be
like
true. But listen, hear me out, right? Because I think, okay, so because I'm going to have a different perspective on this because of Kiwi Land, right? Because down here, it is a fucking desert, all right? It is a fucking desert if you want to like find actual good anime merch, right? Because you like, if I want to actually buy anime merch, right, I'm gonna have to usually get it imported, and that's gonna cost a fucking fortune, right? To get stuff actually imported down here. There's only like 3 or 4 actual anime merch related websites where I could buy stuff that's been already imported and it's local, right? Outside of that, you have the fucking Chinese bootleg fucking like cheap ass like stores. Like people in America know what I'm talking about because they get talked about on Twitter a lot, right? The fucking, clearly it's just stuff that they find online and print onto like wallets and fucking whatever. Like they just steal artwork or whatever, right? And then just sell that as a fucking thing, right? So like to me, if I was like, let's use that Pop Vinyl or whatever store thing I was talking about. If that store started getting rid of the wall of Pop Vinyls and replacing it with Albedo figurines, I'd be fucking happy as fuck. I would be so glad. Even if it's like Albedo figurines and I'm not like hyper into the Albedo whatever, and I'm probably not, I would just be happy because it means that there's room for when Albedo, right, starts not necessarily being as popular, maybe the thing that I like, right, will start getting, like, maybe something else will replace it. It's kind of like with how there's a lot of like Jujutsu Kaisen stuff around because Jujutsu Kaisen is like the big popular thing, right? But then when that starts to die down, that could get replaced. There's like room there for it to get replaced by something that I like.
Kind of
so
funny.
I would be happy. I would be happy as fuck.
So
like, yeah.
it's just not. It's not just this store. There's a more there's a store with vinyls and a little bit of your tech kind of your nerdy store with games and vinyls and some merchandise stuff. But and this does have games, new games. I also bought like a Silex amiibo from there, because I kind of like Silex. Nice.
Nice.
When I was
Nice.
looking for Poketopia, so, new Pokemon game.
However you say.
Whatever. That also was selling figurines for the longest time, and I'm only noticing there are more figurines than there was before, and it's there's no loot figurines, but there is like Aris from Mushoku Tensei in swimsuits, bunny girls, bikinis, Marin in Succubus
Yeah, you'll see a
cosplay.
lot of like prize figures and stuff like that kind of show up. But no, again, I
like
think it's a good thing.
Tokiyoki from Tokiyoki from Elusive Samurai. Anyway,
but yeah,
that was the
like
figurine tensions, I suppose.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm fine with that happening and kind of looping it back into sort of like what she's talking about, right? Where, she's noticing like prices going up because more people are getting into it and there's more, supply and demand, right? Less supply, more demand, prices go up. As she's playing devil's advocate, I think there is something to be said about people that are getting into the thing while not actually caring enough about the thing, right? And are driving the price of the thing up for people that do actually want the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is definitely a phenomenon and a thing that happens. But I'm interested to see kind of where she goes with this, because I don't take her as a person that is pro gatekeeping, right? I don't take her as kind of a pro gatekeeping girl, right? Somehow. But let's see.
Figures by Taito that used to be anywhere from £15 to £20 when they first released in 2014 are now being resold on places like Vinted and eBay for upwards of £50 to £70 each, with bootleg figures now running the exact same cost that the original prize figures used to be. And again, please, for the love of God, do not pay 20 quid for a bootleg figurine. Like, that is crazy. That's insane. There's literally prize figurines that are 15 quid that have been produced recently that are going to be better quality. Please don't pay 20 quid for a bootleg anime figure. That's insane.
Suppose
that's
I can also
pricing.
mention
Some like to think of it as this
price.
new and
So the figurines over here, just for import for prices, whatnot. The figurines do not look that much more expensive than they were in Japan, so I'm not really feeling there's like a big import tax. However, that's because the Japanese yen is so cheap that with any wholesale imports...
The problem down here is because it's New Zealand, right? Like fucking. I know that prize figurines usually go for around 50 to 60 New Zealand, which is not. I wouldn't say that's terrible for like a prize figurine, right? Like I think that's fine. But if you wanted to get like an actual like fucking statue figurine, those can go up to like $350. Like insane amounts for those kinds of figurines. It actually is kind of wild how much those go for. And a lot of that is just due to like the supply and demand, right? Because it's such a small population on a small island, importing them costs a shitload of money. A lot of these places are going to do like insane markups to justify it, right? Because there's not enough demand to meet, like, to have the thing imported, right? So we're in a bit of a different situation. Like, a lot of the time it might actually even be cheaper just to buy direct from Japan and eat the import costs yourself.
You say that, but I kind of see like the same Fearance statue, and it was it was 3,000 yen, so that would be 30 euros quotation marks.
Like, I'm actually having a browse on the website of that Pop Vinyl thing right now, and I see a HoloLive If Relax Time Laplace Darkness figure of $54. which is
52
not
for 2 figurines. That's a decent
for
price.
one figurine.
Oh,
so
sorry.
it's the. I'll link it in the. Hang on, I'll put it in the chat. Not the chat, but the
No, this is
cast
just
text
for
chat.
us. You're
This is just for us, so you can see what I'm looking at. So this, right?
Mm.
So it's $54.99
Oh, yeah.
New Zealand for that, which to me that seems fair. That's usually what they tend to go for.
Can
I'm just
I
looking at like what's
quickly get like a
currency conversion.
a local version, I suppose.
Mm,
Don't see one particular immediately.
I do think it is interesting how I have actually seen HoloLive stuff at this place. It's kind of funny. It's like it kind of shows you like how big HoloLive sort of is, where like they are actually stocking HoloLive stuff. And the website actually, like I've seen stuff locally at the one that's where I'm at. That's not on the website as well. Oh, that's a nice actually. That's actually so. That's like that's a Lulu one. I actually kind of like that one. Might have to look at that up. Might have to buy that one because I like her. I like her music. I don't watch her streams, but I like her music. Might have to do that.
No, I'm just basically I see them. I saw them for 3,000 yen in Japan, and I'm seeing them for 30 euros in over here. And if I account for import costs and the cut of the
Yeah.
store itself, etc., that's fine. The markup of having the import.
Currency euro 54. I'll just use the Laplace one, the 54 one. So do that. Control V. That's about 27 euro.
Yeah, so
round
like
up, rounding it up, it would be about 28 euro.
Yeah, so 29.99 because that's the one that the store is going to get the small whatever.
Yeah.
That sounds reasonable enough for a figurine, 30.
Yeah. I mean, I guess this chick's talking more about like the second hand market.
Yeah, bootleg. That's something different.
Well, not necessarily bootleg, but she's talking more about like the eBay, people trading, people doing, selling stuff. Like she's talking about like figurines from like 2014, right? Going up and down in value, right?
No,
based on
bootleg,
trends.
like
well, no, but she was but she was talking about both. She's talking about both.
Yeah,
right? And
yeah,
bootleg is like something different. Bootleg is something way different, right? Like that's like a whole other topic. But if we're talking about like actual market value of things, right? Because the bootlegs are just going to try and get as much as they can get, right? From whatever the market is currently suggesting, right? So yeah, but anyhow, let's keep going.
Posed cute core tax, a style and internet aesthetic that I actually covered in one of my first and now pretty dated YouTube videos. Because new gen fans are now coming into collecting with far more accessibility and money than myself and other collectors originally had access to, they are discovering a lot of classic statues that are very cute or edo kawaii, many being characters from older visual novels or from series that rarely ever receive new merchandise and releases. And as such, because of the big influx of new anime enjoyers and figure collectors, these once affordable figurines and series are now becoming noticeably overpriced and upsold. Ooh, careful now. So I break her on camera and everybody cries. There is no justifiable reason why the Griffon Enterprises statues of Miyuki and Aoi from Toteno should be able to regularly sell for over £800 each, when their original prices were 8,400 yen, which is the equivalent of around £40 by today's exchange rate. And they weren't being sold for this amount of money until more recently, where spaces like Pinterest and TikTok began to popularize the older visual novel, and many people began to get into it without any context as to who the characters were, or without having actually played the 18+ rated VN. Even when I was finally able.
And so, I don't know where she's going to go with this, right? But I view that as a problem, right? Because I'm of the mind that I think that I if I'm going to be spending shitloads of money on something, right? I feel like I would want to have some kind of investment in that thing outside of just aesthetic value, right? I think about kind of the stuff that I do own, right? Like I have a Khan Call Collection WoW class figurine that I got years ago at a convention, like years and years and years ago. And I think I paid like 70 for that. I can't remember exactly how much I paid for it. I'd have to look on the box because it was a while ago. But there was a time when I was younger, right, where I was getting stuff like that. I've got like a Hatsune Miku, and I've got a Luca. I have a Rikyo Nindoroid. I have a Hatsune Miku Tell Your World as well. Like, I've got a few Hatsune Miku ones, but that was at a point in time when I was younger and as a teenager, when I was really into Miku, right? Just to liking the music and liking the stuff, right? So I did have at least some connection to Miku, right? Khan Call Collection is a little bit different because there was literally no fucking way to play that, right? So I guess you could call me a hypocrite and say that I brought that on aesthetic value rather than emotional attachment value. But even then, that was like, again, 70 to maybe 120 New Zealand at the time buying that, right? And I had the money at the time saved up, so I guess I can't really say it was bad. But I feel if you're going to be spending over like $100, right? New Zealand, right? Like, convert that to your own local currency wherever the fuck you live, right? I feel like if you're going to be spending at least $100 on something, you should at least have some sort of connection to it or knowledge of it outside of just the aesthetic value, right? Because at that point, it's sort of like, what are you investing in, right? Like, because because here's the thing, right? Like, the way she's talking about figurines, right, makes it sound to me like there might be people that are buying it as an investment, right? Like, if you brought that figurine she's holding in her hand for 40 quid, right, and now it's like 400 quid, right? That's like an investment, right? You could sell that and make profit off it, right? As secondhand on the secondhand market, right? Suddenly, it's no longer about emotional attachment; it's about monetary attachment.
Yeah,
right?
and I suppose that's very annoying to have happened because,
it's annoying to
just
have
for
happen from the
games,
perspective of an actual fan. Yes, yeah.
because I like Fire Emblem, and I told this story before. I had Fire Emblem Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn for the GameCube and for the Wii. Noretsu, those games are fucking rare. They go for like 500 euros for a copy, and I don't care for I don't care for its rarity or whatever. I had the game, I lost it somewhere, and I want it because I have fond memories of that game. But now it's only 500 euros. Just give me for like 5 euros, like all the other, ancient secondhand games.
God, if you look at like video game collecting, right, that's like peak this problem, right? Like, that is peak because people are just like treating like old versions of games like they're fucking how would I describe this? Like, they're treating them like they're goddamn like property in like Auckland, right? Because the housing market in New Zealand is like really fucked because you specifically have speculators and people that just trade properties around to fucking like increase value and make money, right? Like, there's not, without even having people live in them, right? It's the same fucking problem with video games where people are just like collecting these games and driving up the fucking price specifically just to make it an investment, right? And that's sort of, that is like the fucking issue that I think it's a valid issue to have a problem with, right? I think it is a valid issue to have a problem with where you have these people that are getting into a thing without having any actual attachment to the thing, and just and that is having background effects that they don't really consider, right?
Yeah, but
and in the case of this, I feel it's more for the aesthetics, right? And that is where a lot of like the contention comes in with the drama, because you'll have one, to play devil's advocate, you have one side that will say, okay, well, why does it matter if they like the way that something looks, why shouldn't they just buy it on aesthetics, right? Who really cares, right? And on some level, I can get that mentality, right? But on the other hand, I feel like that's ignoring the other side of it that does actually give a shit about, like, let's say this particular VN character because they grew up with that VN. Like, you grew up with Path of Radiance, right? Like, you grew up playing these games, and now you want to be able to go back to that, or you want to be able to own that again because maybe you lost your copy, maybe
Yeah.
there's, whatever situation may be, and you're finding that you can't get into it because you have all of these people that only care about it for the aesthetic or the financial reasons, driving up the prices of these things that really should not be at the prices that they are, right? So anyway, I'll let you go.
So,
And then
but
probably
right, so here goes my sympathetic side in that sense. People get into hobbies for whatever reason, and in whatever way, and in that sense, it's not for me to just say that there is a correct way to get into a hobby. If somebody gets into a hobby and buys a figurine because it looks good in the sets or in the in the general interior design that they have,
vibe, yeah.
and they maybe later they get into that series, maybe they'll never get
Yeah.
into that series. That doesn't really matter either way because I've bought things that I wasn't a
See,
fan
this
of.
is this
on
is
a
why I
whim.
wanted to kind of cover this video, because I think there is an interesting discussion to be had here, specifically about that aspect of it, where this gets talked about in the famous Mops Psychopaths, geeks video fucking thing that I keep talking about, that's saying that everyone needs to read, where a mop, or in this case a normie, right? A mop can become a geek, aka an otaku, if they are given a good pathway to that, right? And I do agree with you that I think that, okay, you are aesthetically attracted to this particular character, right? Or this particular aesthetic, right? Let's use cute core or whatever the fuck
Yeah.
TikTok, so whatever the fuck they call it, right? You're attracted to that particular style that can indeed lead you into becoming a otaku of those particular things, right? And I don't think it's necessarily helpful to block that pathway off from people. I think where the real contention comes in is you'll have people that get into it for the aesthetic, and then instead of opting to go down that pathway, they choose the path of, oh, I don't like the pathway, I'm gonna rip the pathway out of the ground and I'm going to demand that the pathway be changed to suit me, right? And my ideals and my, like, ways of doing things, right? That's kind of where I think a lot of the contention comes in, because a lot of the people that get into this stuff, you see it a lot with the VN side of it, where, oh, you're buying, like, figurines of a rape fucking VN or something that's got horrific content in it for the aesthetics, and then they get into it and they realize, oh shit, I'm against everything this stands for. I have to, like, call the thing that I have a figurine for problematic and evil and shouldn't exist, even though I have the figurine for it, right? And that's kind of where, like, the contentions start coming from.
Yeah,
right?
but I think the problem in that Naruto is just the hypocrisy on an individual level, right? The hypocrisy of this particular person, the arrogance of this particular person, and that's annoying to deal with. But that doesn't
It would
mean
be
much.
less annoying to deal with if it was like if it was less people, because it's not just like one person. That, I think, is where the problem lies, is you have groups of people forming that think like this, right? And that starts to change the culture. and the old culture gets pushed out in favor of the new culture, and the new culture is not, it's frankly puritanical in nature and not conducive to a healthy space for actual freedom of expression. Before we
Yeah,
continue,
but-
I actually got to take a piss, so I'll let you kind of ramble to the
Alright.
chat.
Yeah, I can ramble a little bit.
yeah.
So I'm just going
Right,
to I can expose my own hypocrisy a little bit, in that one of the first figurines I bought was of Rey. Like an articulated figurine, kind of not big, but of a certain reasonable size. But I wasn't a fan of Evangelion at all. I just wanted anime figurine, so I bought something of Evangelion, the big anime. And it was there, so I bought it. And later, I even went further and I bought an Asuka figurine. Not articulated this time. Why did I buy an Asuka figurine? Oh, because I had a Rey figurine and I wanted another anime figurine. Didn't really matter which show, as long as it was an anime show. So I had another anime figurine. That was me kind of buying a figurine because it was for the anime aesthetic, I suppose you can call it. And now I had two of them. I wasn't even a fan, and I now had an Asuka figure, an Rey figurine, which I suppose you could say I was driving up demand. I was driving up the cost. I wasn't even a fan.
Oh no!
And I bought all other stuff just to have like a thing that I could carry, as a souvenir for wherever I was. I bought those small.
So this is what I mean. This is what I mean by like. I think that I wouldn't necessarily want to lock that pathway off, right, from people. But I think what needs to happen is we've got to encourage people to actually go down the pathway, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, but in the end, Naruto, even though I watched like all of Evangelion, everything, every show at least, not the manga, I didn't read that. I'm still not a fan of Evangelion in a sense that I care so much for it that I actually would buy the figurines for any other reason than just, it's a souvenir and I wanted something anime. I have other characters that I would want a figurine of, that I'm actually a fan of because I like the characters. But it's a bit too expensive for me, so I didn't do it. Or even another weird thing, like Ritsu, I like Rin from Fate Stay Night as a character.
Yeah, she's cute, yeah.
I like Ishtar. She's also very fun. She's Rin, I mean. She's Rin, more Rin, but she's more sassy and a goddess and cool and stuff, and can shoot lots of magic beams. So she's cooler. She's also more complex as a figurine, so she's even more expensive. But Naruto, I have never really watched the Babylonian arc of Fate Great Friend Order.
I watched that. It was pretty good.
But I haven't. I also never played Fate Go Grand Order. How much of a fake fan I am. That is, I like Ishtar not because I like the show or the game. No, but I like her because she's Rin with more magic.
So anywho, let's get back to it.
To get this Miyuki in a bidding war back in 2023 for £240, I still absolutely overpaid for her. The quality of this figurine is low-key ass, and she is brittle as fuck. Her original base is in my display cabinet, but one of the pegs has already broken from a gentle knock of the wind. However, because there are only 2 official pre-painted statues as options for collectors, I was kinda shit out of luck if I actually wanted to own anything from the series. If I wanted to have her in my collection, reason, I needed to cough up. The same applies to characters like Tomoko from Watamote. Originally an anime that I watched when it first aired and immediately fell in love with, I've had to watch as the prices for the Sega prize figurine and even the Nendoroid Petite have skyrocketed. Meanwhile, I was lucky enough to get the original Nendoroid on release as a birthday gift. Probably for around 40 quid, maybe 45 with shipping. Once again, none of these figurines are worth the insane retail cost that many people are trying to ply you with. And yet I often see my fellow collectors and creators on TikTok concede to this outlandish pricing and therefore normalizing the outrageous aftermarket. Hell, I myself have done this on occasion because I have also wanted to buy a figurine that is simply no longer in production from a series that I genuinely love. I don't want to talk about how much I paid for the Lane Pajama plushie and the Lane Vice statue. Those two are not worth the amount of money, and yet I did pay it.
So this is a concern that I'm also dealing with. I like Uni from Xenoblade Chronicles 3 a lot. I think she's an amazing character, fun, dynamic, great relationship with Tyon. They're very cute together. And even stuff like with Ishtar is, if I just keep on waiting, those figurines will be out of production at some point. Should I buy them now?
Yeah, before the fucking aftermarket gets to them. Yeah.
Or do I never buy them because they're too expensive? Do I buy them now that they're not ridiculously expensive?
Yeah, and
the big dilemmas.
See, I'm sitting here and I'm kind of thinking along the lines of, what I'm kind of sitting here and I'm like, man, it must feel great to actually be able to even get merch of the thing that you like, right? Because I think about the stuff that I'm into right now, right? Like Girls Front, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm into the Girls Frontline. Dude, do you have any fucking idea how hard it is to fucking find shit for fucking like Girls Frontline related, shit anywhere, right? It's fucking outside of China, it's like fucking impossible, right? There's not even like people that do like fucking dropship shit for it, or like, will export from China to do like the official merchandise. It's almost impossible. There was a fucking there's like some Japanese company that's doing like a thing for it, right? And I was like, oh yeah, cool, this merch actually looks really good. And then it's like, oh yeah, they only ship to like fucking America, Canada, and Mexico.
Oh.
Right? And I'm like, well, fuck you then. I guess you're not getting my money, right? I would have brought some stuff, but I can't. So that's why I look at this stuff with her complaining, and on one hand it's like I get it, but on the other hand I'm like, man, must be good that you even have fucking access to a market, right?
Ooh, they're doing the sour grapes kind of.
A little bit, because I want to buy shit and support the things I like, right? I don't just want to pirate everything. You know what I mean? I do want to support the things that I'm into, but it's really difficult to support the things that you're into when, like, I mention this when I do talk about piracy on like Twitter and whatnot. Why should I support an industry that doesn't want to support me, right? If I literally cannot fucking get the things that I want, like, what else? All right, I guess fuck it then. I guess I'm just not gonna fucking buy that shit then.
Well, I suppose, Noretsu, I kind of decided, right? The government is giving me unemployment money when I have a job. So why not buy my Uni figurine with the government money anyway, before it runs out? I decided I'm going to buy my Uni figurine because she's a good character.
Yeah. So it's like I said, it's really, really, really fucking annoying. Being in New Zealand and whatnot, and not having access to a lot of like either the fan made, because I know Arknights has some fan sites that will ship stuff, and I think Yostar has like an official store, and I can get stuff from there even if it's gonna be like $50 shipping or whatever, like insane levels of shipping cost, right? But at least I could get stuff if I wanted to, right? and I have considered it, but again, it's annoying because you go from like, okay, do I even have? It's like a flow chart, right? Do I actually have access to the thing? Yes. Okay. Is it gonna cost me my fucking kidney? Yes. Right?
Do I want it anyway?
Yeah. How much do I actually want the thing, right? So that kind of becomes part of the equation. So yeah, all right. Well, anyway, let's keep going.
Because I'm insane and I love the series that much. And I suppose in this sense you do get LARPers in the figure community, in the collecting community. I've seen a fair few videos of people's grails on TikTok, with many of the ones
Sonic.
in their wish list being
Right?
I clicked. Yeah. What was that? Sorry,
Oh, the
drinking.
Sonic, the headphone girls. I thought her name was Sonic.
Sonico. All right,
Sonico, yeah, right. Yeah.
worth the amount of money,
I'm a
and yet
fake
I
fan.
did pay it because I'm insane
fake fan.
and I love the series that much. And I suppose in this sense you do get LARPers in the figure community, in the collecting community. I've seen a fair few videos of people.
I forgot her name, but she's super cute. Yeah,
No,
that's from
she's
that
not
visual.
Sonic.
I've heard that.
Sonico. She's a
Yeah, it's not
different guy.
Sonico. No, it's the other one. I've heard that visual novel was really good. I got to get around to buying that. I've heard it's really.
People's grails on TikTok, with many of the ones in their wish list being from series or being characters that they're not actually familiar with or haven't played or watched. In some cases, they probably like it because it's cute, or
Hey,
maybe
this
they've
is
seen some clips on.
from the.
That's Rin.
Demon
That's
or-
Rin, isn't it? Vocaloid.
Yeah, maybe.
Pretty sure that's
but
Rin.
There's another.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
I think of another character who has like a slice of orange in her
Yeah,
hand.
no, I think it's a Vocaloid one.
Line. And in other cases, I have no doubt that people just want them because they are considered cool and give you some level of street cred in niche communities. Because yeah, collecting is a competitive hobby at times, and people will hype you up if you have a rare item that other people desperately want but often can't afford. It's
So I have a funny. So a long time ago when I was younger, there was a promotion. So there's this brand. There's a store called Farmers, right? That does they sell like toys and cooking stuff. They sell a bunch of stuff. It's like a general store. So like if Warehouse is Best Buy, think of Farmers as like one tier, like a couple of tiers above that in terms of like fanciness, right? Right. So it's more of a like boutique fancy type store for clothing and makeup and other stuff like that. But for their toy section, they had a promotion when I was a kid, which was for. Have you heard about the rocket firing Boba Fett?
No, I mean I
Okay,
know.
okay.
of
Let me.
Boba
Okay,
Fett,
let me.
but-
This is going to be a tangent, but let me cook. Right. So in the 80s, right, back when they were doing toy figurines for Star Wars, right, there was like that you had your Luke and you had your Darth Vader and you had all your stuff. They were originally going to release a rocket firing Boba Fett that has like a little rocket that goes
Oh
into
yeah,
his
that's
backpack and it would shoot.
Mew.
Pew, yeah. However, in the production phase of the figurine, they had to cancel it because the government said, no, this is a choking hazard. This thing that shoots a thing is bad. You can't do that. So the idea got shelved. However, there was like a few of them made, and the ones that are made or are like rare production models that are unpainted go for like millions of dollars, right? They are very, very fucking rare, right? Because it was never actually released to the public. So anyone that has one, there was actually, I think there's a TV show called like Toy Hunters or whatever, where he like actually finds a guy that has one and they sell it for like $1 million or some shit, right? It's crazy. So what happened was that I believe this would have been like 2005, 6, something like that. It was around the time of like Revenge of the Sith coming, right? The episode, right? There was a promotion where they remade the rocket firing Boba Fett from the mold of the one that didn't come out. Like they actually made it in modern time and produced like a recreation of it with the exact same packaging that it would have in the 80s and all of that stuff, right? And they had a thing where if you brought 2 figurines from like the set that had come out, which was like a retro set, right? All original packaging, same style of figurine from the 80s and 90s, right?
Yeah.
You would get a rocket firing Boba Fett, right, for free. So I actually have,
Ooh.
right? I have both Obi-Wan and Anakin because those were the two that I got, right? I have Obi-Wan and Anakin, still in the packaging, by the way, and I've got them in a cupboard somewhere. And the rocket-firing Boba Fett promotional thing, not just in its original box, but inside the white box.
Oh,
So the actual...
you're rich,
like-
Natsu. You got $1 million
Yeah,
investment right there.
No, it's not worth $1 million because it's a recreation, right?
Yeah,
It's
I
like
know,
a
I'm
remake,
joking.
right? It's not like the actual one from the 80s and 90s, but it is. I mean, I'm sure like eventually when I'm like 60, right? I'm sure when I'm like 60 and
You can
like,
do
there's
your
none of
you
these-
can recreate and they'll find another
Yeah.
mold.
yeah,
suppose.
yeah, or something. But like, well, it's because there was such a like mythos around the rocket firing Boba Fett that they did the promotion in the first place. Right? But I have it, and because because it's in the white box, like they call it the white box because it's a white box with just the name of the thing on it and all the
Mhm.
like barcodes and stuff. Because I have it in the white box. Yeah, it is actually probably worth a little bit. I'd have to look up if it is worth anything. Because yeah, it was a very limited edition like promotional thing that they did with farmers down here, for the rocket firing Boba Fett. And so yeah, I have one of those things. So yeah, I've got some street cred, right?
Eh,
I have a
I
a
would
limited edition thing.
I would flex with my GameCube games of the super rare Metroid Prime 2 and my Fire Emblem games and Little Prince but I lost those games. Very sad. I'm so sad.
Yeah. It's always a sad time. But yeah, no, that's that. So I get the feel, right? I get the feel of wanting to own something that's rare. It's it's kind of a cool thing. But yeah, let's keep going.
But it kind of is what it is. Whoever bought the Malice doll recently that went up on eBay, just know your days are numbered. Like, apparently there was a Malice doll that went up, I think on eBay Mercari recently, and I only know this because somebody messaged me and said, hey Addy, did you get it? And I was like, it came up. I didn't even realize. Whoever bought that, your days are numbered. Count your days. Count your days. Should have been mine. She was for me. So today's video was sponsored by the beautiful members over on my Patreon, because we don't have a regular sponsor, but we do have our ongoing channel supporters. Starting at $2.50 a month, you can get ad-free and downloadable viewing of all of my content.
Blah, 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 blah. I'm just leaving it go.
You also get early access viewing of my content when possible, and of course additional Patreon exclusive content for those tiers.
Look, I respect the hustle, right? You gotta I respect the hustle, right? Gotta get your money somehow.
2 panels from MegaCon London, including one interactive panel that you can play along with whilst you watch. And of course, I have more travel vlogs and other video ideas planned, so
I'm just looking at the Xenoblade Chronicles figurines.
In a time where about 90% of the emails
It's only very limited with how many there are, but the Uni figurine is still available, so
filter them out. It is really important, and it's really appreciated to have people actively supporting me, my channel, what I make and create. Your direct support does mean a lot. It
Are
does
there
mean
any
the world.
other
So if you
Xenoblade
can,
Chronicle
please consider checking out the
figurines?
Patreon. And I have also seen this a lot when it
back.
comes to visual novels such as Slow Damage, Dramatical Murder, You and Me and Her, Song of Sire, School Days, and many more. All of which, by the way, are 18+ rated games. They are meant for adults only. It's pretty common to see accounts that are owned by what can easily be guessed as minors who are engaging in this content, using the characters as their profile pictures and reposting all about them, whilst obviously having never actually played or consumed the media firsthand. Many of those wish
Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah. Again, it's a whole fucking problem. Yeah, this is why I'm like, yeah, people should probably look into the things that they want to get aesthetically attached to. Probably a good idea, maybe.
In almost all things, actually.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Yeah, to have some.
Often do so because of online popularity or even memery, stuff like Alba being considered Yaoi Jesus, only to start clutching their pearls in the comment section when people politely inform them that Alba getting railed by his robot dog is a canonical route in the game.
Now, you see, my solution to this problem, Ellie, right, is just we need to shame Puritans more. Puritan culture needs to be eradicated, right? That's how you solve
Yeah.
this fucking problem. We need to make it so like Puritans feel fucking ashamed to come out of their holes and be fucking Puritans, right? Because this wouldn't be a problem if there wasn't a hypocrisy element, because 9 times out of 10, like what happens is that you will have people that buy these figurines or get into these particular franchises or like, you know, do that for the aesthetic reasons or the monetary reasons, and then at the same time they'll be making like TikTok videos about how, oh man, Japan is a pedophile country run by the pedophiles, and it's all of this fan service is abusing women and evil and bad, all the while their fucking like profile picture is from some fucking lolicon artist or some shit. And it's like, yeah, I think if you're a Puritan and you do partake, you should get shamed. You should get fucking shamed for that. Fuck. Frankly. I don't know how you feel about that. That's kind of my take on it.
No, I'm all good for dismantling the Puritanism and all that stuff.
Yeah, fuck them. Like, that's the solution to the problem, is we just need to, like, because that's the war that's happening, I guess the culture war. Oh no, I said the bad word. The culture war, right, is between the Puritans and the people that want actual freedom of expression, right? Because they want to they want to have the cake and eat it too, right? They want the aesthetic of these things, but they don't want to have the baggage, quote unquote, right? They don't want to be associated with the, I don't know, robot dog fucking or whatever that happens in this thing, right? They don't want to be associated with the bad. They just want to have the cake and be able to eat cake at the same time, right? And I think that is, yeah, definitely worth a bit of you know, we need to move culture away from those kinds of people and more into, oh yeah, the game that I have my avatar of has robot dog fucking in it. Splendid, Giga Chad. Right? Splendid. Excellent. Oh man. Anyway, that's
Yeah.
Thanks for being my dog.
Thanks for being my man.
Meanwhile, the prices for this media for adult collectors and fans skyrockets ever higher. And you know what? The same applies to things like old school Gyaru Mars pieces and Himekaji Liz Lisa pieces. Originally being a lot cheaper and even more forgiving to buy secondhand, and now often quadruple the price due to newfound internet popularity. Mostly being from younger new gen enjoyers who have better money and access to these things and don't have the desire to slowly build up a wardrobe over time, which is honestly why collecting is so fun. It's kind of like a treasure hunt for your favorite things, but instead they want that fast gratification wardrobe, but they also want to be able to brag about owning these exclusive name brand pieces. And for as much as I feel the frustration, which I really do, because again, I have been into figure collecting longer than most active vocal users online have been alive, I also kinda don't get the gatekeeping.
Oh, here we go. All right, so now we're gonna get into the listen, Ellie. This is a massive problem, right? It's affecting my field personally, right? But we shouldn't do anything about it. Right?
Well, this is the thing where I kind of, I suppose.
This is where you come in and you go and you do your, every people can be into things for different reasons.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm coming in and saying,
why did you take
shame the Puritans, gatekeep the Puritans, fuck them, harass them. No, okay, maybe not harass, because you can't actually like advocate for that on YouTube, but like, just scream at the Puritans, throw tomatoes at Puritans, toss Puritans into active volcanoes, as the meme goes or whatever. All right, anyway, sorry, I'll leave.
No. I mean, it's just that. I cannot really, fault any one person for wanting to, buy a figurine for whatever reason, because, just wanting to buy it is a kind of reason enough.
I
And
think the issue is we have to kind of define what we mean by gatekeep, right? This is kind of the problem with this entire debate, right? Is because you can't physically stop someone, right, from getting into a thing. It's physically impossible. Like, unless I don't know, come to your house and rip your eyes out, Ellie, I can't stop you from watching anime, right?
it
It's
will
not.
be expensive plane ticket all the way across the
Yeah,
other side
I'll
of the
spend it. I'll
world.
get an expensive plane ticket and I'll come and gouge your eyes out with a spoon or something, right? Stop you from being able to watch anime, right? It's not.
Mm,
That's not realistic, right? You're not going to actually have this be a thing. So this is why yeah, you have to kind of like define what you mean, because I think that having a level of protectionism over the culture and wanting the culture to go in a certain direction, like I'm talking about the Puritanism thing, right? I think we need to move the culture into one that shames Puritanism and embraces individual freedom, right? If you want to be into the thing that has the I don't know, the robot dog fucking, just because that's an example used in the thing, have at you, have fun. I might not be into that, but have fun with that. I don't really have, well, who cares, right? Who should care, right? That is a more healthier culture than a puritanistic one. And I think that what happens is the Puritanists, right, are going to interpret people that are pointing out, hey, why you have this like hardline stance against the fan service or whatever. Why have you based your entire aesthetic on a thing that you claim to hate, right? Why are you doing this, you hypocrite? They're going to interpret that as quote unquote gatekeeping, right? When I don't actually think that's gatekeeping, right? I think that's them kind of offering the Puritan an out. Because the easiest way to solve that problem is to just not be a fucking Puritan. And abandon the Puritan ways and join the light. See the light, become otaku, right? It's not gay. It's, funnily enough, it's wanting people to come in with open arms, right? I think most people are like, no, if you want to come and join the culture and partake in the otaku culture that we love so dearly, right? You're more than welcome to join, but you do have to obey by the cultural norms and the rules of this culture you want to be a part of. You can't come in and start demanding changes and demanding things get censored and demanding everything bend to your will, because that's not how it should work, right? There's a famous meme that goes around about gatekeeping where it's like a bouncer at a door, right? And it's like, embrace the culture, and the guy opens the door. Want to change the culture, man closes the door, right? And I think that really sums up the whole gatekeeping issue in general, right? So I'm interested to kind of see where she is going to go with this when it comes to like what gatekeeping is. And I'm going to read the chat, Rom. So give me a second.
yeah,
I'll do that
I
in a
saw
second.
people.
Because he's posting a bunch of stuff, and I kind of want to read it. But like, to cap kind of my thoughts on the issue, right? I think that you need to have like pathways for people to become otaku, right? Because one of the reasons that we are dying off and we are getting replaced by these fucking Puritans is I do think that due to people getting jaded and sick of getting fucking like told that they're evil for liking the things that they like constantly, they kind of clam up and don't they become very like, oh no, we can't let anyone in, right? We can't let anyone in. We have to gatekeep super hard. Don't let any, you're not allowed into the club, right? When I think what actually needs to happen is we need to offer pathways for the quote unquote normies, right? To be educated, I guess, on the culture and be able to join the culture on our side, right? So that we can have more numbers than the people that want to destroy the culture, right? I guess that's kind of my thoughts on it. But let's see what Rom has to say. My stance on gatekeeping is this. There's a difference between gatekeeping those who are generally interested and gatekeeping those who claim to be down but want to give you shit for said interest. on the one hand, when people gatekeep, it's because those within said community tend to have certain consensus that's agreed or disagreed upon, and when someone holds the opposite view, it's an issue. Whether it's a certain entity in a series or a controversial character or scene, that's where there are those with issues about it, and when it comes to said opinion. On the other hand, is that there are those who give a shit for years, regardless of the hobby, who give you shit for years regardless of the hobby, but as soon as it got more attention, they start riding the coattails and acting as if they know shit about it when they don't. That, and get all surprised when the series that they chose to be into is full of stuff that personally bothers them. Yeah, I'm pretty much on board with that. I think that's a good summarization. What do you think, Ellie? What's your hot take?
I kind of already said it, right? That people get into a series for a million different reasons, because it was a profile image on some friend Discord guy or forum, depending on your age. Whether it's just for the aesthetic, oh, she looks so cool, oh, he has a cool sword in the figurine, and you buy the figurine because the figurine is cool. I bought my Ava statues before I kind of even watched the show, because I just wanted anime figurine. And what is more anime than Evangelion? It's hard to get more anime, mascot of anime than Evangelion, the massive titan that it is, in the influence that it is. So I do kind of consider myself kind of a fake fan, buying figurines of a show that I don't even really watch or even intend to watch, just buying it, actually just buying it for the aesthetics. However, because it was such a massive, influence, and because I have the figurines already, well, maybe I should watch Evangelion at some point. I already have the figurines behind me, watching me not watch the show. Time to rectify that for a moment. I had, I had a figurine of Saber, a Saber Alter, because I played the live visual novel. I'm a real OG.
I guess the thing. Oh, I don't want to cut you off, but I kind of want to loop this back into the main thing. Like, you're not coming in and then demanding that like fate change, right? You're not coming in and demanding that like Evangelion not have fan service in it, even though you only brought those figurines for aesthetic purposes, right? I think that if
the criticism mostly is just that they are fake fans. The people who are buying the figurines for the pinkness.
I think there is so there's like two things happening concurrently, right? There is the people that are actively hostile to the culture coming in and buying things for the aesthetics without wanting to understand the thing or even wanting to change it. And then you have the people that do just want to get in because of the aesthetic and don't have any other like intent, right? Or any other like actual like understanding or thing. And those two things are getting lumped together, right? As being the problem, right? And I'm trying to kind of separate those two things, because again, if someone gets in for the aesthetic and only the aesthetic and doesn't have like an actual like if they don't want to change anything, and if they don't want to like actually force their ideals on other people, right? Then I don't really have a problem with those people, right? Wanting to LARP, I guess, right? Like, I don't have. That's not the people that I think we should be focusing on. It's the other group of people. And that's why I'm kind of interrupting you here, where I think that while you're advocating for people that just want to get in for the aesthetics and don't have like don't really have much of an interest in getting into the thing itself. Maybe right now, maybe in the future they would, right? I think that that's fine, but we do have an issue that needs to be addressed with people that actively do want to change the culture. And I think until those people are kind of sorted out by the culture, by one culture winning over the other, like the Puritan culture versus the non-Puritan culture, one of them has to win, right? And I think that until one of them wins, there's going to be a lot of crossfire happening with people that are in it for the aesthetics, getting kind of hit in the crossfire of this fandom war that's happening, right? So I think that kind of sums it up, so we can kind of continue. Because we've been here for a little bit, and I do want to kind of I want to see what her take is, so we can respond to what
I'm
her
kind of,
her
I kind of
perspective
feel
on it
that
is.
it will mostly align with mine. That's kind of the
Maybe,
vibe.
maybe. Well,
right
let's see what she's got to say about it.
I've discussed this kind of thing in a few videos before, but using the term LARP unironically feels really lame to me. The concept of being angry that a thing you've liked for a long while is suddenly gaining new popularity seems like a very immature and possessive way of thinking. It's giving the same energy as a sweaty guy in the pit coming up to you and asking you to name 5 albums, or an anime fan in a manga section asking you to name the ending song of a 2010 OVA from some niche show you've never heard of. Oh, so you're a fan of anime, huh? Okay, let me test you. Name the ending song from the 2010 OVA from the anime I Fell in Love with a Horse, but it's okay because I got isekai'd into another world.
Wait 1 second. Isekai was only started from gaining popularity in 2011.
Ellie, you're gonna
this is way too early.
You're gonna gatekeep her from the isekai fan.
This is way too. This is before the isekai era. What you want is harem comedies. This is what you want to parody in 2010.
She's a fake fan, Ellie.
She doesn't know her anime history.
So
shame her.
On the one hand, there are annoying fuckwits like that, right? I do agree that there are annoying fuckwits like that are elitist and come in and do this annoying kind of shit, right? It's almost like I'm gonna do like a both sides kind of enlightened centrist move here, right? There are definitely annoying people on the pro gatekeeping side that want you to like fucking list off your fucking mal or whatever to judge your taste and fucking, and those people are a pain in the asses just as much as the fucking like tourists are, right? I would argue that those people are kind of easy to ignore in a sense. And that they probably wouldn't be as prominent as they are if it weren't for the fact that we are in an active culture war over this shit, which is annoying and gay as that sounds, is just the fact of the matter, right? And I'm more on the side of we need to deal with the Puritanism problem. That's like my main focus and kind of what I've been repeating for the last like 10 minutes, right? Is like we need to deal with the fucking Puritanism problem before we can deal with the elitism problem, right? Because I think that Puritanism is a much bigger threat to the shit that we like than some sweaty neckbeard annoying motherfucker who's gonna like side-eye you because you didn't watch Ghost in the Shell or whatever. Right? That's just my opinion on this, right? In saying that, something that she hasn't kind of talked about yet that I was going to kind of bring up because I thought she was this idea of people that think that they can kind of buy in, right? Like, I don't think you can just like buy some anime figurines or buy a bunch of merch and then just claim to be a fan of a thing that you haven't even watched, right? I'm not a fan of that because that is something that I've seen a lot of the tour LARPers, I guess, to use her terminology, right? Even though I don't actually
the
think
TikTok
that's
terminology.
Right. It doesn't even really fit with what the kind of people we're talking about, but it's the best word I've got right now, right? Those kinds of people that are actually LARPing, right? I there's this idea of like, oh look, I bought all these things. I'm totally a fan, guys. I'm totally the same as people that have actually watched the show, even though it's sort of like, no, you're not. You can't buy into being able to talk about a thing that you haven't fucking watched, right? Like, how can you have a discussion about Evangelion, right? Like, you can talk about like maybe the aesthetics, I guess, of Evangelion if you just own the figurines or whatever, but you can't actually converse with someone who's watched the show when you haven't actually watched the fucking show, right? You can't that doesn't make sense to me, right?
This is
It
kind
would
of
be like me,
to
yeah.
turn the attention back to me, put me on blast.
Yes,
Ritsu,
because you
I'm
are.
a
Yes.
I'm a
Ellie's
big
narcissism showing.
yeah, my big
It's all about
narcissism,
it.
sure.
I'm
I
trolling.
am a big Ritsu. I want to buy a figurine of Ishtar. I think she's so cool. Ritsu, ask me what she does in the show.
Yeah, you're not gonna know, right? You're
No,
not gonna-
absolutely not.
But you're not gonna claim. But you're not gonna claim to be like a fucking like Fate, like big Fate fan, right? Like you're an Ishtar fan, right? You're not. You're
Yeah,
not
but
gonna claim
I'm
to be
also
a big.
I didn't even know
Yeah.
I even don't know what Ishtar is really doing in the show other than
Yeah,
shooting some
like
magic.
you're not gonna, but you're not claim. That's the difference here, and that I kind of want you to understand, right? Is like you're not coming in and putting yourself on a pedestal, right? Claiming to be a fan of the thing and wanting to interject your opinions into discussions of Fate, right? To
So,
say,
but
yeah,
here's
I think there should be more Ishtar in Fate because I love Ishtar. And then it's like you don't even like you haven't even watched it, so how would you know, right?
but
If she's
Ritsu,
even in the show or not.
Ritsu, quick interjection. I don't even know that is the criticism that they get. From what I understand, is that these people just have show off their TikToks with their fancy room and with their color coordinated and
Well-
interior design setups with figurines and posters of shows that they don't watch. And then the comment sections criticize, do you even know what those posters are from? And then
Yeah,
they go,
and that
no, I'm
happens.
just buying them for the aesthetics.
Yeah,
and then
and-
they get
and
called
I
a
think-
LARPer.
Well, but here's the thing. I think that actually is justified. Because I do think that, again, it's like I was saying before, I think if you're going to be spending that much fucking money on something, I feel like maybe it's
But we're
because I have
getting-
a different perspective on like spending habits or whatever. But
Yeah.
like, I feel like if you're going to be spending that much money on something, you should probably be at least invested in it outside of aesthetics.
But what if?
But I've already
but what
made that
if-
point, so I
if
want to make
peop-
another point. I want to make another point, right? That while I could argue that, yeah, those people that just go after the, what would be a better term for them? Like aesthetic chasers or something? Like, I don't know. Like, I want to find a non-derogatory term for these people, right? Like, that's not a derogatory, right? I want to find like an actual thing to call them, right? Because you can't call them actual fans, right? Because they're not actual fans, but they're also not necessarily LARPing, right? They're in it for
They
they're in it-
don't-
like I want to
because these
fashion,
people,
yeah, like fashion people, maybe. Like I don't know. Regardless, let me finish. Right. Regardless, right. There are also people in that subsection group that will cry and moan and bitch about how evil and pedophilic and bad fan service and nudity and the puritanical, like those people and that's what I was saying before about the Crossfire problem, right? Is that the people that we want to keep out, right, are those puritanical people, right? Are those people that get into it for the aesthetic reasons and then want to take it over. They like there's been a like, and you probably haven't seen this, but there's been a lot of talk from these types of people about reclaiming things, right? They use that kind of language, like, oh, I've reclaimed this girl from the Guna visual novel, right? I've turned her into something like my thing, right? I've taken this thing that's actually like not your thing, it's the original artist's thing, right? But because I now own the figurine of it, it is now mine. I own it, right? And that is, I've seen TikToks like that get reposted on Twitter. So that is a thing. And those are the people that I think should be justifiably gone after and shamed, right? And I think that if we're going, like, if that means that you're going to get some, like, people caught in the crossfire that might not necessarily deserve it, I'm sorry to say, I think that that's just going to have to be the case. You're going to have to crack a few eggs to make the omelet, right? And I think that if the people that are in it for the fashion want to stop that from happening, the best way to do that would be to join in shaming the actual Puritan side of it, right? And making it very blatantly clear that, okay, yeah, I'm in it for the fashion or whatever, right? But I'm not going to fuck with you, right? I'm not here to change your hobby. I'm not here to fuck with what you like. I just like the aesthetics of it. I'm going to do my thing, right? And I'll let you guys do your thing. And also, those Puritans over there, I'm not affiliated with them. Fuck them. Get the fuck out, right? That's what I think. That's the solution I think that should be pushed by people like this girl, right? I think that if she made a video where she was like, yeah, look, a lot of people are getting caught in the crossfire here, and I think it's unjustified. We should work together, right, to make the culture better in general. And the way that we do that is we have to exercise the
All right,
rot
so Naretsu,
that's come out.
you're putting a lot of because the problem in this video so far is has nothing to do with what your problems are. The problems
that's kind of the
described
issue.
in the video are people who are being called out for not being fans or not knowing as much about the shows or the things or the series that they're buying from, that they're borrowing the aesthetics from, that they're they're embracing the fashion and the aesthetics of the show without knowing what they originally are from, and that they are called posers for not knowing the series that these figurines or whatever are from. But there's very little that I see that the people who buy the figurines are then go on to claim that they are an authority on said show that they just bought a figurine from.
So I think that's a perception issue on your end, because you're only looking at it from the context of the video itself, because she hasn't. Again, that's what I mean by, like, if she wanted to make this video better, she should actually showcase that, yeah, there are these people.
But Natsu, you're not all on TikTok either, so she is.
But I'm on Twitter, and it gets fled down to Twitter. Again, this is the problem with you, Ellie. Is
but Natsu,
don't see it.
But
right?
you only see
you
what.
You don't see it.
You only
right?
see what is leaking on Twitter. You don't see what the TikTok
you
environment.
Could argue that's a problem with my perception, but I don't think it's good for you to deny the fact that it's happened, because it is.
No, but
that's the problem.
I'm kind of seeing that you want to
you're
focus.
Denying, you're saying, "Oh, Naretsu, your silly Twitter stuff is not real."
You want to focus on your particular problem very much.
Yeah, I want to focus on the thing that is actually a problem. Yes, I do.
But we don't know. We don't know if that is even really a part of the larger conversation that is happening on TikTok, because we're talking about things that are happening on TikTok.
No, I think it is an
actual
problem.
Is
because
this
if it wasn't
problem
an actual
what
problem,
you are
it wouldn't
describing
be getting filtered down.
Is the problem that you are describing a massive problem on TikTok that is getting filtered down slowly on Twitter?
I don't think it's just.
Or
Ellie, I don't think it's
is
just
it
a
just
massive problem on TikTok.
Is
Ellie,
this
stop.
what you're
No, Ellie,
describing just a
stop for a
small side bit of TikTok, and the larger problem is that these people are called LARPers for just having a figurine?
Ellie,
we don't know.
I'm not gonna let you fucking defend the Puritans on the stream.
No,
I'm not gonna let you. No, I'm not gonna let you do it. I'm not gonna let you do it, because it is a problem.
I'm giving you a small chance to say.
No.
How did I defend Puritanism in what way?
Okay, no. Well, if you let me fucking speak, I will. Are you gonna let me speak?
How did I defend the word was defending Puritanism?
Shut up.
All right, go ahead then.
To you. Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ. Right, anyway. Right. The problem with what you're doing right now is you're saying, oh, how do we know if it's only just a problem on the TikToks or whatever? And if you'd let me fucking speak, I would say it's not just a problem on the TikToks. It's a problem on the entire fucking internet. It's a problem on Reddit. It's a problem on 4chan. It's a problem on Twitter. It's a problem on YouTube, as we have covered videos on the fucking channel about it, right? It's a problem everywhere. It's not just a problem on TikTok, right? So when you're trying to downplay it by saying, well, how do we know that it's not just a you know, a thing that's like a small subsect of a thing on the TikToks or whatever. I'm trying to tell you, because I know that you're not actively in these spaces, right? You're not on Twitter. You're not super actively on. You filter the shit out of your YouTube algorithm, right? You take steps to block yourself from viewing this stuff, right? I'm trying to tell you as an outsider looking in, no, this is a serious problem, right? The reason we have people making fucking laws, right, to go after this stuff is because it is a serious problem that Puritanism has risen, right? You have a lot of these young people, and it is specifically young people, right, that have latched onto this idea of Puritanism that's come out of online spaces, right, as they've grown up in online spaces. And that's manifesting in actual tangible legislation, right? That needs to be, and we need to fucking cut the cancer from the root, right? So yeah, I will admit I'm putting a lot of onus on like one side to have to kind of conform, right? But then that's 100% due to my own biases on the issue. I'll admit that, right? However, that's because I genuinely do believe that the non-Puritan side has to win in order for us to even have anime figurines to fucking bitch about on YouTube in the first place, right? So you asked me why I'm like saying that you're downplaying the issue, right? It's because when you do say stuff like, oh, Naretsu, how do you know it's not just a thing on that? It's like, no, I know it's not just an issue on that. These things are connected to each other, right? And that's why I get kind of heated about it when you do that. And look, guys, look, it's all in good fun. Me and Ellie don't actually want to kill each other, right?
It's only once a year we have like an
only
actual
once a year. You get
actual heated conversation.
Maybe once a month. Maybe more like once a month.
Nah, it's
Try
not.
to kill each other.
It's been
But
very
you get where I'm
rare.
coming from. You get what I'm saying, right? You do get where I'm coming from, right? Like, you
Yeah, this
understand
is
what I'm
more
trying-
reasonable. But also, it's also like I'm more. I wanted to keep it more in line with what the video is discussing.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the
no,
video
I
is mostly just discussing the accusation of poserness and the validity, how valid the criticism
the
is.
validity of someone's like fandoms, right?
Yeah,
Whereas
and
I'm looking at
their
this
level
more in like, yeah.
and if their level
sorry.
of engagement is, if their monetary investment in a hobby must match their emotional investment in it.
Yeah, whereas I'm looking at this more from a kind of broad perspective, right? Looking at it from like a wider cultural perspective than just an insular, this is like because I view this less as like a singular issue that's happening on TikTok in like a microcosm, and it's more a consequence of a wider cultural problem that's happening. And I'm trying to kind of tie it into that in a sense, right? Because I concede that I think that there are people who are getting flack that probably don't deserve to get flack, right? There are definitely people that are in it for the aesthetics and aren't a problem, right? But those people are getting lumped in with people that are a problem. And so my solution to that is, look, if you don't want to be a part of the problem, the solution in my mind is really easy. Just make it very blatantly clear that you're not part of the problem, and those people will just fuck off. Right?
That's
what I think. Yeah, we should continue the video.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm going to say.
We've been here for a minute, but yeah, let's keep.
Oh wait, is that a real? Probably not a real anime. My Horse Prince was. That wasn't an anime. That was a game. But My Horse Prince was real. Never forget. This kind of attitude to other fans is just such loser, bitter behavior. It's a kind of attitude that you tend to adopt after being bullied for liking things like alternative fashion or anime, but that you typically grow out of once you're removed from that environment. But I guess the thing is, a lot of the people who are adopting this kind of language online are still kids. They haven't actually grown out of that mindset. They haven't grown past that stage of life. They are still feeling victimized and othered because of the things they. And just to be clear, if you're not a teenager or
hold on. There we go. Sorry. See, that's another thing that's really annoying is that a lot of this stuff is getting driven by younger people, right, on both ends, right? Like it is a bunch of kids. Yeah, God, I miss the days when we were doing this kind of shit, right? But we were doing it more it was a lot more less stakes involved, right?
No
'Cause back when people
personal
were
Twitter, well, no personal TikTok accounts to worry about.
people weren't getting like doxxed and shit over, you know. Like you might have like the odd case of someone putting like needles and cookies at a con or something, right? Or like some crazy bullshit. But for the most part, it was like if someone was gonna like shit on you for liking Itchy or whatever, it usually was a little bit less like life ruining type behavior, right? I think that's that's part of the issue is we've gone from kids fucking around by like saying that their favorite anime is trash or whatever, right? To kids fucking around and attempting to like ruin their entire lives with pedophilia allegations and shit, right? It's a serious problem, right? And again, it is, and the problem is that it's kids doing it, and it's that I think the issue is that the adults in the room, us, right, didn't put our foot down as parents, right, and be like, no, this kind of behavior is not fucking acceptable, right? And I think that sadly, like, it's not going to change until someone gets killed over it, right? It's not going to change until there's a mass shooting at an anime convention. That's just what I'm starting to. I'm blackpilled on this a little bit, right? Like it's going to take like an extreme action to happen to actually wake people up to the escalation that's going on, right? Like you already kind of saw it with the Chibi review stuff, and regardless of how you feel about Chibi as a person or his politics or any of that kind of nonsense, the shit that happened to him was quite frankly like just fucking disgusting, right? And I think that people need to kind of realize like, hey, maybe we should like start. We can have our little like online fandom wars or whatever, but we need to like draw a line at what is actually acceptable, right? And if people go outside of the lines of what is actually acceptable, they need to be fucking ostracized, right? Before we move on, because I know I'm ranting a little bit, I made a point about this in regards to leftists, I guess, online, because leftism controls the culture, right? At least in my mind. The rightoids tend to have more legislative power. The leftoids tend to control culture, at least for a certain extent, until they fuck it up and everyone hates them, right? If leftoids tomorrow, like just at the flip of a switch, right, decided that if someone did like the Puritanism, call people pedophile, for liking anime shit was unacceptable, all of this shit would disappear overnight, right? Because they would ostracize that person, they would be kicked out of their friend, because that's the kind of behavior that leftoids tend to do, right? Like if they figure out you're a chud, right, they kick you out of the club, right? If that started happening because people were doing these like insane harassment campaigns and stuff, right? If they got ostracized by their entire friend groups over it, I think it would end overnight. I think a lot of this would end overnight. I think there would be way less accusations of LARPing and tourism being tossed over by the other side if things kind of culturally changed that way. That's just me though. That's
No, I don't think so. Really, there's more things at play than just.
I think something's got to happen. Something's got to fucking happen. Because it's not going. But anyway, back to what she's going to talk.
Tween using these terms online, like you're a tax-paying adult using these terms, God help you. Oh my god. And it does kind of low-key tickle me when people try to pull this card with me, because for as much as I'm definitely a love her or hate her creator to many, I have been doing this for a long while, and
Okay, so this is kind of what I was talking about, where I've heard like a lot of this video is just her trying to like defend herself. And okay, so I'm going to be a little bit mean here, right? Why? Okay, so you're getting accused of being like a terrorist by some fucking 40-year-old neckbeard on Twitter or something, right? Or TikTok. Why do you give a fuck? Right?
Online reputation, stopping rumor mills, etc., etc.
Okay, but well, that's different. No, I think it's different when it's like, oh, there's a rumor that you like molest kids or whatever, right? Like that's a little bit different, right? Like if it's a rumor mill thing about something that's actually okay, you should probably address that. But if it's just some rando troll, right? Like some random fucking internet denizen who's like, haha, Lamau, larp, larp, Lamau, Lamau, right? Like, people could do that with me with like, oh, Naretsu hasn't actually watched that much anime. How can he call himself like an actual anime fan? Or, oh, he hasn't watched like the classics or whatever. Like, if someone tries and pulls that on me, I'm just going to be like, all right. So, I watch
I
what
don't
I want
know.
to
I mean,
watch. That's the end of it, right?
online reputations and whatnot. It's you.
Well, let me
you
ask
don't
you,
have
Ellie,
to.
do you care about your online reputation? You get where I'm saying, right? Like, do you care about your online reputation? If someone tells you that you don't know anything about writing on your writing video,
I do to the extent of when I actually when it's my job, when I rely on income from it, when
well, I mean,
my
you don't
reputation.
rely on, and we're not making a lot of income from fucking doing it.
No, so it's actually zero. So, but
Yeah, but
when
here,
at
okay,
some
let's like, okay, I'll let you go.
when at some point my reputation of being a real if my reputation hinges on me being perceived as a real fan, if I then get accused enough times of being a fake fan that I'm just JetGTPing summaries of anime episodes to pretend to talk about them on my review podcast, that's a concern that I then need to address.
So I think my stance on this is a little bit different because I feel like the easiest way to combat that is through actions rather than like trying to defend yourself. Like, I think in trying to defend yourself super hard, you're actually making it worse, right? Because I have a sneaking suspicion she's going to be like, look at all these anime figures behind me. I've been doing this for like 50 years. Look at my YouTube channel. I have like 20 billion videos and I've been doing this since like 2011 when I was like 14 or something, right? Like, and she's gonna go through like all of this stuff to try and be like, look at how much street cred I've got, right? And it's almost like a I don't know if you've ever heard about like the most uncool thing you can do is just call yourself cool, right? Like people that are actually cool, right? In like the playground fucking kiddie idea of cool, right? People that are actually cool don't tend to assert the fact that they are cool. They just are, right? And I think that kind of comes to play here, where if someone calls you like a larper, haha, fucking, tourist thing, the easiest way to disprove that is to just fucking be you, right? Just showcase the fact that you have knowledge about the thing via your own content, right? Via what you do. And if that person is going to continue to think that you're a larper or whatever, then it's like, who gives a fuck? Fuck.
But because I was already convinced that she was a real fan in like the first
I think
5
she's a real fan.
minutes.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her a larper. I think she's legit. I think she's into anime and like actually likes it. Like I don't think she's a larper at all. And that's why I think it's kind of counterproductive for her, right? To attempt to like fight the allegation in a way, because I think that that's almost what the trolls want, right? Because that's the thing with trolls, right? What trolls want, and I can't believe I have to like explain this to people in like 2026, right? Like trolls want the reaction, right? They do the things that they do because they like to watch people squirm. They like to get under people's skin, right? And so when you start going, oh no, I'm an actual anime fan. Look at my figurines. I've spent $20 gazillion on being an anime fan. I've watched 2 billion fucking animes, right? That's what they want you to do. You're giving into the troll, right? And that troll is probably on the other side of their monitor, just laughing their fucking ass off. Like a lot of people on Twitter were with this video, right? Because that's how I found this video, was people were on Twitter laughing at this girl for, I believe, probably this section of the video that we're about to watch, where she's like, no, you don't understand. Well, we'll see. We'll see if that was correct, right? That's why I wanted to cover it, because I'm interested to see where this goes. But like, that's kind of what I'm saying is, in the attempt to fight the allegation, you're actually making it worse. So I feel like the best way to like stop that is to just like, we talk about anime every single fucking week, right? It's very easy to prove that we actually watch anime because we talk about it every goddamn week.
Nah, man, it's just GTP summaries. Don't believe us.
Yeah, we chat GPT summarying when I'm gonna be talking about Gnosticism. We talk about Final. But yeah, all right. Let's hear her defend herself. Let's see what she's got to say.
Come with irritating receipts. Fake fan in my comment sections. Meanwhile, I was uploading figure reviews and unboxings 13 years ago, all filmed in my childhood bedroom. My figure collection account from 9 years ago had 75 owned figures.
Ellie, my Mal account has 2,000 anime complete. Again, this isn't helping.
Figurines, and my figure collection account now has over 400.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's some what 2,000.
Oh yeah,
Well,
there's
she
a
said
2,000.
13. She said 13 years, right? So that's like 20.
13.
Yeah. Well, it's 2026. Yeah, it would be 20. Yeah.
That is a 2000s-ish look, if I ever saw one with those
A little bit.
OC drawings on the right there. Very cute.
Yeah.
I commend.
I respect.
Good work.
And this is what I mean. Right? Anyone that calls you, if someone calls you a fucking terrorist, right, and you have stuff like this, right, like, why? I wouldn't need to prove myself. Like, fuck it. Like, I wouldn't need to. I'd just let that hang. I would let that guy fucking seethe in my comment section, right? I would let him fucking sit there, not get a response from me at all. Because people that actually know my content and actually know who I am, right, would fucking, they would know that. It's like with us, right? People can go on our channel right now and they can see, like, our, like, when we were doing the pre-recorded stuff. You go to the videos tab and you scroll, like, all the way down to 6 years ago. The very first pause on point, right? 6 years ago, Gigax Slime Isekai, right?
Classic.
Back when we were doing that. Yeah, classic, right? When it was like, we had no overlay. No overlay. Recording a Discord call. The most ghetto ass thing you've ever seen in your life. And now look at us, Ellie. We've got a fancy overlay. We got chat. We're doing it live. It's a live show now, right? We're going for longer. Like, that was only a 50-minute video back then. Now we're going for like 4. How many hours are we at now? Like, we're already at like the average length of a standard Critical Critique episode back in the.
We're not even reached the anime yet. When did we start doing anime at the end? Like halfway through.
Yeah. So this is what we're at like 14 out of 35 minutes. So we do kind of want to pick up the pace a little bit. But again, this kind of goes into my point, right? Where if you are legit, you don't need to prove that you're legit to anonymous internet trolls, right? You shouldn't have to. You don't have to, right? You can just do your thing. And people that are like actually knowledgeable of you will come to you because you're genuine. Right? Okay, the last rant before we continue. People are attracted to genuality, right? People can pick up on fakeness, right? People know when someone's being a fake most of the time, right? People can feel it, right? And so when you're being genuine about the thing that you're into, right? I think that comes through, and people are attracted to that genuineness and what you're into. So, let's continue.
Hi guys, so today we're going to be having a look at the Figma.
Man, look at that room. That's some Kino shit right there. Look at that. That's the room of someone that actually gives a shit.
What's that ancient show on the very left there? That's like...
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, that's some obscure shit right there.
So Moe, peak Moe 2000 show.
Got some looks like some Yahweh shit in the underneath Orimo, right? She got based.
Raising Miku 13 Mirai version. But the first thing I want to do before we actually get
the bad mic quality, the filter, It's
I
good.
do believe the
It's
filter
good. I
is
like it.
modern now, but anyway.
It might be modern, but even if it wasn't, it's still good.
Actually look at the history of Racing Miku and see how she ties in with the long line of Mikus that came before.
Hey everybody, so today I've got a really
Yeah, hand cam unboxing. Let's go.
exciting thing in
I do
box right
to maybe to
You keep talking while we.
yeah, sure. We're kind of romanticizing this era right now, but you know,
A little bit, but well, I'll pause it because, like, again, this is what I mean by like this is genuine, right? Because what I think makes it genuine is she's not like got the tripod and the fancy lights and the fancy setup and she's just an ordinary person who's got her phone in her hand, shaky cam, unboxing a figurine that she's into, right? That's genuine, and that's something that's been lost a lot in modern YouTube because nowadays people just start off, oh, I'm gonna buy my $1,000 equipment to start my YouTube channel, right? And they try and get into it from like the start point of professionalism, right? Because they think that that's what people want, and it's like, no, I would watch a video like this if I was like in the market for buying a figurine, right? I would watch a video like this at like 480p, right, of a chick just like passionately unboxing, an anime figurine over some overproduced fucking like sponsored, marketed fucking like nonsense any day of the week, right? I'll take this, right? So again, she's legit.
It's just, oh my god,
Yep.
I've wanted her for so long.
Hello everybody, so today is a really great day. Finally,
I'll let you get a better
something
view of
that
that one.
I don't still
wanted
recognize
to try
it.
and
It's-
win,
Oh,
and
she's got the
actually-
Skyrim map. She's a Skyrim. I have that. I have that hanging on my wall.
I saw like a
I have
row
mine
of
framed.
Xbox 360 games on the shelf already. But,
Yeah, I have that framed because that's the one that you got when you brought it. Cool. Any edition of Skyrim.
Yeah,
got the
I
map
also had that
box.
map.
I have it signed by the voice actor of Moloch Ball and Astrid as well. I
Oh.
got that at a con. Yeah, I got that. I got it signed at a con, so I have it up on my wall. So it's yeah. Again, shows that she's legit, right?
If you're wondering what it was, it is this. This is the beta box Omakase by Viewster. If I were to wear a wig, I could probably.
Oh well, look,
cosplay a
we're
fair
pink
amount.
now. Pink filter.
Oh,
We went from piss filter to pink filter.
or maybe it's just the evening now.
I don't know.
Of the Madoka Magica girls, only because I'm blessed with quite a round face. Like my face is quite.
Okay, to be critical though, this is going on a little bit. Like we get it.
Yeah.
You're legit. Again, you don't have to prove yourself, right? You don't have to fucking prove yourself. It's fine.
Chubby.
All right.
And I think that'd probably suit the Madoka Magica girls, obviously with the correct rig and wig and makeup and stuff. So probably the Madoka girls as well if I were to go in full cosplay attire. It's really, really cute. And they've included
That
Yeah,
movie's
like,
still
come on,
moving
come
to
on.
the left
Amazing.
more
So
and
I'm
more.
gonna
Yeah,
take one out.
Yeah. But again,
packaging
it's
for
like,
you,
come
and
on.
we're gonna listen to what they have to say because they're talking.
We get it.
And they've got five different
Right?
phrases.
Like,
And
you
they've
don't
each
have
got
to
their own
prove
little
yourself
facts as well. I
to
forgot
this
that,
extent,
Mama Shibas all have their own
right?
little facts. So on the back of the chili bean, Mama Shiba, we have, did you know cows can produce up to 100 liters of saliva per day? No, I didn't, little chili bean. She has some fantastic accessories. One
Holy
that's also really
shit,
great
woman.
with an Android. So we have a
Please!
rice cooker right
We
here,
get it. You're
which
legit.
obviously, if
This
you
is
like
what I
doing
mean.
figure
She's
photography, it's gonna be
ruining
of
it,
a lot
Ellie.
of use to you.
She's ruining
I
it.
actually quite enjoyed
Oh, good,
trawling
good,
through
good,
my
good,
old
good.
Facebook page,
Here we go.
seeing how much and how little I had changed since first starting the account at 13 years old. One of my first
Wait. She started the account at 13 years old.
I
Holy
don't.
shit.
Back then it was allowed, I believe.
Well, I mean, I think like in the US, there's like laws that you have to be like 13 and up to be on most websites. Technically, a lot than most websites have age
I
gates. For,
still
like,
think
13 and up.
wasn't that something like from the last 5 years or so? 5 years.
No, that
ago,
was
I
more.
think.
No. That's been around since I was a kid. I remember going on websites and they'd always ask you, "Hey, if you're 13 and up or whatever." So
Oh, if you start at
Um,
14, then that was the age that it was allowed to.
yeah,
Anyway.
but even then, still, that's still like pretty, damn.
But yeah, well, maybe you could play the video because. But
Well, I'll let you go and then.
No, but at 13, I had like I didn't have a Facebook, but then I had to make a Facebook because it was used for class projects to form,
I
groups.
never had to
Facebook
make it.
group.
I never had to make a Facebook. I'm so happy.
And then I had a Facebook, and I had some people on it. And then after the school was over, I stopped using it, and then I quietly deleted it, and nobody cared, me included. That was just for school once, and that is what the time period I had a Facebook, and not before, not ever since.
Yeah, no, I like I said, I again, I feel like she's like trying too hard now, like to prove herself. When you don't need to prove yourself, girl. You've got the cred, right? You're fine.
Posts ever on Facebook was me showing off a hand-sewn Mamagoma plush because at the time my family couldn't find nor afford to get me a real one. Because again, Mamagoma and a lot of stuff like that weren't readily available, and I grew up in the boonies as well, so I didn't even
Yeah. Fuck, yeah. There's a lot of places where that's still the case. Okay, I'll stop being about that.
even have like a city to go to stuff. I was out on my ass with like 2 megabytes a minute Wi-Fi. We were down bad. Another post captured in 240p shows my anime figure collection as of 2012. By 2014, my
Okay.
Oh, here's the
Now-
Xbox games I spotted.
Oh look. Oh cool. Sweet. Well, we'll judge her in a second, but
Oh, she has
this
Origin.
this is now starting to go into the territory of she got one guide on TikTok by some comment calling her a terrorist, and she's just so fucking mad about it, which is not good.
Yeah.
Again, it's like don't. Why do you care? Why do you don't have to? The only person you should prove yourself to is yourself. Okay. You don't have to fucking prove yourself. It's like, okay, woman, we get it. You're legit. I didn't even need you to, like, I thought she was legit even before she showed all this off, right? Like, I didn't just assume she was a tourist or whatever, right? I was like, no, okay, let's find out. So anyway, let's judge her fucking. So she got some Scott Pilgrim there. That's pretty alright. What do we got? The big elite, the big elite next to it. It's kind of hard with the resolution. to kinda, Madoka.
Then it's quickly it's not manga anymore up there, and
Yeah,
on the
there's
bottom
some
Xbox
there's
games.
some other yeah,
Those-
she's got her own. She's like you. She has a Rei Aina. Rei Ainami there. Yeah, no, it seems like a fine shelf. It's a good
Wind
collection.
bedroom
Rises,
shelves have
that's
the
recent.
Madoka Magica Nendoroid Petites
Yeah.
lining them, as well as a selection of anime VHS, manga, and DVDs.
Yeah, it's
when I
fine.
say I've been into cosplay and collecting for over 15 years, I really do stand on that business. And hell, one deep cut thing about me is that I was actually adminning and partially creating a lot of the popular UK anime sales and figure pages way before Facebook Marketplace even existed. I was a day one. I was there doing all the dodgy
Yes. So you don't need to fucking. Oh my god.
trades without PayPal business. I was doing all of that stuff. Like, I know some people don't always agree with all of my takes, don't always agree with some of my collection. I've had comments asking about my Supersonico and my Pachaco collection. A few people saying, ew, that's gross. Like, ew,
See, she's a victim of the people that I'm talking about, Ellie. Like, this is what I mean by the Puritanism. You know, this is what.
She hasn't said anything
Well-
that is pro-Puritanism.
Well, not this
though.
particular person, because this person is like anti-gooner, right? So has it become illegal to goon? Heart face. So again, this is what I mean, right? Well, actually, now I'm actually curious. Like, is she's like against this comment? Like, hold on, like, what's going on here?
I was a day one. I was there doing all the dodgy trades without PayPal business. I was doing all of that stuff. Like, I know some people don't always agree with all of my takes, don't always agree with some of my collection. I've had comments asking about my Supersonico and my Pachaco collection. A few people saying, ew, that's gross. Like, ew, why do you have those? I'm 27, guys. I'm an adult woman. I pay my taxes. Do you actually care? Do you actually care that much? But
Yeah, okay, based. Based opinion. Good.
Mm.
Please continue to be based. That's what I want to see. I want to see more based behavior. All right? Awesome. There you go. So you see, Ellie, it's simple. so easy. But no, like I said, it's like, what? Yeah, she's on point, right? She's like, well, yeah, why the fuck do people give a shit? Like, she's an adult woman. If she wants to have sexy figurines, she can have sexy figurines, right? So it's fine. It's great. It's good. Based.
It is nice though that I have such a weird, concise little timeline of my enjoyment of these things. I can track when I was buying these things and going to conventions because I was posting it all online for my friends to see. But the thing is, I didn't just get to this late stage anime merch and figure capitalism as you see it right now out of nowhere. I didn't just become this inescapable pop culture yapper just on day one. It took 15 years of loving the things that I love. I too started my journey into anime, fashion and collecting as a preteen, discovering figure collecting through creators such as Actar Reviews many years ago. When I watched his content, at least at the beginning, I was essentially a LARPer. I didn't know every single name.
Man, it's crazy how she's like making my point of like, yeah, normies, quote unquote, LARPers, right? Quote unquote, right? Can become legit. It happens. That's how everyone has to start somewhere, right? Everyone has to start somewhere. And again, I really think people need to start. I wish I could link her the Mops fucking social, because once you read that, you start to really understand what's actually going on. Because what's going on is you have you have the geeks, right? The people that are legit hardline into the thing, right? The real legit people. And then you have the normies that come in, and those normies have the capacity to become geeks. It even says it in that article, right? They have the ability to become the late stage anime capitalism or whatever she's saying it, right? They have the capacity to become that if they are given the correct tutelage, right? But the problem is you have the sociopaths that come along and are getting into it not because they want to actually, create more geeks, but they want to profit off it, right? They want to profit off the thing either financially or through social capital, right? And those are the people that we need to be cognizant of and aware of and push the fuck out. Those are the bad people, right? I don't think she's one of the bad people at all. I think she is genuine, right? However, I feel like we need to kind of get more people like her to stand up and go, hey, this psychopath problem that we have is real. Let's do something about it. Let's encourage a better culture. And we're almost halfway through, so I hope that she gets into that as a final point. Because this is the thing, right? Even though like we've had issues with this video being long-winded, right? To talk about the video quality and stuff, I actually can't think of like outside of us trying to kill each other, right, over tangential like points, right? I actually don't have a problem with this video. Do you? Like outside of like the long-windedness, right? Like I don't like. There's nothing that she said that I necessarily disagree with, right? Like like it's been pretty on point. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of light on the question right now. It's more about herself instead of what was kind of the original question of when do you call something a LARPer? Because the title of the video is about performativity, right?
Yeah,
And
well, it's like that was like the thumbnail, right? Like the title is the anime gatekeeping debate, so it's about like the gatekeeping stuff in general, and then the thumbnail, if I go back to our chat, performative, best LARP ever, LARP Lamau, LARP making video about LARPs, right? Like,
I
performatism
suppose
and whatnot.
if the thumbnail is not about the performativity of the title is big performative. LARPing is a performative action to etc etc.
Yeah,
but in the big in the big academia, performativity is a wider concept than just pretending to like a thing.
As tends to be the case. Yeah,
it's performing to your role and expectations in society, blah 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 blah. and it can be big work culture, society culture, fandom culture, etc., etc. But it's the to go dive a little bit deeper in the video. Buying a figurine, me buying the Asuka figurine and the Rei figurine because they're anime figurines is me doing a performativity as an anime fan because anime fans buy figurines. So I was buying a figurine to be an anime fan,
Mm, mm,
right? That's me doing a big performativity.
mm,
And these people buying figurines for the aesthetics and the interior design are doing it as a performativity to match that aesthetic. And that's not to be an anime fan or being part of that culture, but to be more of a of the fashion culture a part of the fashion culture. Where it still kind of ties into the whole question of how do we what is the interface between buying figurines, between buying the figurine culture, cosplaying, and kind of those derivative hobbies, kind of. Well, how do we engage with people whose hobby is the derivative hobby? Because you cannot deny that they are real practitioners of the derivative hobby. How do we treat them as when they do or do not engage with? Because LARPing is the accusation of LARPing is when they don't participate in the primary hobby, in the original source, but are kind of content in taking part of the derivative hobby.
It's almost kind of like to help your point, right? Like where you have people that are into Gundam from a model building perspective, but not into Gundam from a anime perspective, right? People that will build the Gundams, like they have like the entire wall of Gundams, right?
Mhm.
But they don't actually watch any of the Gundam media. They just like building the models.
Yeah, that is in the end very similar because cosplay is an industry on its own without without any new anime series. Yes, I suppose cosplay culture could die in a sense, but then they'll just um, um, kit bash in a sense their own costumes when there's not enough new costumes to cosplay. They'll kit bash their own cosplay costumes. And the same is for Gundam, right? If there's no new fancy new model kits to build for whatever year or season, I suppose they'll just kit bash two models together to alleviate their boredom. So, but I'm not familiar with model kit building as a culture at all. Are they derided as being a part of a derivative hobby from the primary as fake fans, as LARPers? Or are they kind of acknowledged as being of kind of that hobby? They're fans of that hobby. So what if they're building the model of the serial mass genocider of the Gundam show? The Gundam is cool though. Is that enough to just like the figurine? Just like the mobile suit?
Yeah. But anyway, let's see where she's going. I'm hoping that the rest of the video isn't just her trying to justify herself, because that would be very bad.
Of every single anime that he was reviewing or had merchandise from at the time I was watching it, but his content got me into collecting, and by proxy introduced me to a lot of anime series and figure brands I otherwise wouldn't have known about. Having him comment on one of my videos really felt like a full circle moment. It was very reaffirming and really, really nice for me. I was really geeked out, because for me it really showed how far I've come because of creators like him. He inspired me to get into the hobbies that I have. It's so cool that people like him and other creators had that impact on me. The same applies to creators like Venus Angelic, Dakota Rose, Pixie Locks, Kelsey Ellison, and many others, all of whom made content that allowed a non-Japanese speaking tween to access and discover Japanese fashion and cosplay. I don't think it's a sin to buy figurines just because you like the design or aesthetic of them. Shit, I've done this on a few occasions over the years when I've seen a cheap figurine that's a bargain that I like the design of. At one point, I committed the cardinal sin of buying things because I thought they were cute, without any context as to where they were from or what characters they were. And oh boy, the internet does not let me forget it, because when I made my Figures I Regret Buying series, people didn't
Here we go.
seem to realize that I was laughing at myself and actively allowing people to see mistakes that I'd made to let other people know that those mistakes are normal and it's okay to make mistakes. Like, I don't think it's abnormal for collectors, even if they don't want to admit it, to just buy things because it's cheap or it's cute. It's not a sin. And later down the line, I sold these things off because ultimately I didn't have any real connection to the character or series they were from. But typically, I don't think it's this terribly unforgivable thing to just buy cute characters or things because they look cute. Obviously, there are some
So kind of again, like, I agree. Asterisk. Right. I agree. Asterisk. When it's in the context of just, oh, I brought it because I like the aesthetics and I want the thing, right? When it's like you need to have that extra step for it to become a problem, right? When it goes from, okay, like when you have people, and again, I've seen this directly, it does exist, people saying things like, oh, I'm reclaiming this character, right? I'm reclaiming them from the sweaty nerds, right? And I hope she kind of does bring that up, because I think that is it's very relevant to this discussion. That is the behavior that the quote unquote gatekeeper people are looking, right? And sadly, there's going to be a lot of false positives, right? And those false positives are going to be caught in the crossfire. But I'm of the mind that, again, we got to break a few eggs if we want to see the culture actually change for the better. But I've already repeated this. I'm not going to necessarily repeat it again. But I just wanted to kind of chime in and say that, yeah, I agree with the general vibe of what she's saying, right? But there's that massive asterisk there that I have seen bad behavior that needs to be called out by people like her as well, right?
Yeah.
So let's see if she can continue.
some exceptions that I do take personal issue with, usually statues of kids, such as the Supersonico child statue. I do not like that one. That is not a bit of me, but that's also why I just don't buy them. I don't indulge in it. I don't have to buy them. That's the great thing about having your own money and your own agency, is you just don't have to buy things that you don't want. And in fact, a lot of original characters that get made into anime statues, such as Rudu Doll's Eve, are actually just cute characters that are made into cute ero kawaii figures without much heavy lore or backstory to them. They do just exist, predominantly to be beautiful pieces of collectible artwork. Again, their sin is being cute for the sake of being cute. We all start somewhere, and typically when we stick to a hobby or a passion for a decent amount of time, we inevitably change and shape our opinions along the way. I still like a lot of the same things as I did when I first got into anime and J-fashion. And it was reaffirming visiting my old videos and seeing former me, little tiny me, talking about her favorite characters who are still my favorite characters to this day. But equally, it was really reassuring seeing how much my opinions have changed and how much I have grown as a collector and a person from basically watching my life through a screen. I have visibly grown and changed and gotten better, I think, at what I do, even over the last couple of years. I'm constantly
again, this is the problem. It's like she's making it all about her now, right? which
Yeah,
is
that's not a
not
bad thing
great.
per se, but I think the really problem is expectations right now. If this is about
Yeah,
her personal journey through the fandom, from
yeah.
growing to the fan she is
Which
today,
which is which I guess it's like you said, like that's fine, but I kind of, again, it's like I need you to talk about like the other side of this a little bit more, right? Because she did in the beginning where she played like quote unquote devil's advocate a little bit, but I feel like there needs to also be the, hey, there are these people out here that are doing, again, as I like to describe, bad behavior, right? That are actively damaging the thing that she likes, right? They're actively trying to damage the stuff that she likes. And it's fine if she's like, okay, I don't like the child Sonico figurines or whatever, right? That's fine, right? Again, I think she made a pretty good point there that, I'm an adult, I could just not buy it, right? That's not Puritanism, right? That's fine. Not liking something and then not supporting it is perfectly a-okay, right? If she'd gone, oh, that should not be allowed to exist. Oh, that's degenerate pedophilia stuff. Oh, that's so and so and so and so. Then I'd be like screaming at her, right? Right? I'd be saying a lot of different. It'll be a little bit harsher, right? But I think the issue now is, yeah, she's kind of transitioned the video into kind of talking all about her, which is a problem when I feel like the scope of this video should be about, again, the broader cultural issues at play, right? Yeah, but let's see.
Changing and trying to improve what I do, how I collect, what I buy, what I consume, how I consume it. And that's just kind of part of growing up and getting older and just being in something that you enjoy for a certain amount of time. Even videos that I filmed 2, 3, 4 years ago feel heavily outdated compared to now. Go and watch my original CuteCore video, my first video on this channel. I filmed that, I believe, in October 2024, maybe. That video is maybe just over a little bit of a year old, and yet it feels worlds apart than the video you're watching today. It is night and day difference, I would say, and that's just 1 year. It's crazy how much time can make a difference. And I do feel terms like LARPA leave no room for forgiveness, growth, or nuance. I don't think it's this incredibly evil thing to say that you like adult games like Song of Sire while still having criticisms of some of the media within it.
Oh no, here we go.
controversial opinion incoming.
Oh no. So the problem is, okay, you can be, there's a difference between being critical of a thing and accusing it of being pedophilia. All right? These are different things, right? That's where the conflict comes, right? Because one of these things is a serious accusation against the creator, against the fans of the thing, against people, like against the thing itself, right? You are quite literally accusing the thing of being a crime, of being something that should be criminalized, right? That's different from saying some parts in this thing made me a bit uncomfortable, right? Those are two very different things that need to be kind of separated here, right? And I hope to God she does that. Otherwise, this is gonna be bad, right? Please.
Controversial take apparently, but I think it's actually really normal and healthy to be able to consume something, enjoy something, say that you like something, while still having valid criticisms or issues with that media. Sure.
Okay, again, we need to define what we mean by valid criticisms of that media, right?
Well, Naratsu, I don't mind, because I kind of feel that you are kind of defensive is too harsh. Too harch.
Ellie, if I called you a pedophile, would you be defensive?
No, Naratsu. The thing is, I have accused in the terminology slime of being, big cultural genocidal cultural imperialistic slime. That's a bit Nazi-ish. That's a bit fascist.
Okay, so I think the difference there is, well, first off, we do that half jokingly, right? Half jokingly as a meme, right? That's like half of that is meme. But you also do have actual, like, you know, backing up of that opinion, right? You can actually back it up. But I also think that there's a difference between accusing something of being of having like political ideological undertones in it and criticizing it from that perspective, and accusing something of being criminal, right?
Well,
I do think that there is a difference. I do think that there is a difference in severity there, right? Because one, like, I don't think you would argue like, okay, slime needs to be censored because it's like imperialist or whatever, right? Like, you would never do that. I know you, right? You would not say, hey, slime is an evil imperialist, like fascism promoting or whatever.
Yeah.
We need to censor this, and the author should be treated as if they are a criminal, right? Like, I don't think you'd do that. When a lot of these people that talk about like criticizing things that they like or whatever, 9 times out of 10 that criticism just boils down to, I think this is gross pedophilic shit, and then the problem is, right, they think that they're doing what you're doing, right? They think that they're just, being critical of it in that respect, and it's all haha funny haha jokes, right? But the issue is that pedophilia stuff it shouldn't really be a joke, right? And I know we like to do haha funny Epstein memes and stuff, but it is actually a really horrific crime that is like affects actual people. And when people that are less in tune with, fandom culture and stuff, they see stuff getting accused of that, they're not going to see it from the perspective of being critical of the media. They're going to go, no, okay, that is actually pedophilic in nature and evil, and we should be banning it and requiring, all this legislation to happen, right? And again, it's what I was saying before. I feel like all of these things are kind of connected together, right? Because we've created a culture in which it is permissible to accuse things willy-nilly of being these evils. That opens the door to allow the Puritanism side of it to say, oh, okay, if all of this stuff is actually pedophilic in nature and whatnot, we should be able to ban it.
All right, so
I mean, why would you want pedophilic stuff to exist, Ellie? Like, why would you allow that to be a thing, right?
Naruto, the thing.
All right, I'll let you respond.
Yeah, so I don't feel threatened by something being called pedophilic. That's kind of the base.
Okay, so is that a person? So that's okay. Again, we have to kind of parse this out, right? There's a difference between being personally threatened. Like, obviously, I'm not personally threatened if someone is like, "Oh, that thing that you like is whatever." I'm looking at it more from, like, again, broader stroke picture, right? I'm looking at it from the perspective of this is leading to censorship, like flat out censorship is happening because of this, right? And I see that as dangerous. And it's not just like a personal level, like I feel personally insulted kind of thing, or I feel personally threatened. I'm seeing the stuff that I like that's not even like talking about like lolly stuff, because I'm not actually as super into lolly as people might think. I'm not actually a super fan of it, right? But I'm seeing stuff like Senran Kagura and whatnot, and Dead or Alive, all of these other different franchises and stuff that I do kind of like, and I am kind of into. Or I'm seeing just ecchi anime in general, right? Going from something that was way more common back in like 2011. Like ecchi anime in general was a lot more common, and it was a lot more common that you would get full-on series and not just short shows, right? I'm seeing like those things sort of disappear because of this cultural shift into the negative, right? And I think that the overuse of accusing things of being pedophilic and whatnot is contributing to that, right? Which is why I'm so anti it, right? Which is why I fight back so much against it. And you could argue that that is being defensive, but it kind of is. because I do feel like it is an attack on the stuff that I'm into, right? But yeah, so like, and I, I guess that's just kind of where I feel about it.
alright, so I don't feel I don't feel as threatened by something being called pedophilic. I don't feel that it's an attack on me as well, me personally.
Well, personally, yeah, like I said, there's a difference between a personal attack and I'm talking about more of a broad attack.
I
on
also
culture.
don't. I agree that internet is being internet censorship is being very eagerly implemented, but I still feel like it's still mostly the Christians.
Okay, so
Will,
the issue is the
very
reason the
eager to-
Christians. Oh, here's the thing, Elliot. The Christians have the ability to do what they're doing because the culture is allowing them to do it.
Also, they have a
Right.
president and a majority, and
No.
all that stuff.
Again, left controls the culture, right controls legislative.
Well,
right?
but the legislature can enforce the culture because they just ban the things they
okay,
don't,
well,
they don't
I'm not
like.
going to get into a like chicken and the egg debate with you, but you have to acknowledge that none of this would be happening if it was so unpopular for it to happen that they couldn't do it, right? If it was actual, if it was actual political suicide, right? To do the, and I mean, it might actually be political suicide if we look at the UK. It's going to be interesting to see how their elections go, right? Like, if it was legitimately, you do this, you're never going to be in politics again. You are gone, right? Because no one will vote for you. Even people on your own side are not going to vote for you because they realize that it is a bad issue. Funnily enough, it used to be what was an issue that was like this? There's issues that were like this in the past where the right just wouldn't even touch them because like it would be so unpopular. It actually used to be like media censorship because they got so thoroughly trashed in the 2000s in the evangelical era, right? That they lost basically
wanting
all
to
of their
ban
power right up
abortions
until
doesn't
now.
go over well, but they do it anyway.
Well, this is what I mean. Back then, there was way more pushback to the idea of media censorship than there is now, right? There was so much pushback that it essentially crippled the right wing for like a solid few decades, right? I'm saying we need to go back to that, but we can't go back to that until we get the left wing to reestablish a solid pro freedom of expression stance, because they abandoned that stance when they were in power, right? In order to try and enforce their own form of puritanism through wokeness and whatever fucking buzzword you want to use to call it, right? Problematic media, the feminists, the Anita Sarkeesians, right? Whatever terminology you want to use to describe that, right? And so, again, I view the whole labeling everything as being pedophilia, right? And then hiding behind trying to say, oh no, I'm just being critical of the thing, right? Even though I'm calling it this horrific thing, right? I view that as part of reinforcing those puritanical norms that, you would argue are very right wing, right? Like it comes from, like Puritanism came from Christianity, right? It is a fundamentally right wing ideology. However, the left has, for some fucking retarded reason, right?
All right, now, so you already
allowed
mentioned
that to
this
seep into
twice.
their
We
mind.
should move on to the video.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm like repeating myself, but like, again, I don't think it should be, to cap this off so we can move on, I do not think it should be culturally tolerated to accuse things of being pedophilic when they're not, because I don't think any of this anime shit is at all, right? And it's funny because, like, I look at her own shelf, right? And you see that, like, she's got like all those needy streamer overdose figurines on that one shelf in the top right, right? That one there where the character looks like she's in like the school swimsuit thing, right? Like the one there. Do you kind
You
of
mean
see it in the top
Kana
right?
Angel Overload?
Yeah, the needy streamer overload one.
I don't
That's
think
like
that's
the
I think
mirror.
that's her very blue school outfit. There's not a
Yeah, like yeah. Oh well, it could. It's hard to say. It's blurrier on my end for some reason because of that. Watch Together likes to be a bit wonky with the resolution. Let me just look at try and. No, I'm breaking everything. I don't know. I'd have to. But it looks like it's in one of those swimsuits or whatever from school, right? The people that she's defending right now, right? The people that want to be critical of they want to call things pedophilic, right?
You're Naruto,
They-
you're really looping. We should continue with the video.
No. Let me finish, and then I'll continue. They would call that figurine pedophilic. They would call that figurine that she owns pedophilic. They would call her a pedophile for owning that figurine, which is why I view it as suicidal to defend them. Right? I think she's being suicidal right now in doing that. Right? But yeah, let's continue. Let's see what she says.
That is the adult way of handling things. Things are rarely ever black or white. Most of the time they sit somewhere in a grey area. I have literally always been obsessed with horror media. And yet I'm very happy to talk about and acknowledge the issues with how SA is often presented in horror movies as a cheap prop, as opposed to being an essential and well-handled plot point. Quite often when male directors handle SA towards women, it can feel very exploitative, and in some cases it has been exploitative to the women who are playing these roles. I love anime, I collect anime statues, but I also think it's very okay to acknowledge that the way that some Japanese media handles the depiction of children and women is concerning. You can have two opinions.
Again, I don't agree. I just don't. I think you have to get over the contradiction. Like, I'm not saying that you can't necessarily be critical, quote unquote, but I think that the issue with her simplifying it like this is that she's completely ignoring the elephant in the room, right? The stuff that you like would not exist, right? If it were not for the people that make the figurines that are like the figurine that's up on her thing that the people she's defending would call her a pedophile over. Like, just wouldn't exist. So I'm sorry, but no, you don't get to have your cake and eat it too. You have to take a hardline anti-puritanical stance on this. And the fact that she hasn't done that yet is concerning to me, right?
Opinions at the same time and not be hypocritical. If everything has to be
Yeah, no, I think you're being hypocritical.
Only one way, black or white, right or wrong, you're gonna have a very miserable, lonely existence, because rarely ever are things so clear-cut. Being an adult is
Like, okay, I know I keep pausing and unpausing, but like, I have a lot of problems with what she's saying, right? Because she's not factoring in the problem that it's this is a life and death situation, right? This is you either pick up the gun and you defend yourself or you get killed, right? That's why it's presented as a black and white issue. Like, censorship is a black and white issue, right? I don't think it's good to tolerate the censorship in any form, right? At least in my mind. And maybe I'm being a bit too hardline on that. Maybe. Like, I could recognize that. But from my perspective, especially even more so considering where things are going globally with regulations, with age restrictions, with digital ID, with like the censorship of media. Like, shit, the UK just made like simulated incest porn
No,
illegal.
Let's say that's a
Right?
There's like the proposal for start.
No, they're doing it. It's happening. Like, I'm sorry, like, this argument of, okay, you can be a hypocrite about this, right? It doesn't hold water to me, because it's not going to defend the thing that you like. Like, and it's even crazier because she's in the UK. How many of the figurines that she owns from visual novels, right? Like, think of it this way, right? She probably owns figurines from visual novels that probably have incest in them. Is she gonna be like all, oh, it's a morally grey issue and whatnot when the police show up at her door to arrest her for owning the incest figurines? Right? Like, is she gonna be able to say that and say that there's this nuance? Right? That's my problem. You need Like, you can say, oh, I think incest is disgusting. Oh, I think lolly is disgusting. Da 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 da. But you need to have a hardline, principled stance to defend it. Because if you don't defend it, they're gonna come after you. Puritans are gonna come after you.
Alright,
Because
so
that's what they do.
continue the video.
Yeah, I'm
having
doing
the
it. I'm doing it.
menacing tools to be able to look at something, like it, or have an opinion and explain the reasons, good and bad, as to why you personally agree, disagree, like, or dislike something. But come on, guys, it's basic media literacy. We're in an epidemic here. I've also noticed the term LARP or LARPer, similar to tourist or poser, are more often aggressively thrown towards women in this space than their male counterparts. A girl can cosplay 2B or Rem from ReZero and receive a barrage of comments going from misogyny to just laughing at them and calling them a LARPer. And yet gym bros will regularly get the brand of sacrifice from Berserk tattooed on their chest or their arm as part of their visual gym aesthetic. The edgy
So, I haven't seen a lot of, like, the gym bro thing, guys with tattoos. I mean, I know I've seen people with, like tattoos of anime stuff. That's common, right? Like, you know, just like any kind of tattoo, right? I'm wondering, like, because I
It
don't
means strength.
necessarily... Like, I think it's possibly because the women tend to, like, they tend to put themselves out there more with it, right? Because, like, let's take the gym bro, right? Like, for example, if you have, like, a guy who's, like, at the gym and he's videoing himself working out for whatever, you know, because he wants to show off his workout or something, and he just so happens to have, like, a Berserk tattoo, I don't think that the focus of the video is necessarily Berserk or anime, right? Does this make sense, right? Whereas when it's someone doing like a cosplay, right? Or someone doing like a figurine review or talking about a figurine or a particular anime thing, the focus is the fandom, right? The focus of that thing is them partaking in the fandom, right? It's not a tangential piece of whatever else they're doing. So that's probably why, like, the gym bro is probably not going to get called, like, I mean, maybe they are. I don't know. You know, maybe they are, right? Like, but I don't think the gym bro is going to get called a LARPer because they're making a gym-focused video on, like, maybe they'll be called a LARPer because they're not repping a hard enough amount of reps or something, right? I don't know what the culture of, like, gym bro stuff is, right? If that makes sense. Like, I don't know, how do you feel about this? Do you think that could be an explanation as to why the Wamans are getting attacked more, right? Or are you too tired to think right now?
Even though a tattoo
Totally.
costs money, it's a big investment. It's a
I mean,
permanent
cosplay
thing
costs
on your
money too.
body.
To be fair, cosplay costs money too. To be like, a lot of these
Yeah,
outfits,
but you know,
even
I do say that it's not like that. That's you're kind of you were kind of saying that there's no expectation of having to like the show that you're getting a tattoo from. I would kind of expect that you would like the show if you're getting a tattoo. There's more permanence than any cosplay you would ever do.
Yeah, you can take the cosplay off. You can't take the tattoo.
So I would kind of expect that you would at least, have read the entire thing of Berserk.
And again, I don't think, like, people are gonna question it in the context of a joke. If the guy was doing, like, oh yeah, here's my, like, tattoo review, right? Where it's like, I'm gonna talk about I love Berserk. I got the Berserk brand on my, like, if he's showing it off in the context of him being like, I'm such a big fan of Berserk, right? Then I think, like, if it turns out that he, like, doesn't actually read Berserk, or if he thinks that Berserk is pedophilia, right, or something, that would be really weird, right? Getting a tattoo of something that you think is, like, pedophilia.
But also just getting a tattoo because
that would
you
be
think
really fucking weird.
even just simply getting a tattoo because you think the logo is cool, like,
yeah.
But it's a tattoo.
Ellie, I'm gonna get a swastika tattoo because I think that a swastika looks cool.
Better make it like a window before anybody comments on it.
Hey guys, I got this new tattoo, and it's like, what's that, like, fascist wheel thing that looks like, it's not swastika, but you know, the one
Wasn't
that's
like
like
the
a circle
Black
and it's got
Sun
all
or
the...
something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I saw this cool thing online. I got a tattoo. But no, but you get what I'm saying though, right? Like I think that like I don't necessarily I wouldn't disagree that there's probably some sexism involved because obviously like it's the internet, right? But I feel like when women are doing the cosplay and the TikTok stuff, right? I think they're putting themselves more out there as anime fans, right? As I am cosplaying this, or I have this aesthetic because I think it's anime, like they're the focus is more on the thing itself, right? On the cosplay itself, on the anime figurine itself, whereas a guy at the gym with a gym tattoo is not necessarily making it all about how much of a fan of Berserk he is. And I think that's what makes like this example is not good, is what I'm saying.
Well,
right?
but
I
all
think-
right, before
yeah,
the one thing,
yeah.
just because cosplaying a character doesn't mean you have to like the character. Also,
No,
you might
no,
just
no,
being
no,
for
no.
the
Yeah,
aesthetics.
no, not
Same
necessarily.
same for
Yeah.
the tattoo. So I do think it's like that.
No, well,
close
she's making
enough-ish.
because she's making a point more about like, oh, the women get harassed more than the men, right? And I don't think they're getting harassed more than the men because of like again, I think it's not because necessarily the sexism. I think it's more just because it's more prominent in the actual thing. If she'd used an example of like a guy who's like, I don't know, he's like reviewing like figure, like if he's cosplaying like a guy cosplayer, right? If a guy was cosplaying and she was like, oh, the guys don't get harassed as much as the men, right? Or the guys don't get harassed as much as the girls. I think that would be a much better example than to use random gym bro making gym videos who just so happens to have a tattoo, right? I don't think it's a good comparison, but let's continue.
GTM, I have suffered so hard and now I'm looks maxing kinda man. Plenty of male collectors also buy into things because they look cool. Are you saying that every single person who's ever touched, bought, or built a Gundam has watched the entire
Oh look, she's making the point that I was about Gundam. Making the point that I was making about the Gundam separation. Yeah, it's funny.
series? Probably not. Probably not. No one starts wishing death to their bloodline over Japanese cartoons or a band t-shirt. Like,
But yeah, but again, they're not calling Gundam pedophilic though. That's again, I feel like there's like this missing like contextual problem here, right? Where it's almost like you're in a playground and like a fight breaks out and you have like a who threw the first punch, right? Like we're arguing about like who threw the first punch, and I'm sitting here going, well, I mean, you did call the thing that this person liked pedophilia. I think that they are justifiably going to be a little bit fucking angry about that, just a tad, right? Just a little bit. Just a little bit peeved that they're getting accused of the most horrific crime that a human could impose on another being, right, on Earth, right? Just a little bit. Like, I don't think the Gundam model builders are, like, really doing that a lot.
I don't know. I'm not in that culture, so I can't even.
Well, this is what I mean. This is what I mean by, like, there's an elephant in the room that she's not addressing, right? If she addressed the Puritan element, I think this would actually be a really good video. Like, I actually think, like, again, I agree with, like, most of what she's saying, right? But if she addressed the elephant in the room, then it would be great. It would be fantastic. But because she's not, it's, like, leaving out that context that needs to be kind of expanded.
Sorry, but the hypocrisy to criticizing women in fandom compared to men is just, it drives me spare, it drives me mental. Like, women have always been in cosplay, fandom, collecting, nerdy spaces, and yet often get treated with such unfair rigidity compared to men.
They make a lot
and
of the
regardless
shit
of how
too.
frustrating some people might feel seeing another cute core collector buying up the Lucky Star made figurines but forgetting Miyuki's name, it's undeniable that the surges in popularity have also been a help when it comes to many collectors. In the past few years, figure collectors and fans have had multiple new Serial Experiments Lane figurines, 2 new Nendroids including the original uniform version and the bear onesie version, and a pop-up parade pre-painted statue, all of which, by the way, are pretty affordable compared to scale figurines. And just to remind you, this being a series that stopped mass producing most of its merchandise around the early 2000s. Without people, new fans included, actively requesting and showing a love for this fandom, for this IP, there's a good chance that we wouldn't have received these new things. Because at the end of the day, why would you spend money producing something that you're not sure if anybody is going to be clamoring to buy? The same applies with Song of Sire, which has recently gained a pop-up parade, a Nendroid, and a 1/6 scale figurine by...
Well, part of that is I'm thinking, is it on Steam right now? I think it got a Steam release.
No,
Trying
I
to
don't think
remember.
so. It's like a visual novel.
No, didn't it get-
Steam hates visual novels, you know.
No, I think it did get a well, it got a patch, like, you know, all ages, then
No, that's
go
not.
get the... I think it did get a Steam release, didn't it? I thought
Song of
it did. Yeah, have a look.
Saya.
Fact check time.
The
Alright,
Song
you
of
fact. I gotta
Saya.
refill my water because my throat's getting shitty. So I'll be back in a
I
quick
do
sec.
see
You
it
fact
on
check.
the Steam. Similar to Needy Streamer Overload. I'll put this on the. Maybe I should also follow Jest as a publisher, dev/dev. Oh, the Sonico visual novel is also here. Buddy. Oh, Magikoi. Damn. I of course illegally got Magikoi torrented, and I had a lot of fun playing the bits that I played.
Too much talking with no liquid is bad. So did I? Was I fact checked?
Yeah, no, you're right. Song of Saya is on
Confirmed
Steam.
true by real patriots.
But also Sonico is also on Steam. But also there's Magikoi.
Yeah. Yeah.
Magikoi.
This is what I mean. I again, I agree with her, right? Like, again, like, I don't, like, this is the weird thing about this video, right? Like, I do agree with her generally that, yeah, you need new people to come in so that you can get new stuff, because there's no point in, you know, so and so. She's just spitting facts right now, right? The issue is, again, like I said, elephant in the room. We need to address the elephant in the room. But anyway, let's get to
Magi Arts. No longer are fans restricted to overpaying for the elusive wing statue, because instead we're receiving new merchandise and fan-made goods at all levels of income and availability. What about Lucky Star? Now gaining a remake of the original Konotan Nendroid, as well as an entire new prize figure line of all of the original girls. When companies see things trending or maintaining popularity, it doesn't take them long to realize that fandom equals profit. They know that if they can get the licensing for these IPs, they can basically start printing their own money. They have an active community vocally ready to buy it. If Pantene Stocking can get a season 2 after 15 years of hiatus, is it unreasonable for me to say that I don't care if new fans LARP it? I don't care if a couple of cosplayers haven't watched the entire series and all the music videos and instead just decide to cosplay Panty, Stocking, Brief, the new girls, the new guys, just because they have a cute design. I don't really care. I don't really care. And sure, in a media literacy epidemic, it does frustrate me seeing minors running around adult fandom spaces demanding things to be removed from the...
Oh, here we go! The elephant's getting addressed. Hell yeah! See, my opinion has completely changed on this girl. Now she's
you're
basically...
big
She
stan,
went from
big
being
simp.
Yeah, I'm
go
gonna sub to the Patreon. There you go. No. No, but again, it's like I don't disagree. You need new people to come in, but you need them to come in and actually respect. I think that's the key word, right? Respect the thing, right? Because if they don't respect the thing, then you get these problems that she's about to describe around, you know, people coming in and demanding that things be changed and things be censored and all this other stuff. So I want to go back just so that I get the whole thing. Right, because I don't want to. This is what you're gonna say.
Stocking can get a season 2 after 15 years of hiatus. Is it unreasonable for me to say that I don't care if new fans LARP it? I don't care if a couple of cosplayers haven't watched the entire series and all the music videos and instead just decide to cosplay Panty, Stocking, Brief, the new girls, the new guys, just because they have
what
a
new
cute design.
girls is in Panty Stocking anyway?
There was like a gunsmith.
Oh
girl.
yeah, gun
Yeah,
bitch.
but
She's
the gun bitch. She's cool. I like gun bitch. She's funny. Yeah, she's fine. But anyway, let's see how she addresses the elephant.
I don't really care. And sure, in a media literacy epidemic, it does frustrate me seeing minors running around adult fandom spaces demanding things to be removed from their original source material or deeming them as problematic. I don't think you should be doing game or anime rankings for media that you're too young to be consuming, especially when you haven't even consumed it. Slow Damage and Totino are not for children, they are implicitly not for kids, so why are they your profile pictures? The same is said for cosplaying adult media. Just like going to a club with a fake ID, as soon as you enter, you are compromising and putting at risk not only yourself, but all of the adults in the space around you. Adults should be and are allowed to have adult-only spaces and fandoms and media without children infiltrating it and demanding it be a kids' club.
Bay, hallelujah! Hallelujah, Ellie! Based! Well, maybe Giga Stacy image, I guess, because she's a chick. Giga Stacy! Based! Yes! Thank you! Holy shit! Why couldn't you have said that 10 minutes ago?
Oh, because it's not as big of a deal to her than it is to you.
It's a no, but it should be a big deal though. That's what I mean. That's what our whole argument before was about, right? It should be a big deal because that is gonna cause the censorship. That's gonna cause the death of the thing that you like. Defend the shit that you like. But anyway, let's see how she goes.
If you want to cosplay Supersonico or an adult VN, just wait until you're 18. I promise it will pass very quick. You can do what you want. 18 is still very, very young, but at least you are an adult with much better decision-making skills than being 14. Again, my extensive thoughts on fandom, purity culture, and media literacy are coming. It's just a lot.
Part 2?
I did see
Ellie,
Naretsu.
more content.
She put a AI anime slop needs to be stopped video 3 hours ago.
Oh, based. All right. Well, maybe I'll add that to the list. Maybe we've found a new punching bag.
Well,
maybe
like
not
her,
a new
so
punching
not.
bag. Well, that's the thing. Is like, yeah, I don't dislike her. I actually think she's kind of being on point right now. Let me just add that to the queue. I mean, we won't cover it right away because it's still a 30-minute video. But I mean, put it in the queue. I'm just gonna. While I'm here, I'll copy the one we're covering right now, and I'll put it in. Because we just for people that are listening, right? We have like a channel in our private server where we do these, right? That's like a list of all the videos
of all the videos we're never watching.
All the videos we're never going to watch, yeah. And all the videos that we have covered, so that we don't repeat. Because there was that one. Remember that one time you were like, "Oh yeah, Naretsu, we'll do that video," and I was like, "I swear we've done that before." I swear we did that one.
I'm blaming
before.
the AB YouTube thumbnails because
people keep changing their thumbnails all the time. It's like a new game thing for the algorithm or whatever.
Yeah, it is.
It's very annoying. It's very annoying.
It semi works, but then wait, I already watched this video, but your click still counts. Anyway, it's cheating the algorithm.
So but yeah, no, it's like again, it's I mean, we might come because I mean. The thing is how we usually decide if we're going to do videos is less because of like the video itself and more do we have something to say on the topic of the video, right? Like I wanted to do this one because I do have a lot to say, obviously, about purity stuff, like fandom, tourism, LARPing, that kind of thing. Like I have opinions on that I want to express through the cast, right? With you and maybe back and forth with you or kill you on stream. Back and forth. On the issue, right? So if she's done one on AI slop, then yeah, that sounds good. Maybe we'll come to that. But I'm if she puts out a video specifically just about what I'm talking about with the Puritanism and the stuff like that, right, and calling stuff pedophilic and whatnot when it's not, right? I'm down. I'm game. Let's do it. Let's have it. Let's scream at each other again. But anyway, we're almost there. We've got like over a third left. So we've got like 28 out of 35, so we're almost there.
A lot of stuff to get through and properly disclaimer and actively tackle. Part of me delaying is just me mentally preparing myself for people to simply look at the thumbnail or just watch a clip of this that's been taken out of context and immediately deem me as being a dark shipper, an anti, and send me more death threats because
Dark shippers. Hilarious.
Yeah, this is all shit that Ellie has she's speaking Chinese right now.
No, I'm vaguely aware of the pro shipper and the anti shipper, and yeah, those anti shippers are crazy.
I hate it. I fucking hate the terminology. It's so gay.
I have never heard of the dark shippers, but it's just funny to.
It's that one is basically like, oh, your ship is dark. It's like edgy. It's like ooh, it's gross. You know, the dark shippers. And then like being an anti is like, yeah, I mean, and to be fair to her credit, right? A lot of the time, like that's how I found this video, right? Is like someone posted like the thumbnail of it on Twitter and was like, oh, look at this bitch talking about herself constant in the whole like. And to be fair, like I mean, that was actually less of the video that I thought it was going to be. It was still too long in the video, but it was like I was expecting the whole video to just be her talking about herself. But no, she's she's had some actual points, right? She's actually constructed some stuff, to credit. So this is what I mean, right? Like this is why we actually watch the videos that people shit on Twitter, right? Because then we can tell if they're being like correct or not, right? And in this case, I would say maybe they're being a bit too harsh, right? Maybe they're being a little bit too harsh on our old gear. But anyways,
that happens quite often. Thanks, guys. I'm having to kind of mentally prepare myself for that because people will just look at the thumbnail of a video. They will look at other people's comments on a video instead of fully watching the video themselves. In fact, I imagine at least one Twitter user will do that just based on this video.
Nostradamus woman here. She's like, yep, that's exactly what happened. And it is kind of sad that does happen, but I mean, I feel like that's just the way of things, right? Like, there's not really a whole lot you're going to be able to do about that, right? Hey, like, the way I would see it is, look, it's free exposure, right? Like, we wouldn't have covered this video otherwise or given it a view, right? We wouldn't have, like, I wouldn't even know who the fuck you are, right? Like, if I hadn't have seen that on Twitter. So, the way that I would view it is, hey, it's free advertising, right? You just gotta.
They're gonna like thumbnail, see me talking about LARP and be like, yeah, she used to own some really problematic things. Oh my god, wrap it up. Just wrap it up. One rule for me, one rule for thee. This idea of internet outrage without having to do any of your own research or thought forming is actually really insane, but sadly very commonplace. On the real though, gatekeeping is such loser behavior long term. Sure, you might keep.
So, I do think that she is being a bit schizophrenic. Because on the one hand, she is correctly, calling out bad behavior, right? But it's almost like she's like 50-50, right? On the whole, like, yeah, there's some gatekeepers are definitely being cringe, right? With them trying to like stop people from getting into things. So I can agree with that. But at the same time, again, it's almost like not addressing the elephant in the room that we need to like actually form a defense to defend the hobby, right? Like, yeah, you can think those gatekeepers are cringe or whatever, but at the end of the day, a lot of them are actually trying to defend the hobby from people that want to actually exploit it and use it for nefarious gains, right? So I feel like there could be a little bit more nuance on her part of it in it. But, I'm not going to be too critical, I guess, on that because I already kind of have. But I just wanted to put that out there because she kind of did it again.
Out a few bad faith or ignorant people in the short term, but oftentimes you just perpetuate a far more narrow-minded and negative view of fandom and the community that you're in.
Yeah, okay, so like, okay, I know I paused and unpaused, but the problem is, yeah, okay, so she's saying like, okay, yeah, the gatekeepers might pick out like the odd sociopath every now and then, right? But she's saying that overall it's bad, right? Well, my question for her would be, okay, then what do we do, right? Like, if we're not allowed to gatekeep, right? If gatekeeping is cringe, right? this is why you have to get a bit more granular, right? Like what specific behavior are you talking? Like if you're talking about internet trolls just calling people larpers on TikTok or whatever, okay, yeah, that's kind of cringe or whatever. But is that like, does that extend to people that are saying, hey, maybe you should do some research into the thing before you like jump in to buy a thing of it, right? Is that gatekeeping, right? To suggest that you should do that, we should have a culture that encourages that, right? Is that bad? Because right now, I'm left with the question of, well, we have to do something to stop the sociopaths. What are your suggestions? And I'm wondering if she's going to actually bring up any, right? So let's find
I don't
out.
think anyone owes you an explanation as why they like a certain thing or for how long they've liked this certain thing. If you got into Lucky Star tomorrow after only watching episode 1 and said it was your favourite anime, that's fine. Who cares? That's totally okay. You're allowed to think that way and feel that way. Same with cosplay as well. If you decide to cosplay Miku but can't reel off 10 Miku songs or don't know the classics, I also just don't care. If you've got a cool cosplay, you've got a cool cosplay. It doesn't make any difference to me. It doesn't impact my world whatsoever. Nobody's out here sucking or handing out awards because you can prove how much of a day one fan you were. Like, literally no one cares but you.
Yeah, so that's why you spent like 10 minutes of video trying to prove that you're a legit. Again, why would you, again, if you think these people are cringing gay and whatever, why even bother trying to appeal to them in the first place? Just tell them to fuck off.
Yeah, there's
like,
like...
like there's no, like, if you think that their opinions shouldn't matter and they don't give a fuck, right? Like, this video didn't need to be 35 minutes is what I'm saying, right? Like, and I wonder, because I'm looking at her channel now, because I looked at the AI slop thing to get the link. Most of her videos are like half an hour to an hour long, right? Like you've got this one, anime conventions have a slop problem, that's like an hour. What is this? Falling in love with fictional characters and yummy shipping effect? I don't know what the fuck that's terminology even I haven't fucking heard of. Yummy, yeah, YUME shipping effect.
Dark. Yammy's dark.
Maybe I guess whatever. That's half an hour. AI cosplay epidemic. That's like 20 minutes. Social media, alt fashion, ruined alt. You know, yeah. The cute video she was talking about. That's 35 minutes. Seems like her general runtime is she seems to make videos that are about half an hour to an hour, right? So I guess that kind of makes sense, but I feel like this didn't. Oh look, she even did Timu Tattoo Inc. Talking about tattoos, yeah, dangerous DIY beauty. That's like 26 minutes. I don't feel like this video should have like she could have cut like the section where she talks about herself in half. She could have cut the section about LARPing, like the explanation of what LARPing is, in half, right? This could have easily have been like a 15-minute video, right? In my mind, right? So that's like me being critical of her video production at the moment. And I don't know, maybe it's because obviously the current YouTube meta is longer is better, because the longer the video, the more ads get put in the video, the more ad revenue you get. The more watch time you, like for YouTube Red subscribers, the more a YouTube Red subscriber watches a video, the more of the percentage that they get from the YouTube Red subscription, right? So there is incentive to make videos longer. So I wonder if that's part of it, like it's just padding. But yeah, I feel like, I don't know. What do you feel about that? Because I want you to. I know you're getting tired, but I want you.
It's very true.
I gotta get the defibrillator out and give you a shock so you can wake
Opinions.
up.
Wait, I have to think. Oh no, quick, rack up. No, you're right. She didn't. This kind of contradictory about not caring how far. It is. I suppose there is a difference between acknowledging that you were a new fan and not letting that it's okay to be a new fan, but but wanting the acknowledgement that no, I am an OG and I want people to know that I'm an OG.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to deride you for not being an OG, right? If somebody, I mean, I'm the same, Neretsu. If somebody would come in and say, "Hey, Ellie, can you give me? I've not watched a ton of anime. What is a good show to start with? I don't know, Kaguya-sama.
this,
It
or
has 3
whatever, you know.
seasons and a movie.
I think it really depends on who's asking, right? Like, you tend to want to like find stuff for specific people, right? Because there's no if you recommend something to someone that, like, let's say someone doesn't like American westerns, right? And you recommend them like Cowboy Bebop, they might not be into, even though Cowboy Bebop is good, right? And it is the usual thing that people recommend. If they already don't like American Western style stuff,
let's say,
you get what I'm saying.
okay.
You get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. I don't have to.
But just the point is, right? So I'm not going to say. I'm just saying Kaguya-sama. I have it on the mind for some reason, and it's a longer show with 3 seasons and like 2 movies ish, and it has a kind of a it has an ending, enough of an ending, I suppose. So you'll be feeling mostly satisfied watching the whole thing, right? And them only knowing Kaguya-sama, also I would recommend Kaguya-sama because it doesn't have really explicit references to other anime, like oh yeah, you should. This show has a lot of references to JoJo, so you would only get the jokes if you know JoJo or something, So yeah, Kaguya-sama. Blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. Am I going to say haha, they only know Kaguya-sama? No, it's fine.
No.
But
yeah.
But if you
it's
go,
like I said,
if somebody would accuse me of being a poser and a larper, I said no. See how long I haven't updated my Mel? It's been a decade since I updated last my Mel.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is like, I mean, I if someone does that to me, I'm just like, so, all right, whatever.
Last login 2013.
Random internet man or something, right? Like, I don't really give a shit, right? It's and that's where I feel like, again, like, a lot of these problems would be solved if people just didn't feel the need to justify themselves, and that's why I think she's right. You don't have to feel, you shouldn't have to justify yourself, but like, the issue is, it's like you said, she's being a bit contradictory because she spent a good period of this video's runtime trying to build her own credibility up, right? Where, I mean, it's okay if she did a little bit of it, right? Like, it's okay for, like, just to be like, yeah, I've been doing this since like 20 whatever. Here's you can just look back on my channel and see, right? Like, okay, fine, right? That's okay. But if you are, like, again, she spent like what, a good 5-10 minutes just on that, right? That maybe you could have cut that down a little bit, and it would
sorry,
look a little bit
Neretsu.
less.
I was last online on my Mel page in 2017. Sorry, this is not. It's not 10 years.
Totally fake fan.
Only
poser,
9 years
larper,
of no
larper.
updates.
Yeah, he's larping. He's fake. Guys. I'm in the presence of a faker. He's fake. With 5 minutes left. Let's
have a shower, have a chomp bar, and tap back in when you've grown up a little bit. Fandom should be about having fun beyond all else. Whether that be casually consuming media in your downtime, or dedicating your personal income to oshikatsu, collecting, cosplay, or fashion. Personally, I think we should be laughing at people using the term LARP as a way to drag down others. We should be reclaiming it for the live action, roleplay, and Ren Fair community. I've said it before and I'll say it again, but have fun and nerd out. But I guess let me know down below, what are your thoughts?
Oh, we have like 5 minutes left and she's still going. Like, wait, what's... I'm curious. Maybe it's like a Q&A thing. We'll find out. But like, to kind of cap from this though, right? Like, again, I think that she needs to do more to... And I'm hoping if she does do that other video, right, she kind of does address that big elephant that I'm talking about around, you have these people that want to make the stuff that you like criminal. They keep pushing the idea that it's criminal, even if they're doing it casually and don't realize that's what they're doing, that is what they're doing. And that's going to lead to the destruction of your hobby. And you can't allow that to happen, right? So if calling people a LARP or a terrorist or whatever, even if it's happening to people that are, getting in the crossfire, if that's cringe, how are we going to stop the sociopaths, right? Can we stop the sociopaths? Maybe that's a better question to ask, right? Is it even possible to gatekeep, right? At all? Probably not. But does that mean we shouldn't try? Question mark. All right, let's see what her Q&A is, I guess, if it's with 5 minutes.
What's on the LARPing, LARP trend? Like, what do you think of the term LARPing? What do you think of the misuse of the term LARPing? Do you think that people are LARPing, liking a thing? And do you think it actually affects anything negatively? Like, is there a net negative to be handled? Like, have I missed something?
Yes, you have. I might actually have to have a look at her comment section and see if it up, but we'll see.
Here, negative? Are we genuinely experiencing negative blowback from people enjoying a thing casually or saying they like a thing online? I guess let me know down below, but again, I understand the frustration with certain things, mostly when it comes to minors engaging with adult media and then doing the whole like, we're reclaiming it. No.
Oh my god, she did bring it up! Hey! Even if it's briefly, she did bring it up as being annoying. Hell yeah!
He already did,
Albert
like
is
a couple minutes ago.
Well, no, she directly used the reclaiming thing. She directly said the reclaiming thing I was talking about.
That part.
Yeah, that's what I'm hyped about, like, because that is a problem.
Yaoi Jesus for a reason. He gets railed a lot in a lot of different ways. It's a very like adult game. Come on now. And equally, I also regret using terminology like problematic when it.
Oh my god, yeah. I'm gonna simp. I'm gonna fucking simp. Holy shit. Okay, let's keep. Before I overhype.
It comes to certain things that I maybe don't agree with that media. I regret leaning into this TikTok rhetoric and language when it comes to describing it because it's just kind of enabled it. That's something I've kind of eased off with a lot more recently.
I'm gonna simp. I'm gonna fucking simp. This queen.
Now,
this fucking
Noretsu,
queen.
the thing
Holy
is,
shit.
I'm going
Holy
to
shit.
Noretsu, easy. She still holds these opinions. She just doesn't like to use the terminology.
Okay, but but here's the thing. She's recognized the problem. Right? And I pray she makes that fucking problematic video or whatever about that. I really am curious now, right? Because she's regretting using those to that terminology and talking about stuff in that way because it's pushed, like, she hasn't directly said that it's pushed the puritanical culture, because I wonder if she actually has the words for it, but I'm getting that vibe that she's recognized that's a problem and a threat, right? And she's regretting her part that she may or may not have played in that rise of that threat, right? And that's great. That's fantastic. Because again, I've said it before, if you find that stuff icky or gross or bad or whatever, you don't like it, perfectly fine, right? That's perfectly okay. It's when you go the one step further and start making it out like it's a societal problem that we start to get into issues. But anyway, let's continue.
Which I think people can be able to tell. I've eased off a lot more. At most it's clickbait, but I don't really like using those terms. I think the term problematic was once useful, is now just very not useful. It's just kind of crap. It's just like, it's a clickbait term, really, more than anything else. Anyone that uses the term problematic and doesn't give any kind of nuance to their kind of discussion of something, unless it's genuinely a harmful thing.
Well, again, like, this is the problem, right? Is you need to, again, definitions, right? What is a genuinely harmful thing, right? But again, on the right track. She's on the right track. I'm down for it. I'm enjoying the journey. Right? She's on the right. She's in rehab, right? She's a reformed wokey or whatever. I guess.
Chances are, like, it's probably not good. Low key, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this kind of TikTok rhetoric. I'm tired of young people engaging in adult spaces and then clutching their pearls and kind of giving into purity culture rhetoric when it comes.
Yeah, purity. At least she's using the right buzzwords. She's purity culture rhetoric. Yeah, ooh, I'm excited.
to certain media, it's again something I'm going to be touching on properly with all the nuance and both sides with a level of neutrality, because I need to actually properly kind of play that game in that upcoming video. But again, like
Please release it, please.
I said,
Watch
that
out,
video is
you'll
gonna be a
get more
hellscape.
money, I
know
hear.
it's going to be hell.
Yeah. Watch out. Yeah. Oh man, because I'll be judging whether or not you are actually being impartial. You know. Yeah, just need her to. Yeah, I agree. I agree with our pal in the chat. Right, she needs to yap less. Yes, less yap, more point.
Drops. If you don't be hearing and seeing from me, you know why. I'm going to be taking a break. And of course, as always, I want to give a big thank you to our Otaku tier patrons who are on.
All right, let me just skip around here and see if like this is just going to be. Okay, so hang on, what's
collection and office tour, my original and my updated for moving here. And so if you want to go see a lot of behind the scenes in the comment section, of course as well, that massively helps me. You have no idea. Check and some of your amazing fan art at Akuma.
Oh, she's showing fan art of. Oh yeah, that's pretty. Okay,
Bag,
it's cool. It's cool. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah.
Cute,
That's
anyway.
end of the video. But the end of the main points. Okay. Right. Man, look at what a suggestions. What a suggestions panel we got here. But anyway, okay. So here's the thing, right? Overall, this video actually wasn't that bad. Right? Would you agree with me in that assessment? Like overall, it's not. It's the only real big issue. I mean, she's already done one on fake anime fans. Anime tourists aren't real. That's interesting how she's kind of like, again, maybe there's an interesting journey going on with this person. I'd be keen to like go through the history, I guess. But so overall, video quality wise, it's not terrible. It's not like it's the worst thing we've seen. The biggest problem is she's very long-winded and she spends a bit too much time on stuff that she probably could have easily summarized in like a few minutes, right? The LARPing explanation was she'd kind of sorted that out already. Like, didn't need to spend as much time on that. And the part where she kind of is totally not mad about getting one guide in her comment section and having to prove herself to the internet, that could have cut that in half, right? Or even less. Very easy to cut that down and she would have probably have been fine, right? But again, overall, I don't disagree with a lot of what she's saying outside of the fact that I think it's clear now that she's talking about the fact that she's going to make a separate video to cover the elephant, as I like to call it, right? I feel like she's deliberately avoiding that topic in this video, perhaps not necessarily to avoid the backlash from it, but because she does know how contentious that issue is, right? And it doesn't want to have to dedicate more time than she has to explaining it, like we kind of did in this cast, right? And I had to explain it to you, right? So I'm curious to see if she does put out that video. We will be down to cover that if or when it comes out, right? It'll be like part 2 to the stream, I guess.
Hey.
But in terms of the actual video itself here, I agree with like 80% of what she said, right? Like 80% of what she's saying, I'm totally on board for. I think that, you know, there are definitely people that are actually like maybe not full otaku yet, but they are people who are in the like budding stages, right? They're like proto otaku, right? They're almost there, right? They just need to kind of, you know, get the right push in the right direction. And we're losing a lot of those people because a lot of the gatekeeper side of it is too aggressive, right? There's a lot of false positives going on, right? We're hunting for these,
just because they don't know.
Yeah. Because we're hunting for these sociopaths, right? And we're trying to weed these people out that are actually legitimately harmful to the culture. But we end up jumping the gun a lot. And I've had that opinion for a while, right? That people do need to kind of chill out a little bit and need to kind of pick their, you know, I don't want to describe it as like picking their targets, right? But that's kind of what they need to do, is they need to identify people who are actually grifting, who are actual sociopaths on both ends of the spectrum, and try and weed those people out. but I'm of the mind that I think that it does more good to at least have some level of gatekeeping that is a friction to stop sociopaths from completely taking over and turning those normies that we want to turn into otaku against us and starting to make things illegal and destroy a lot of the stuff that we've currently, we've worked so hard to protect, right? So that's why I say, yeah, I agree with 80% of what she says. I think she's got a good beat on the pulse of what's actually going on. I think she just needed to kind of address that sort of nuanced element a little bit more. But if she's making a video dedicated to that kind of makes a lot more sense, right? Because then she doesn't have to go into it as in depth with this video, right? So I'll kind of lay off that criticism as much now with the extra knowledge that she is going to address that element in the future, right? So anyway, do you agree with my assessment, or have you got anything else to add to that?
Yeah, enough. To repeat myself, I suppose. Too much talk about herself, but I understand. Even though you're very okay with new fans not knowing, starting out, etc., you still have your own pride in no, bitch, I've been here longer than you.
Yeah.
I know what was the Narnia thing? I've been here.
I was there when the books were written, or something.
First, with the ancient
Do not speak
magic.
of that witchcraft to me. I was there when the books were written.
It wasn't like the dark words are spoken, whatever it was.
Yeah, something. I know what you mean.
Yeah, no, have your pride of what you have and have accomplished and what you did in the fandom, even if it was just passive watching. You know stuff, you were there. But don't go berating the new kids on the block, metaphorically. It's alright. They don't. They haven't watched Bakuno. They don't know how good it is. It's alright. Maybe they'll get to it. It's okay if they never get to it. It's an old show, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Other than that, yeah, very nice and nuanced at the end. I don't know, Naretsu, you would like it.
I'm a bit more hardline. Yeah, I'm a bit more hardline. I want people to start waking the fuck up and joining the crusade. Yeah.
I was there before you.
What?
I was here before your dad professed to your mom.
That's pretty. But yeah, no.
Nice video.
Yeah.
Mostly the same opinions, of course. In this video, at least. Who knows what her other opinions are? I don't. Yeah, I just like this video is good enough.
It was fine. Like I said, I'm down to cover like another one of her videos in the future, right? And I'm down if she does do the more Puritan culture-y kind of video. I'm down to see how it goes. But overall, like it wasn't as bad of a video as I thought, right? Because like I mentioned when I was looking at people talking about it on the Twitter, most people were kind of talking about it as if like the section where she talks about herself was like the whole video, right? If that makes sense. Like that was kind of the what most people were saying was the issue. Was she talks about herself for the whole video. That's why I thought this was actually going to be shorter than it was, right? Because I thought it would just be us criticizing her for talking about herself and then just letting the video kind of play out, right? But I was wrong. No,
terrible,
Ellie, I was wrong. But anyway, okay, I guess we can now do our own cred. Right, we can do our own cred, and talk about animus ourselves. What animus now? Because it's been 2 weeks, I kind of feel like since we were like we've been going quite long on time, right? We should probably just do kind of broad strokes.
4.5 hours.
Yeah,
almost.
it's been a long one. I think we should just do kind of a broad strokes kind of deal with it.
Yeah, pressing a bell button. Oh, I'm not in a
Mm,
of
yeah, let's
numbskull.
just kind of try
There
and
we
get
go.
through.
Let's start with the Yuri show, the lesbian
Mm,
family show, and
mm,
just kind of focus more on the last episode, because that's kind of where more things are happening. The episode before it is more, hey, girl is
mm,
blind and she's now learning how to deal with being in a household where two girls are groping each other all day, apparently.
mm, mm,
It is funny that the young blind girl knows that slaves are lewd,
mm,
and oh no, it's just it's not like that though. But they still flirt with each other, so blind girl has the right
mm.
idea after all. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, and it's been fun. It's been a pretty. It's interesting how you have like the juxtaposition of lovey-dovey Yuri stuff
mhm.
and gruesome fucking body horror.
This is some
PTSD.
eldritch horror.
Yeah,
This
some
is-
eldritch horror shit.
And this is what I was not warned about. This is what I was, told from. Oh yeah, it's like very Yuri with a girl using curses or something. But within now the whole Yuri show, Yuri light novel, it has some eldritch horror interspersed. And
Yeah,
this our Dane guy who's brainwashed in
Dean. He's
Dean.
found Jesus.
Well, a certain type of Jesus that takes eyes from the victims, maybe, and
And know that if you get touched by the eyes, you become a grotesque amalgamation monster man
Mhm.
thing. Very interesting.
I am also kind of I'm the chants of the church, or what's the recitation is, what was it? I forget what the prayer is, but it's you know twisting, gathering, send it up to God, and so we all become
Yeah,
one,
yeah.
or some weird
Yeah,
thing.
it's some creepy shit.
I'm not surprised that a prayer like that leads to flash merging
Flesh merging
spirals
nonsense.
into horror, and it's
Yeah.
getting kind of bleak with, oh no, the
Priesty girl.
the priests are gaining influences over the throne, or the royal family.
Yeah, there's
the
like
military.
big politics going on, the military versus the church and the thing. Yeah.
Things are
Yeah.
not looking good, even with our our found Jesus guy getting chopped up. He doesn't. It seems like he'll just get new arms attached, and it's all fine because
Yeah.
doesn't look good.
Mm.
Also, it's I back to the Fun Yuri thing. Oh yeah, we can take off your bandages off your face. Oh hey, look, we share the same tattoo, slave mark. Oh, but we're going to make this a ritual. I'm going to take off your bandages when we're alone at night. Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh, it's fancy. Yeah.
And it's
Like
funny,
I said, you
the-
have it's like I said, you have like the juxtaposition between the most lovey-dovey Yuri shit you've ever watched in your life, and fucking horrific bullshit, and maybe the priest girl is dead, question mark. Find out next
Well, the
episode.
priest girl is probably not dead, but those two guys are super dead.
I don't know how, like, because it depends on how dark they want to go with it, right? Because I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be like, oh, we found the cure to the grotesque monster disease or whatever curse, and we can bring people back. Also, like, again, it depends on where they want to go with it, right? How dark are we going to get, right? Like, is it going to be hardcore? No, they are actually dead. That's it. Rip. or is it going to be, oh no, we found the magic cure thing to do the thing, save
I
all.
don't feel like it. I don't feel that's what would happen.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, we're gonna keep watching it, so we'll see how it goes. Slave soldier. That's been going pretty good. I haven't watched this week's episode, but it's basically, we're gearing up for the big fight in the city with the girl who phases through walls and kidnaps girls, and we get the explanation of the powers of our Yakuza girl. She does cloning, but she also gets powered up when the person and Mato raises the flag, and so she's super strong. Big power. And yeah, the lewds are still good. That's pretty much all I really need to say about that, really. Let's do Fate. I reckon, because I have a lot to say about Fire Force, so I want to do Fate. Fate, Seguri, Fire Force is probably going to be the order, because I can't.
Let's start with the very, very end. Naretsu. At the end, our police members are all Jack. I'm very sure of it.
Oh, so okay, because I haven't watched 9 that came out like literally this morning.
Yeah.
So we're talking about episode. What was it? Oh no, 10 came out this morning.
Episode 9.
I think 9 was the last one we watched. So yes, Jack the Ripper. He turns into a big demon and fights the Achilles man. Achilles man. And it's a big cool fight, big animation, big stuff. Very, very fancy. I thought it was quite nice. There's a lot of fun stuff going on. It's I think like the best like most to cap off it really is like it's just good fake shit, right? It's just they're all interacting. You get Gilgamesh and Richard like having bants, right? Banting with each other and having fun, and that's cool, right? You've got you've got the guy getting completely fucking annihilated by fucking dude. It's good. It's been fun to watch. Lots of fun Fate. Lots of fun Fate stuff going on.
Slightly more. The previous episode was like Flat goes to the police station and goes, "Hey,
hey, bro, what up?
Hey, dude, what up? Oh, I infiltrated your thing, broke all your barriers, domesticated your dynamic beasts, copied you and your assistant everywhere in the building, so I got you trapped right away. What do you want? Do you want to negotiate from this favorable position? No, I want to file a report, actually." That's always funny. And then, of course, the whole thing of the girl in the hospital in a coma is doing some toxic things with what I assume is the plague, the rider of the apocalypse death, or pestilence maybe. Pestilence is more appropriate, actually. Pestilence then.
Yeah. Plague, pestilence type horseman.
But back to Jack, right? 2 things. The moment when Jack reveals that he's like an English demon, there next to him shadows of a bunch of Victorian English people appear. And I suspect that those are all possible suspects of being Jack the Ripper, from the doctor, from a working man to another just British gentleman, maybe detective himself, maybe a policeman, maybe just a dock worker. So I thought that was a neat detail. Because Alcides is a man, he'll be killed by a man who's just a serial killer. That was cool. The reason why I think one last thing, the reason why I think all the policemen at the very end of the episodes are Jack is because Jack said to them as a severed head of, "Hey, I'll deal with this guy. You go, protect the girl, get the girl, the coma girl." and then they cut away from the policeman at some point, and then they're still standing there, but that's not what I think. I think Jack replaced them. Just
Well, we'll
stand.
find out. We will
Yeah.
find out. I'll find out later today. In fact, when I
I'll
watch it-
find out
when I
tomorrow
watch it.
after bed.
Yes. Okay. So, Saguri, right? I love my esoteric symbolism bullshit. Fun esoteric bullshit. Let's
We
go.
are now
right?
in game 9, right?
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
starts with
yeah,
like
okay.
game 9 at least. It's big 9 in the title.
I think it's game 9. Yeah, so game 10 is the scrap building, right? So that was like the first one. And then
Mhm.
game 30 is the golden bath.
And the very first thing we
So-
saw was game like 26 or something.
29 was it? Because it was like 29 and then golden bath is 30.
Mm.
It's hard to keep track. It really is hard to keep track. But basically, what we're in Stump and Rabbits. So you have one group that's the Rabbit group that is all about they are being hunted by the Stumps that all are armed.
Mhm.
But there are more experienced players in the Rabbit group than there are in the Hunter.
Yeah,
Right?
like
So-
14 game members, 13 members, 98 members,
Yeah.
46,
So
96 I mean.
Yeah, so that's kind of the scenario, I guess. And interesting stuff is kind of coming because of that. And a lot of it is again so you have one experienced member in the Hunter squad. Instead of calling it Stump, I'll just call it for simplicity. It's the Hunter squad, right? The Hunter squad, who has kind of positioned herself as the leader, and she's like leading through fear. She's very brutal. She just flat out kills a couple of girls who aren't up for the task
Killing,
of
yeah.
killing, right? Something else to kind of note is that in this one, the whole blood cotton thing is not as quick as it is in the later one, so it's almost like they're working on the drug, right? Because like you actually do get to see some of the red in this one
Mhm.
when people get cut and whatnot. So I found that to be kind of interesting. And over the course of the 2 episodes, so the first episode is kind of our introduction. We kind of get introduced to the mentor girl for Saguri, right? Who is like the 99 Games girl, who I assume is probably going to get killed in this game.
Yes, because she has a
Probably-
grey eye, and Yuki now has 2 blue eyes, so one of her eyes...
Yes, something's gonna happen. Yeah,
So this
yeah,
makes me
yeah.
feel that she wants to see it through. Ha 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 ha.
Mhm.
With the eye.
Too many death flags going on right now. So essentially we have a situation in which that's clearly where this is going. But we get a little bit of information in the next episode of the green-haired girl, who is apparently the mentor, but was mentored by a literal psychopath.
Yes.
Which is how I interpret it, because it isn't very direct, but there's a lot of talk of like, oh, you've killed so many people, teach me how to kill so many people. Oh, have you killed your parents? You should kill your parents.
And here's one detail I want to mention here too. There's, the numbers that pop up that show how many people have been killed and not killed, etc. In this sequence, to me, it's very unclear if it's in the game or not. We got numbers of people out of nothing. 131 out of no number.
Yeah.
Numbers are moving up and down. Individual numbers are just disappearing and appearing. A whole mountain of numbers is there, and then there's not. and it kind of just feels like we're mostly in the mind of the psychopath girl here, and the green-haired girl is kind of acclimating to that attitude, which
Mm.
makes, and for in this case the psychopaths here, the numbers do not matter. They are random, they are inconsequential, they are whatever. So
Mm.
the numbers we see in this sequence to those psychopaths, out of how many you killed, is completely arbitrary. Doesn't matter.
Mm.
So that's
Mm.
why we get a kill number out of doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We just get a
Yeah.
straight kill count.
And I
basically.
do like how it is very open to interpretation. Like, again, the thing with this show is to someone who like isn't really paying attention, it's gonna seem like nothing fucking happens. It's literally nothing happens the show. But if you kind of look at the symbolism, like there's a lot of talk about like the white whale, right? The flying whale, right? And how that kind of ties into a lot of this character's sort of ideology that she's getting imprinted of. There's also kind of this symbolism of like the hairpins, right? Like these girls are like passing their wills onto each other through the hairpins, right? And there's a lot of that going on. And overall, yeah, there's a lot of very interesting symbolism and a lot of very interesting, you know, as the opening likes to showcase, this is a story about a fucked up right. This is a story about a world that's a little bit kooky, where you've got all these girls kind of partaking in these death games and whatnot, and so yeah, we get kind of at the end of the most recent episode, which by the way this is the second to last episode, right? The next episode is the
It's
last
shorter.
episode.
Yeah. Oh, because the first
Yeah,
episode was like
because
double.
the first episode was a double, yeah. So the next episode's going to be the last. The episode 11 is going to be the last episode, and yeah, it turns out perhaps the psychopath girl is in the hunter squad and has arrived and is about to kill a shitload of rabbits, and perhaps that is where things are about to get very, very real, very, very quick. So yes, I'm very excited for the next episode. It'll be very interesting.
Yeah, from what
and
because there was one of the hunters was badly damaged, and found badly damaged.
yeah.
But so that would be assumed that she killed the bunny and then switched clothing, and that's why the hunter was badly damaged, because it was a bunny now dressed as a hunter, and they switched costumes basically. And I think if you would go back and look at all the bunnies in the show in the background, you could maybe see who it is and where she is, but I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. As our man in the chat says, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, the death game genre is I can't think of too many. I think there's been a few anime that cover it, but yeah, this is mostly something you see more in manga and light novel. Because again, this is based on a light novel, right? So it has a manga adaptation as well, but it's based on a light novel. So yeah, interesting stuff going on. Okay, I get to gush about 5. Let me take a drink. Okay, get ready.
Keep it somewhat shorter, because almost.
Okay, so Ellie, how do I explain this? How do I explain this? Fire Force is all about Gnosticism. It is literally Gnosticism. The entire fucking show is about fucking Gnosticism. If you're unfamiliar with Gnosticism, it is where the terms demiurge and
the god that does nothing, kind of.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff. We had 2 episodes, and both episodes were just fucking kino, right? So let me start with the episode. We got Eros. A world without Eros is doomed, Ellie. There is no future for a person with no eros in their heart. If you know what eros is, the Greek god of love and lust and sex. Tamaki had her time to shine. So essentially what happened in the episode is you have like an opening sequence where in real life you have the Japanese lady in real life talking about how you have mobs and world creators, right? And the mobs are just people that just follow trends and are on social media all day, every day. I'm not joking that it fucking is directly talking about this. And how they're like insects, and then you have the world builders that talk more about kind of that like the ones that actually shape the world around them, right? Their perceptions are the ones that are actually matter. And so after that kind of explanation, we kind of jump into showcase. Like, I'm kind of skipping over a bit of like inconsequential shit because that leads up to the fight. So you have Assault, who is the character that is always losing to Tamaki because the fan service stuff happens and he gets distracted and so he loses, right?
Yeah.
Now we have the alternate reality version of him who is from the perception world, right? That isn't affected by eros, right? That has no lust in his heart, cannot be affected, and he is supercharged powerful and fucking just starts annihilating shit, right? And so Tamaki is having to fight this person all the while the lewd stuff is happening, putting her at a disadvantage, which is getting commented on by the mob, which is going, "Oh, you're useless. Why you're such a slut? You're getting naked. Oh, ooh, disgusting. Your body is gross because you're showing off all the time, right?" And I will say that they did cut a lot of like the rant. Remember the rant that everyone was talking about, right? They did cut a lot of that out, probably for time, which I get, but the rant that we did get in the actual show, I think kind of hits the same beats without having, like, you don't get the meme of like, your sexual frustrations won't be solved unless you change yourself, like we didn't get the meme image adapted, but we did get the general gist of it, right? Got adapted. The vibe, which is basically that eros, which is the term being used here for lewds and sex and love, right, as a combinational word, right, which again is reference to the Greek god of Eros, who was the representation of that, is the hope of humanity, right? It is a form of hope. Like, lewdness is a thing that binds the generations together, because without no lust, without no love, you cannot have humanity, which is the point of the section and the fight. Because what ends up happening is the real world, or at least in their world, right? Their world's version of the guy who lost to Eros, right, quote unquote, comes in and he is the one that saves the day because he helps fight with Tamaki to defeat the guy. All the while, the mob is slowly turning from their puritanical ideals into being more open and free. Everyone just starts stripping and partying, right? And having hope and being happy, right? As the vibe shift happens in real time. And so they defeat the guy and sort of go their separate ways, and Tamaki makes like a point about how, yeah, she doesn't really enjoy it, but what she hates more is losing to people who think that just because something makes them have discomfort, that means that everyone has to be uncomfortable, right? And so the point of the actual rant in universe and in the episode and the commentary that it's making, right? I think a lot of people missed because I remember when that manga panel came out, right? Or like when the manga came out and everyone was like talking about it and debating it and whatnot. And I had always been on the side of the author, right? Because people were saying, "Oh, the author's just soapboxing. He's commentating on shit. He's doing it's cringe, right?" I mean, I think even you actually had that.
I mean, one part of it I was already fell off from Fire Force a long time ago, and then I
Mm.
saw it just being weird. I saw it. It felt to me like attaching to itself to a more popular series than Fire Force. It was attaching itself to Soul Eater, which is, in my opinion, better than. So we just don't know. Go read. Just keep reading. It's act just like Soul Eater, which you like.
Well, I don't think it's just like Soul Eater, but I mean, I kind of have spoilers as to what's coming, but whatever. I think like seeing, because again, I haven't read the manga, right? This is anime only secondary perspective here, right? Having watched it in context, I think the issue that happened, right, is people looked at it from a culture war perspective and not the Gnosticism religious spectrum of it, right? Because what it's trying to say is this is a core component of what makes people human, right? It's important, right? Without it, we can't exist as actualized, right? And therefore, we need to, at the very least, embrace it on some level if we are to actually be human, right?
Yeah.
Rather than it being seen as he's just mad at the feminists on Twitter that are angry at him for putting fan service in his works, right? I mean, you could argue that perhaps that is part of it, but I feel like what he's actually trying to get into is more the philosophical element, right? Like, what does it actually mean to have sex, right? What is sexuality? What does it mean in the context of like a actual humanity, right? And he used Tamaki here to try and kind of convey a philosophical point about it, right? That it's not disgusting, right? That it is the result of hard work. That it is that people should not be so quick to judge others based on their appearances, because the whole thing with Tamaki is the reason all of this stuff is happening to her is not because she's cursed by some outside force or because he just wants to make fan service scenes in the manga. It's because people's perceptions of her in the universe were causing these things to happen, right? People looked at her and all that they saw was the fan service girl in universe. And because of that, that turned her into Eros, the not necessarily the god, right? But that made her a representation of Eros in the universe, and the stuff kept happening to her because that was what people's perceptions of her were, right? Because the whole thing that's happening right now is this idea of perception becoming reality, right? And her having that happen to her in the show previously was a reflection of that. It was seeping through, right? The perceptions were seeping through into her as a character. And to me, it's fascinating. I find it absolutely fascinating, this idea of the perceptions influencing the reality of the world in the work. And I think a lot of people have kind of missed all of this because they don't have this context of it, and they're not looking at it from, okay, this is what the work's actually saying. They're looking at it from, I want the work to support XYZ philosophy of Puritanism, anti-Puritanism, so and so. And even I fell into that trap initially when I saw those pages, right? Because without the prior context, that is how it kind of comes off. But when you see it in context, it starts to make a lot more sense when you realize that the show is about the entire concept of what makes reality reality. And I know I'm sounding like a big brain fucking crazy person right now, but that is kind of, that's the work, right? That's kind of it.
Well,
Anyway,
I don't
yeah.
don't feel much convinced in the sense of it being a really a kind of it was like this was planned all along kind of deal. It's
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that if he did plan it all along, I think that would be insane, right? I could like looking back on it, I can kind of see like the seeds, but then again, could that just be like post hoc, right? Like, maybe I need to do a rewatch, right, or a read of the manga. Like, I feel like I need to go back and read the manga. I might have to look at doing that just so that I can kind of um get an idea of whether or not, like, with the hindsight now that I have, knowing what happens, right? Like, maybe I need to read the manga and see how it was executed differently, right? Because, like I said, they cut a lot of stuff from this episode, right? Like, the whole rant was sort of cut down in half because of time, right? So I'm curious to kind of see if I would have a different opinion of it if I read the manga versus watching the anime. But having watched the anime, yeah, it's hard for me to tell whether or not it was planned from the beginning, or if it was maybe he got like halfway through it and decided, oh wow, let's do this, right? Or maybe he got to a point where he was like, I want to end it. I'm just going to come up with some crazy bullshit, right?
Yeah,
I feel like it's one of those things where you might have to watch it and get your own opinion, right, on it, right? Because me describing it to you is probably not really doing it justice, right? Like, it's one of those like hard to kind of parse out, and that kind of leads me into like the second part, which is the our boy Arthur Ellie, our boy, our Night King had his episode as well, and boy was it good. There's been a lot of talk about the animation quality. I think it was fine. I think I don't know if I posted it in the chat. I might have, because people were kind of like shitting on it. Yeah, I did. I posted one in the chat because people were like shitting on it and being like, "Oh, this is like bad animation." It's not bad animation. It looks fucking fine. People don't know what bad animation fucking looks like. You know, I mean, you could judge for yourself if you watch it, but like it looked fine to me. Yeah, it was okay. Like I wouldn't say it was like amazing, right? I think people
I think
overhyped
people
the
are
fight.
kind of spoiled at
Yeah.
because there's a lot of. I suppose
have
when you
Jujutsu
compare
Kaisen
it as
and you've
to
got-
amazing
yeah.
animation, it's not super duper amazing or something, but it's very good. Before we streamed, I shared with Naretsu my top 2 best choreographed manga fights. That's before any actual animation happens. But nothing in this, nothing in here, told was like, oh, this is bad or lacking in some way. It was clear. It was, what else do you want?
Yeah, but anywho, essentially, yeah, it was a really good fight, and the whole thing with him is so Dragoon is like his whole thing is about despair. He is a representation of humanity's despair.
Mm-hmm.
And
Dragons sometimes are.
well, yeah, that is kind of how it is. And whereas Arthur is more a representation of hope, and he's described as like the fool, right? Like he's enjoying life versus like Dragoon, who wants to kind of have death but he can't die, right? So he's it's kind of, he doesn't enjoy, like, so there's a duality of like philosophies going on. And that was like the first kind of part of the episode, going over like setting up this dynamic, and then you get the actual fight where they like Arthur gets cut in half.
Yeah, I saw.
Arthur, he gets fucked up. He gets really fucked up, and it was very brutal. But he does eventually, through he basically fucking cuts the hope right into this guy, right, and makes him change from being in despair into being hope, and then that's kind of where it ends with him screaming out to Shinra to be the hero. And I have less to kind of say about it because all I can really say about it was good, really good. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a good fight. I thought it was quite fun. And it does like, but it just doesn't have as much to say, I guess, philosophically as the Tamaki stuff. So yeah, I'm interested to see kind of where it goes and how it does eventually evolve into Soul Eater, I guess. And what kind of how it kind of happens. But other than that, no, it's good. I'm enjoying it. I'm keen to. I can't wait to see the final episodes. A good time. I'm just going to check the chat right now because we do have quite a lot of people about it. So, despair, pretty much the fuel of the cataclysm. How people worship various forces because that people perceive him as some sort of ruthless assassin who has a disdain for worldly desires, which is what the real assault, succumbed to. It seems others argue about people argue about Tamaki's age and all that shit. Seen others make it sound as if the segment paused the story despite the story relating to the whole deal. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, humanity in general. Shame for Shinra being he's seen as the devil. Arthur being seen as a dumbass who is thinks he's a knight. Said perceptions being laid into them. That whole deal reminds me a bit of Persona 4 and Persona 2 to a degree regarding rumors and shadows represent. I mean, there's also the whole notion that Shinra talked with Tamaki during her flashback when it came to said aspect and gave judge for something that people presume about him. The only bad animation I remember was the Naruto vs. Pain. Note and Barely, the Kano at the time, plus the fight was on the same. So everyone in the chat seems to be on point with that stuff. So anyway, what do we got next? What will the time
next up? And my shoujo series. I kind of just stopped watching.
Rip.
Nothing much against the show, but maybe it was just a little bit too slow. Yes, it is funny to see that the dynamics of the rival character is being kind of very humanized with a younger girl, with an actual baby that he's taking care of. How can you hate your rival when he's carrying an actual baby that he's currently keeping alive? That's a hard thing to do. And Blonde Boy is still super gay, panicking against himself and stuff happening, but not too much too exciting things happen. So I just didn't keep watching. Where's my anime talk? Which
Ripperino.
This poster? No, there's a different poster. Come on. Which?
Oh, it hasn't switched yet on the stream yet.
No, I was looking for the poster in OBS. So there we go. It's gone.
Oh no.
Anyway, next slide.
All right. You quickly do your is torture funny still
it's
funny?
It's very funny. The big demon king lord got a toothache. Oh no, not toothache.
Oh no.
Got an injury, so he had to take a break, and then he was playing with his daughter, and daughter went, "I'm not just having a car. I'm going to make a whole city," she says, and then the demon lord goes, "Your desires are unbound, as expected from my daughter. Ha ha ha." And then in the last episode, the daughter put on a performance for the princess as a torture to make her overwhelmed by cuteness and make her want to give up a secret. But then the performance of the daughter was not recorded, so the demon lord was very depressed. So the mom/mother that's the same thing. The mom and wife made a flash mob performance with the daughter in front of the demon king, and then he was revived because he was basically a husk, and it was very funny. So next episode, it was the first time that the of note, plot-related note, I suppose, that the princess was once betrayed by a girlfriend that she thought was her friend, but she was actually an assassin or something. And next week will be the moment that the two of them will meet. So the princess will see the person who betrayed her and pretended to be a friend. And I'm not sure if the girl who's now currently scheduled to be torturing in the context of the show, knows that it is the princess that she fake befriended for an assassination attempt and then failed at it. So exciting plot stuff may be happening. But that's the torture show.
So, Frieren, big. So we only have one. Do we have one or two episodes of Frieren? Because there was 1 week where there was. Oh wait, no, there were two. Yeah, two. Because I'm always forgetting which week was the week that didn't have the episodes. So Frieren, pretty good. New arc beginning. Big demons, big fights, big stuff. New character time with characters.
Lord
hit pats.
Revolte.
Yeah. Big stuff going on. It's good. I don't really have anything else to say about it, really.
We're getting kind of more context to it's not the right word, but anyway. We're getting more info about how the first class mages are supposed to behave and handle things. We're getting some lore about the world that the people of the northern continent or northern plateau transport the bodies, the deceased, south so they can be buried there, because if they were kept being buried up north, the demons would desecrate the bodies and eat them and all that stuff. So a lot of effort is put in.
Yeah, we're getting some deep lore, some fun.
Also, Frieren was a slave for 5 minutes and then made back the money with the iron.
That was.
Silver mine.
Did we talk about that? I thought we talked about that episode. I can't
remember. If not, it's now related to because
whatever. Big lore of the northern stuff going on, doing
and
stuff.
now we're getting fancy new demons with Japanese aesthetics.
Yeah, well, kind of like they've got all kinds of stuff going on. I think that it is interesting to kind of see the demons and getting to see more demon interactions, right? Because you've got the little girl demon who's like, "Oh, humans are so interesting," and the other guy is like, "We don't need to understand them. Fuck them. We eat them. What are you talking about?" It's very, very, very fun. Kind of again highlighting the idea that the demons are kind of like alien in terms of how they view morality and the way that they're not actually,
but it does,
different ways of viewing things.
It does keep up with being the weird dynamic of the demons are supposed to be uncaring, but they do very much care about their opinions and whatnot. But
I feel like the demon that is interested in humans, it seems more like it's a curiosity kind of thing, where they are caring from the it's like the same way you would care about like a pet, right? Like you're curious about, oh, why does the dog wag its tail like a child, right? Why does the dog chase the ball? Why is it doing that, right? It feels like it's that kind of curiosity rather than like a genuine, like, I want to understand humans curiosity. But who knows? But it's still good to see. I like it. It adds complexity, nuance, that kind of thing. Always fun. So yeah, that's good. So let's see. Oshi, lots of shit going on in Oshi.
The moment that I was waiting for happened in the break.
So did you see the thing about how when the reveal happened in the anime that in Tokyo they actually put like newscasters talking like, from the anime?
No, but
yes, they had a thing where like in central Tokyo on the TV screens, they turned all the TV screens on to breaking news, AI, children of AI exist, big drama. Oh boy, they actually had that happen on all of the TV stations in
That's
Central
funny.
Tokyo. It was quite fun. Yeah, it was quite funny. Just like what happens in the show, right?
And
All
was
of the
there
TV
Hoshino
stations.
Ruby being
Yeah.
incensed is putting it lightly happening
Yeah,
over there?
yeah, a little bit mad. She's a little bit mad.
Just
She's
a little bit.
little bit mad. So essentially, okay, so I guess we should probably sort of say what
Yeah,
happens,
you
right?
talk
So
more because
basically,
I know what's going to happen and this happened and why it
Mm.
happened, etc., etc.
Okay, there we go. So basically, what happens is, our boy Aqua meets up with the journalist man, right? And essentially is like, "Hey, is there any way I can get you to like not run this story on my redhead waifu, right? That
Yeah.
I totally care about, but totally don't care about, right? Because I want to protect, right?" And he's like, "Fuck off," right? Because he's journalist man,
Mhm.
likes big stories, big bringing down the haha, big
Bring down the arrogant celebrities.
yeah. Even though she's a child, and it's less about her and more about the director guy, right? It's
Mhm.
like she's just going to be collateral in it. Okay, how about I give you a news story that will completely make that shit like just shit. Like, no one will give a shit comparison to this story, right? And that story is Aqua and Ruby are the secret children of I.
Mhm.
Cat's out of the bag. Big cat out of the bag moment happens. And yeah, that does in fact completely the story on our girl just doesn't happen. Redhead girl gets let, off the hook essentially for that. So
Yeah.
hmm. Oh boy.
And
So
Naretsu, I'm big fan of Aqua and Kana. I don't really care for Akane all that much. And the vindication, Naretsu. I am vindicated. Because what
Are
happens
you?
with Aqua and Akane, Naretsu? They're such a good couple,
Oh,
right? They trust each other, they
yeah.
care.
Yeah. Well, okay, so that's like the second plot because there's multiple concurrent plot lines happening. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So on the Arcanine side, she has discovered the identity of the father, right?
Yeah.
She's figured it out, but she's trying to take it all upon herself to protect Aqua, which leads to an interesting interaction where she's going down, like she's running to kind of do a thing, but there's a runner coming up behind her, and I like the way that it's very heavily implied that she's about to get assassinated, right? Essentially. And the
Mm-hmm.
guy's going to push her down, deliberately pushes her down the stairs. But then, of course, he's like, "Oh no, I didn't see you. I'm so sorry." When Aqua just so happens to be there to save her, right? And it kind of like I like the implications, right? Even though it's not directly stated, but you could pretty heavily imply, yeah, she was about to get assassinated because she got too close, right?
Yeah, except not
and
because it's completely unrelated, actually.
Or was it unrelated? Or is it unrelated, Ellie? Or is it? That's what I like about it. That's what I like about it, right? It could be either or, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this leads into essentially Aqua going like, "Yeah, I know you figured it out. I've now figured it out too. You need to back off. I've been tracking you with an ear tag in your charm, right? Spying on you." And she goes into like a whole thing of like, "No, I would have accepted the tracker anyway. Why didn't you just tell me? I want and he's like, "No, I'm gonna do this myself. Don't you get involved. If you get involved, I'm gonna fucking destroy basically."
Yeah.
But he's doing it from the perspective of trying to protect her, right? But she's essentially in her mind, and she even directly says it, she's failed to save him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because now he is going to do it on his, do the thing, and there's nothing she can really do about it, right? Which has kind of led to they break up essentially in that moment, which is yeah, You got what you wanted, Ellie. You're so happy.
Yeah.
Happy.
Burn Akane. You were never trusted.
The dark ship has been destroyed.
Yeah.
Or whatever. And so yeah, things kind of progress, and now Aqua is looking to do a movie based on a documentary movie based on AI's life, right? With the him helping with the direction and the casting and whatnot. And they've got an actress lined up to play Ai, and she seems pretty cool, Ellie. Oh man, I hope nothing happens.
Oh, I wonder. She seems such good friends with this blonde guy who has his eyes closed.
Yeah. Oh man, I hope that nothing. Oh, I'm gonna go hiking in my month off.
But wait
Oh,
a
you
minute,
better be
didn't we see
careful.
something in the and last episode teaser thing a year ago? Nah, it's probably. Oh wait, no, it's she died actually.
Oof. She was murdered by our father man, who is like, oh, I've killed another star.
Another star extinguished.
Another star has been extinguished. Oh, I'm coming to my pants right now. I'm coming in my pants. Oh man. And so yes, that's kind of our introduction to our psychopath man, right? Essentially, I believe.
We kind of got we got a glimpse when Ruby was visiting the grave, and then he went, "Oh, you've grown up so well. That's expected from our child?" When he was talking to the grave of Ai.
But now we get a better idea of that. Yeah, he's a bit of a fucking psycho. Just a little bit. A bit of a psycho here. Little psycho man. And so yeah, no, it's good. It's good. It's good. Yep. Sounds good. Yep. We'll keep watching. Yep, definitely keeping up with it. It's been fun. All right, so
next
I guess we're on to next page. So
Darwin incident. How's it going?
It's going all right. I'll just kind of quickly summarize. Basically, what's happening is the town wants them to leave. They don't want to leave. So and so and so and so. Whatever. Really, the only interesting thing I want to talk about is the terrorists have kidnapped the girlfriend. And Charlie is going to go save the girlfriend, and we get like a really cool sequence where Charlie, like, they're all prepared, big military guys, ready to take on Charlie. We've got all the advantages. We're in the dark. He can't find us. And then Charlie just pulls out a flare gun and shoots a flare into the sky and figures out where they all are, and then just systematically hunts them down and knocks them out because he's not killing them, right? And he even saves one of them from a bear trap, right? Because one of them falls into a bear trap while he's running away. And he's like, yeah, no, don't worry, I've got you, bro. So, yeah, that was pretty cool. Pretty good sequence. But other than that, it's just, yeah, I don't really have a whole lot I don't really have a lot else to say about it. Other than that, it's still a little bit pretentious, but whatever. Digimon, that big arena fight thing taken down, big stuff going on. Yeah, not a lot to talk about. There's not an episode this week either, so there's not too much to talk about on that regard. Sentence though.
Yeah,
let's talk about with that. So I'm just taking a drink because. Yeah. No, you're good. You go because I'm.
So yeah, funny, Kivia. Oh, hey, that's a great disguise. Nobody would expect you look totally like a guy. She remembered that.
She's being very deary in both situations. When she's like, oh, what? You think this doesn't look good? Because later on she disguises as like a noblewoman, and he's like, no, you look very beautiful in that. And she's like,
you would have tons of suitors. You're the very image of a great noble lady.
And she's like, all deary. The sun has disintegrated from her soul.
It's very funny. I kind of like her more.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
she's
let's
growing.
not forget
She's
that we
growing.
get introduced to her uncle. We get actually see her, the priest guy, and we got some backstory of her not wanting to be, be in that life of just cozy of, how would you say it, Niretsu? Not just lazily, slovenly living like a lazy noble man, a lone noble lady, not doing anything, just kind of just sitting on your dividends as a lord with land,
Yeah.
actually doing something.
Yeah. So yeah, he shows up. We get introduced to him. The whole plan is basically they're trying to figure out who's trying to kill our goddess girl. Very very much want to draw them out, and they do. And we have big fights. And one of them is a Spriggan man. He is.
No, we get some clarification. The guy not Bichu. Was
whichever
he has
one
a
it
weird
was,
name.
yeah.
All those Demon Lord has weird names. The lanky guy has a name. Spriggan is the name of the Demon Lord.
Right.
Exclusively.
Well, because they also brought up like the name Spriggan, and they like the implication is that like he's a human blight hybrid or something, and that's like the term for a Spriggan. But then later on, yeah, we find out that the Demon Lord is calling themselves Spriggan. So, could be one or the other.
I thought,
but basically,
like,
it's because and we
doesn't
get
matter.
this kind of indication of like because Tabarita doesn't want to like the goddesses are programmed not to want to kill humans, but she has no problem killing him because he is blighted, right? So
yeah,
no
it was
issue.
like this was like two episodes ago now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well I'm fucking. It's like 5 hours, Ellie. Okay. So basically what happens is they infiltrate the Adventurers Guild to hunt down the guy.
They try. They kind of get caught immediately.
It didn't really go well. Big fight ensues. During the big fight, the guy tries to escape, gets caught by our thief man. But we get a big fight. We get cool stuff. Our king shows up, Ellie, and does his shit. Yep, our king shows up and does his shit. He does king shit. Yeah. And big fights go on, and we get introduced to as mentioned before, we get introduced to another adventurer person who this is like mercenary for hire. He doesn't really care. He's like, shit, my fucking employer is dead. I guess I'm gonna fuck off. And then the blight guy is like, oh no, actually, we'll give you money. Don't worry. Just betray humanity. Join the blight. Hell yeah. Big money.
Humans do
Big
that
profit.
all the time, right?
Yeah, humans love doing that, right? Humans put themselves above their own race all the time, right? That's a thing that you do, right? Just do it. Fine, right? And so that kind of one thing leads to another, and yes, our guy, the Adventurers Guild man with his kids that he cares about. Oh, well, I guess all the kids are dead.
Except one.
The Demon Lord. But that's actually the Demon Lord, because the Demon Lord took control of her body. And now he's dead. And now they're like, we're gonna like fuck up this entire city now, because why not?
Just raise it to the ground.
Yeah. And that's gonna probably be our lead up to the next episodes. So far, again, it's been consistent in quality. It's been really good. The animation's been great. The fights that happened in the last 2 episodes were really good. When we had some interesting kind of world stuff kind of crop up here and there. Very exciting that I don't know if you saw that it got announced. Season 2 has been confirmed already, so that's gonna happen. So that's
cool.
That's nice.
Just one
to know.
Just one note. Note is too hard. Too big. The 2 girls, the fiance and the commander lately, have a good dynamic by just insulting our man together. which is funny.
Mm.
The girls are bonding over telling each other how trash he is.
Yes, yes. Rivals turned friendship. Rivals turned friendship. But yes. So pretty much, yeah, it's been good. And I think that's about it. I don't think I've got anything else to talk about in terms of anime and whatnot.
No, that's it. It's
Yeah.
we kind of ended up with
This was a longer one than I thought it was going to be. But it is what it is. It happens, right?
Yeah.
We have long episodes happen. But anyway, it was good seeing you guys. We'll probably be back again next week unless Ali's got to go do something. Oh, let me actually have a look because I think end of March, so not next week, but the week after, I'm going to be away on a trip myself, so I won't
Ooh.
be. We won't. So next week we'll have a stream, and then we'll have to skip a stream again. So.
Yeah, I mean, during the Eastern, there's also
Yeah, we all end up doing things, holidays, family, such and such, right? We'll try and kind of keep people updated. We might make a post on the YouTube because we keep forgetting to do that, so that people can know when we're going to be streaming again. But I reckon next week is for sure, though, right? The 21st, 22nd. Yeah, we could probably do that. That'll be fine. It's just the 27th, 8th, and 9th I'm going to be off. So, yeah, all good. So yeah, have a good rest of the day, people, and we'll see you next time.
yeah.
Bye.
Later.